What is going on, everybody? Fulo here, back with a brand new episode of Umineko When They Cry. Last time on, we had a shonen escape arc, pretty much. George and Jessica went on to take their test with Gap and Rono, respectively. And their test was to choose. They had three options. To either sacrifice themselves, to sacrifice everyone else, or to sacrifice their lover. But in a shocking twist of fate, they decided, nah, we're going to pick the fourth option, fighting them, in which it turned into an epic, straight up shonen fight between, Jessica and Lonov and George and Gap, which was very cool. Then we had the people in the dungeon who were able to escape because some of the goats went on ahead to help with Gap in her fight against George. And they managed to escape with Cannon's, awesome purple blade. And they started to try to escape from both Virgilita and the Cheshire Sisters, in which they were able to take out their stuff with a EMP magic stuff. Basically, best word to describe it. But as they were going through the tunnels of the mansion to head back to the, original mansion, not the other one, I completely forget its name, but as they're going there, they are confronted by a giant Gokun in Virgilita, but in a shocking twist of events, with only one straight hand, Kraus was able to destroy Gokun. You know why? Because Gokun raised a bunch of loser flags and was a complete jobber to Kraus, which was an absolutely hilarious scene. I would recommend you to, if you haven't watched the last episode, recommend you to go see that scene, because it was so funny. And the whole, this is very common knowledge in boxing type stuff, straight out of, Baki. Yes, of course, Kraus is going for the left haymaker. Yes, yes, it all makes sense. It is perfectly logical. And all that with the stupid loser flags. And it was so funny. But, literally after that scene, reality hit us like a goddamn bullet, as both Gap and Lonov tricked George and Jessica into hitting each other with their most powerful attacks, and they both unfortunately died, but Lonov gave Jessica the chance to survive for 3 more minutes in order to give last words to Badwar. While the others tried to escape, they were shot down by the Cheshire Sisters, with Kyrie being the last one left and also next to a phone. So back to back, Badwar was given words of encouragement from Jessica to always fight back against these demons, these witches. But the phone call that was more interesting was from Kyrie, in which Kyrie said to believe in it. Don't doubt your eyes, Badwar. Believe in what we are seeing. Believe what we couldn't. Which is very interesting. There were a couple comments last episode, and also myself as well, that said this isn't like Kyrie at all. Kyrie's always been most level-headed out of the entire family, really, because she's the least connected to the family conference and all that. She's been the most level-headed, the most, calculating, the most, try to think through this. Think there's a human explanation behind all of it. I mean, she has her chessboard thinking and all that. So why would she, in her last moments talking to Badwar, say, in a sense, don't think, believe what your eyes are seeing. Believe that these demons, these witches, are real. Why would she say that? And someone in the comments put it as well as I did. What is the purpose of that? Okay, sure, I believe in magic. I see witches, I see demons. How is that going to help us at all in this situation? How would that help us at all in this current situation? And we're not talking about meta Badwar here. We're talking about in the game board Badwar. How would that help him in this situation? So it's all magic. You're screwed then. What can you do? What exactly can you do if you believe it? How can you fight against it? Another interesting thing that we learned last episode is that magic it was described as determination plus certainty equals magic, which actually makes a lot of sense considering Higurashi. Big Higurashi spoilers if you haven't seen it, so skip like a minute ahead. In Higurashi, the reason why Takano always won most of the time was because she both had determination to achieve her goal of becoming a sort of god, or trying to make sure her grandfather's research was proven right by taking over Himizawa and proving that the mother parasite was true by killing Rika and all that. Try to prove her grandfather's research right. And two, she always had certainty. She had every card in the deck with her most of the time in Higurashi. She had Tokyo's backing. She had Okonogi's squadron. She had everything in her cards. That's why she was always managed to win over and over and over again, no matter how many times Rika went back in time, went into this time loop, was because Takano always had determination and certainty on her side. So I really like that. And it goes the same thing with Rika. When Rika had the determination, when everyone believed in it, including Hanyu, that they could pull off this miracle. And once Rika recruited all the people she could, winning Tomake, survive, getting Akasaka, getting pretty much everyone on her side, she also had certainty as well. And that created a miracle, aka magic. So that's very interesting. That's like a really cool way of now we're getting to understand this magic system a bit more in detail, It's determination in certainty. But yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. There was also I asked about the Q&A from Anime Expo, and one of the questions I was answered was that Battle Wars VA actually didn't know the truth, the whole mystery, the truth of the mystery. But Beatrice's VA voice actress did, which actually is very funny. I feel like it adds actually a lot to a performance. I really like when directors do this in any type of medium with actors and of hiding most of the things, because I feel like that just gives a more visceral reaction from the actor into the character. I really enjoy that. But yeah, also, last episode, there was a kind person comment said that this is going to be a long one. That I'm going to probably keep reading until the end of episode 4, and that the tea party as well is going to be long as hell. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep going until I get to the end of episode 4. And, you know what? To be perfectly honest, probably by the time I get to the end of episode 4, I want to do the tea party. So I'm going to do the tea party as well. So this is probably going to be a long-ass video, so grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, grab anything you need in order to watch this, and buckle in, because we're going to be here for a goddamn while, and oh boy, I'm going to enjoy this. Let us go on into the finale of the question arc. Let's go. Yeah, everyone's pretty much dead. Yeah.
Beatrice 復活の儀式とかわけのわかんないことを言ったならこれで13人が生贄に捧げられてもうベアトリーチェは蘇った頃だよああなら上等だベアトリーチェもまとめて一緒にぶち殺してやろうマリアたちは儀式を生き残っただからベアトリーチェに黄金鏡に招待してもらえるんだよ
Yeah, that's great news for all of us, Maria.
そこでは願いは何でも叶う家族を殺されたのが辛いなら生き返らせてもらえばいいのにマリアはそうするつもりだよ黒い魔女に取り憑かれていない本当に優しい本当のママを蘇らせてもらうのだからママはもうずっとマリアと一緒お仕事とかで残業も休日出勤も何もないのずっとマリアと一緒にいてくれてマリアのことだけを考えてくれてマリアのために恐ろしい敵といつも戦ってくれるのお前
どうかしてるぜ。なんでこの状況でそんなわけわかんねえことを言ってられるんだ。
After everything we've seen, Maria, I can understand where she's coming from.
バトラは今キリエおばさんに言われたはずだよ。魔女を信じろと言われたはずなのに。
くそ、こんなとこでマリアと口喧嘩してる場合じゃねえぜ。もう人質も何も誰も生き残っちゃいねえんだ。
And just you two left.
くそくだらねえ。おかしな儀式もゲームもおしまいだぜ。ここからは俺の好きにさせてもらう。まだ生きてる奴がいるかもしれない。あるいは隠れてる奴がいるかもしれない。片っ端から調べて見つけ出しぶちのめしてやるぜ。
In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat, stand, the spear, and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
ベアトリーチェがすぐに願いを叶えてくれるのにバトラはバカ。
At that time, the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
おお、もしもし。ほう。
Oh, great. Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
マリア、電話って誰からだ?
With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left alive on the island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. Oh yeah, Goda and Kumasawa are still alive. Forgot about them. But there was no way those two could call after being locked up in the guardian storehouse. Which meant there was only one person left. It had to be Kinzo. After continuing her present chat with the person on the other end of the phone for a while, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. Then, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed. It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler.
マリア、電話の相手は誰だ? じいさまか?
Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would talk intimately with Kinzo. It had to be. And that she would be chattering about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. So just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. If a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe that it exists.
バトラー、今帰ってきたよ。せっかちだよね。
マリア、その電話の相手は誰だ? 誰なんだ?
変わる？はい、バトラー。
What's your favorite scary movie? After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler. Let me guess.
Hi.
Maria held out the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler hesitated just a little bit before taking the receiver. After all, by accepting the existence of the person at the other end, he'd have no choice but to acknowledge them. As Kyrie said, there is no longer any need to doubt that they exist. Battler took the receiver. As he did, Maria briskly left the room. Battler, who was a bit scared to find out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
おい、どこへ行くんだよ?
マリアのテストの場所だよ。後ろ宮家の当主はバトラかマリアかどっち？
行くな!
Shit, man.
殺されるぞ!
殺されないよ。儀式はもう終わってるもの。それに殺されても蘇らせてもらえるし、当主になってもなれなくても、もう私たちは黄金鏡に招いてもらえる。じゃあね、お先に。
待てよ! マリア!
Beatrice stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she wept, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping stopped him, just like a chain. He readied himself. Also, before we continue on, I read that in a comment that unfortunately Gokun and Kraus weren't in the Umineko fighting game, which was it's a huge fucking shame. Like, come on, that's a perfect comedic, like the Gokun would be a perfect joke character in that Golden Phantaz, the Umineko fighting game. Big shame. But anyway, Bador put the receiver to his ear. Now here's the thing about the Curiers thing. Hell, about the phone calls in general. Mostly Curie, I got this brought from. We don't actually know it was Curie who made that phone call. It's a landline, so you can call from any place in the mansion. All you need to know is just the number for the guest house. So who's to say that the person Bador talked to was Curie? Who's to say any of the kids, talked to their actual parents? We don't know. There's easily voice changers or good impressionists. That is very possible. So, very much doubting the, authenticity of the people we've been talking to on the phone. Because we've never really seen them. Or the kids haven't seen them since they went into the dining room.
Congratulations! And I'm fine!
Oh my god. God damn it. Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who was it? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who was it?
Yes, I'm fine!
Oh god, it's so mocking.
てめえは誰だ？答えやがれ！
英語で言えよ。お前、そういうの得意だったろ？
Specialty. Well.
叫んじゃねえよ。
Fuck off.
てめえは誰だ？クソジジイの手先か？
手先とはひどい言い様ではないか。鳥こと言ってやる。わらわの虜だろ
The last wop didn't sound like it was aimed at Bador. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
名を名乗りやがれ！てめえは誰だ？何者だ？
It's that goddamn outfit from episode 2.
Thank you, Kinzo. 特別にさっきの待った聞いてやってもいいぜ。
やれやれ、上機嫌にも程があろうが。 もう少しは淑女らしく振る舞わんか。
You know what this song sounds like? This song sounds like a fucking Disney villain song. That's what this song reminds me of. This Happy Maria, as it said at the top. Oh my god. Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. There was expensive cheese and snacks to go with drinks, and there were several empty wine bottles lined up. As Beatrice rolled around on the sofa in an unseemly way, she happily held a wine glass in one hand. It was probably completely drunk.
今日は最高にご機嫌だから大サービスだ。おいおい銀座、こんな年代物の寄付ワインなんか飾ってんだよ。1947年ものかよ。今日は開けなくていつ開けるつもりだ。それをアビセッコして遊ぼうぜ。空き瓶で殴りっこもしよう。
それは愉快だ。浮かれすぎであるぞ。羽目の外しすぎだ。
金蔵だって。わらわに再会できて嬉しいだろ。シャバだ。うつしおだ。
As I said many times beforehand, one of the best aspects this story has to it is how it's able to play with tone. Like a lot. I feel like the tone is exemplified within Bador and Beatrice. Bador is grounded. He's an actual person. Or, you know, is very much written like a person. While Beatrice is written like a Disney villain fucking witch. You know, a classic animated cartoon goddamn just witch. And it's the tone is able to... Umineko has the most unique tone I've ever seen. The only thing I can compare it to is Yakuza, but at least in Yakuza, there's like a split between sub-stories and the main story, obviously. While the main story is more crime-driven drama and stuff like that, while the side stories were completely fucking goofy and shit, while still maintaining that it, you know, feels like it's in the same world. Umineko is able to do both of them at the exact same time, which is... And it works. It doesn't feel distant. It doesn't feel distracting. It just feels like it's natural. Like, this is what this story is. It's both grounded and fantastical. It's both character-driven, but also driven by action. Insane. It's insane. I still can't believe this game can exist. Like, it really does feel like... Maybe the reason why I really enjoy these games is because my favorite stories are character-driven, but I also love action. I really love humor. I love sometimes poking fun at stuff. I like it when they twist tropes around. When They Cry really does feel like a series made for me that I never knew about. Isn't that crazy? Like, it feels like this series just feels so goddamn perfect for me. God, that's why I connect to it so goddamn much. And I'm able to cry fucking so hard.
お前がベアトリーチェだとでも言うのかよ。
イエーイ。おい、金蔵の13人殺しの儀式のおかげでようやく我らは復活したぞ。だがありといい。こうしてあなたと話せること、なんと楽しいことか。そういえばお前とはあれだけ何度も憎まれ口を叩き合ってきたのに、こうして急に満場で会話をしたのは初めてだな。何やらとても新鮮だ。お、今のポンチョン聞こえたか。あいつ開けたぞ。 ましてバカタッケーキ童話に湧きやがった。知ってるか、10キロのインゴと丸々と同じくらいするんだぜ。
ふざけるな。
God damn it, I keep remembering episode 2. You know, because we also saw Beatrice there. Same outfit and everything. But I keep remembering back to that stupid fucking Ava Beatrice argument. There's only 18 humans. Now, obviously, my theory is that Genji, Shannon, Kanon aren't counted as humans because they are viewed as furniture. And I believe that. I really do believe that. So, no, this Beatrice could fit in as a human in order to replace one of them, at least. The reason why I think that is because, well, Kinzo quote-unquote created them, aka gave Shannon and Kanon their own names, and probably Genji as well. You know, made them as a, you know, like how you describe that or interpret that is due to your own viewpoint. But how I see it is the reason why they're viewed as furniture is because Kinzo made them, aka they, Kinzo was able to raise Shannon and Kanon in the Fuko house or whatever, gave them their own names as well, and pretty much brainwashed them into believing the Golden Land stuff, or to be less than human. You know, probably same thing with Genji as well, like saved his life or some such, and gave him a new name as well. So that's how I view that goddamn argument. Or at least that's my only twisted logic way of trying to get through that stupid fucking argument.
何がベアトリーチェだ。黄金の魔女だとな。
So this human Beatrice could still fit in, and it also fits with the theory of who wrote the letters to the relatives, aka Beatrice, aka human Beatrice, which, well, as we can see here, Kinzo has employed here, and we saw from episode 2, Beatrice was there before the ceremony even happened, so, you know, fucking Kinzo was probably just hiding her somewhere.
いい加減にしろ。
Or at least this woman that's claiming herself to be Beatrice.
どこにいやがれ。そこにクソジジイも一緒にいるのか。てめえらまとめてぶっ飛ばしてやら。今どこにいやがるんだ。こさえやれ。
なんだ、わらわに会いたいのか。モテる女がつれえ。金蔵がいるときに口説くのはよせ。こいつ待ってやるから立ち悪いぜ。金蔵が二人きりのときなら本当に内緒で愛してやるからよ。
God damn it.
いかれてやがるぜ。
金蔵、気が変わった。マリアのテストにわらわは行くな。そなたが行け。
なんと気まぐれな。ではお前がバトラーをテストするというのか。
いいだろう。あいつさ、お前の若い時に似てるからさ、キュンときちゃうんだよ。安心しろよ。浮気なんかしないって。あいつと二人きりになるのは今だけ。わらわはいつだってお前と二人きりだろう。だがもうわらわを四六時中束縛するには勘弁しろ。
Both disturbing and kinky. Yeah.
そういうわけだ、バートだ。どなたのテストを我、黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが自ら執り行ってやろう。バート、この屋敷の正面玄関に
Of course, where this all first met.
マジで頑張ってくれる。すぐに授業で てぽっくりバトラが新教師になってくれりゃお前の楽しまの全ての新しい味あら独り占めにさせて
Very,
屋敷の玄関だな。
very disturbed woman.
仕事だ。このクソったらない酔っ払いめ。俺がてめえの酔いを覚ましてやるぜ。迎え酒には俺の熱いパンチをくれてやる。首を洗って待ってやがる。
That word impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through it anymore. I'll meet her face to face and settle this. Oh shit, man. Here we go. I took the spear I made from the hat stand and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice is waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that as Goda-san and the rest said, she'll be waiting for supporting troops. Going alone would be too reckless.
ゴーダさん、熊沢さん、俺だ、バトルだ。
I headed for the Guardian storehouse first. I needed all the help I could get. Goda-san is big, so I could probably count on him for some firepower. Kumasawa's knowledge and familiarity with the terrain as a senior servant might become a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They'll be pretty reliable allies. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them before opening the door. I wandered the corner, knocked on the small lattice window there, and opened it.
ゴーダさん、熊沢のばあちゃん、バトラだ。おい、起きろって。お。
No, they didn't. No. The scene in the shed, lit by a dim light bulb, was very strange.
ゴーダさん。
Oh.
熊沢さん。
How? From a low ceiling beam hung two thick ropes, no fucking way. And at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. They fucking hung them? What? Oh my god. It was dim and cramped because of the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out the situation clearly. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them. Jesus Christ.
嘘だろ。
What the fuck would be the point of that? Why kill them?
どうして。
It's not even for the fucking ceremony. They killed everybody else. The shutter was still closed, and there was only a single key which had supposedly been given to Goda-san. So how had the culprit opened the shutter and killed both of them inside? No, wait, they weren't necessarily killed. If this is a suicide, but why would they kill themselves? That way, the closed room makes sense, but I don't know why they would hang themselves to commit suicide. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and that damn geezer. No, there's also that insane woman calling herself Beatrice. There's Maria, who had acted like the witch's ally from the beginning. And that geezer, the ringleader who revived the witch. And the witch herself. What the hell? But now I might as well be the only one on this island. Why? Why the fuck would they... There's no way they killed themselves. Because they didn't believe in it. They weren't furniture. Kumasawa and Goda-san were like the most, like, normal of the servants. You know, sure, Kumasawa-san kind of believed in going which a little bit, but more like rumors and stuff like that. Goda was just a worker. Why would they kill themselves? It wasn't for Beatrice's sake. It can't be that. But how the fuck would they get in if there's only one key? Oh, motherfucker. Oh, son of a bitch. Using the Maypole as a cane, I feebly blows. Damn, I can't do it like this. I've got to avenge everyone.
こうなっちゃダメだ。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだ。
I keep thinking of a reason why. Why would they kill him? You know, not from a suicide angle, but like the others, the assassins. They're already trapped in a closed room. The key was inside. There's no way for them to get out. Unless, yeah, sure, Battle came back, but they've already killed 13 other fucking people. What's like 3 more? You know? So like, what the hell would be the purpose? And why hang them? It's such a to like cover up the murder, perhaps? See it as a suicide, make it as a mystery? But we haven't seen any other bodies yet. These are wait. In this episode, in this exact episode, this is the first time Bador has actually seen. Actually, any of the characters has seen another person's corpse. Well, maybe for Kyrie, or the others, yeah, when they at the stage of death. But after the fact, this is the first time we've seen bodies, like actual bodies. This is the first time. Shit, what about the other bodies then? And god damn it, it's also another closed fucking room. Might as well cry while I can, so that my final emotions will be squeezed out in my tears. Then I straightened up and gazed into darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird, insane night and crush her with my own hands. Shit, man. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor on the other side. According to Jessica, it seemed that Jorah Janaki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw Jorah Janaki's weather-beaten corpse. Wow. This one's the first one we actually have in the whole episode. Corpse discovered by the Rose Garden Arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It seems reasonable to think that he was shot with a gun or something. It was a brand of humiliation, marking his loss to Gap.
兄貴。畜生。
The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he had died under the arbor, he might have at least been spared being beaten down upon the rain. In Anaki's forehead was a gaping hole, as though he'd been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, so he looked almost as like he was sleeping. However, his clothes were stained a deep red, and there was still signs that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But even though the rain sprayed against Anaki's eyes, it remained open. And the hole in his forehead was no joke, but absolutely real. There had been a faint chance that even Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the garden shed had been them playing a bad joke. But that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy had come to take lives like pieces on a chessboard.
間違いないクソジジイと魔女は俺たちの命なんて本当にその程度にしか思ってないらしい
They really don't care. They've never cared. That damn witch said something over the phone. Something about us being on the game board.
仕事を出せそうかよこいつはゲームのつもりかよあらお前らがみんなをゲームみたいに殺したように俺がお前らをゲームのように殺してもいいわけだよな首を洗ってやがれベアトリーチェ
Lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to rise up. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came to view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there wasn't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kyrie-san, there were massive amounts of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense a large group of them hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down.
なんだこれは箱
A fucking box. It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was the same kind of extravagant cigar case you find in the reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that should be here. It clearly looked as though it was being told to be open it. But for some reason, opening something being offered to me was irritating. Yeah. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that setup with some trap to make it explode when opened? Thinking things like that, forgetting even to come under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box, still beaten down upon by the rain. Then mixed in with the thunder was some kind of music. It sounded like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing 2400. It was also a sound announcing that this insane day, October 4th, had finally ended. And that the much more incredibly insane day of October 5th had begun. It sounded quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up at the sky. What I saw there was a woman I'd never seen before. No, it's not true that I never saw her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
Yahoo!
Complete opposite from Higurashi, where the main character is in the rain, while the girl is standing from above looking down. From the second floor balcony, I leaning out under an umbrella and waving high spiritually, was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to take a bird's eye view and let the goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of nearby shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
安心しろよ。ここにはわらわとお前以外の誰もいねえぜ。ヤギの家具どももいなければ、悪魔の執事もお師匠様も、我が親友の悪魔もいない。そして、我が肉体の蘇生を手伝う黄金の蝶たちもいなければ、魔法陣もない。召喚者の立ち会いもない。その意味、そなたにわかるかな。
さっぱりだぜ。寝言言ってろ。
そなたとは確かにこの世界でも何度か会えてはきたのだ。まるですれ違うかのように。知っての通り、この人間どもの世界はただ貴様らが存在しわらわを疑うだけで、それは膨大な毒素とまるでそなたというキングに対して守りを固める堅牢の城壁のようにそれをわらわは何度もゲームを重ね、駒を一つずつ進め、切り崩し追い込み、じわじわとそなたの城壁を切り崩していった。そしてようやくわずかの隙間を開き、そこからわらわはビショップを送り込み、そなたのすぐ近くに近づけるようになる。しかし知ってるの、ビショップは死角のある駒だ。黒のビショップはそなたが黒きマスにとどまる限り絶大な影響力を発揮する。そなたがひょいと白きマスに一歩逃れれば、わらわはそなたの隣に接することはできても接触することはかなわぬのだ。だからわらわはそなたの白きマスにとどまれぬようさまざまな駒を送り、そなたの隣の黒きマスを支配するわらわの前に弾き出されるようにゲームを進めてきたの。しかし今やそなたの城壁はぽっかりと穴を開け、わらわはビショップでもとうとうクイーンを送り込むことができた。クイーンがどういう駒か知っているか？
飛車プラス角だろ。言いてえことはこうか。今やお前は黒い魔女幻想のマスだけでなく白い人間世界のマスにまで自由に侵食できるようになった。
The corrosion of the human world.
その通り。そなたはわらわの眷属である黄金の蝶たちが存在するマスのことを魔女幻想と呼び、観測者なき非現実と仮定して否定してきたのだよ。
Ooh, that really... Wow. Yes. You son of a bitch.
知っておるぞ。だからこそわらわはこうしてとうとう白きマスへ降臨した。安心しろよ。黄金の蝶もヤギたちも悪魔も魔女も後でいっぱい呼んでやるぜ。そなたが望むならわらわの黄金鏡へ招待してやる。そこで何でも願いを叶えてやろうぜ。
どうやらこの島のチェス盤はインク壺でもぶっかけちまったみたいだな。
なるほど、それも愉快な表現よ。すぐにそなたもそのインクに染まる。やがては真っ黒に、必ず黒きキング。そなたは今インクの海に溺れる哀れな存在であるの。
いや違う。島がてめえのインク壺で全て真っ黒に染まっちまったことは認めるが、白いマスは
Yeah.
ほう、どこに？
俺の足の裏にだぜ。
Damn right, Battler.
お前の魔法のインクが島中を覆い尽くそうと俺が踏みしめる足の裏までは覆えない。
As I said before, Battler, the most grounded.
いけん。この島が真っ黒に染まろうと俺は俺だ。白いマスをこうして踏みしめて立っている。
It's strange. Until a second ago, I was shivering all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. Interesting. Ghosts are most terrifying when you can only sense them. That is true cause of fear. They all know. When you can see them, and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she definitely isn't an interesting or friendly person. She can kill me instantly by snapping her fingers while rolling around giggling. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying on me or other ones showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. Anyway, whether this is fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me by just snapping her fingers. I see. So this means she's the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares?
さあ、この雨の中、そなたが風邪をひくまで待つのも面白い。
What's in
そ
the
ろそろ本題に入る。
What's in the fucking box?
そこに箱があるのがわかる。そなたへのテスト。 その中に入って。
Is that stupid fucking box at the end of Kingdom Hearts 3 that fucking Ziggy had?
待ちな。俺はもう今さら次期当主が誰かなんてくだらねえゲームには興味ねえぜ。俺のゲームはクソジジイとお前とみんなを殺した奴ら全員にそれぞれ顔面パンチをぶち込むことだ。
ほう。わらわのこのバルコニーまで空を飛び上がってくるというのか。それはよい、それはよい。ならばほら、早く来いよ。ほら、ほら、パンパン。
絶対安全な場所に嫌がるからって余裕ぶっこきやがって。今からそこに行くぞ。首を洗って待ってやがれ。
To be fair about her, she does have the high ground.
あん、ダメだ。鍵がかかっている。もちろん、窓もすべて鎧戸を下ろしてある。そなたが短期で切り込める。わらわの城は脆くはない。
I tried opening the door to the entrance anyway, but it really was locked. Fuck. When I looked around, I noticed that the shutters were closed on the windows after all. Normally, those wouldn't be closed. So what the hell are you trying to hide, huh?
用意周到なやつだぜ。鍵はどこだ？
Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably had master keys, but they were in the closed room with the guardian shed. They can only give up for now.
くそ。奴もバカじゃねえってか。
そんなにわらわのすぐ隣に来たいのか。いいぞ。そなたがテストに見事合格できたら謁見を許そうではないか。合格ということはそなたこそが次期当主、そしてわらわの次なる主。わらわの肉体も魂もどう扱おうとそなたの自由よ。わらわは所詮は後ろ宮家の家具なのだから。
どうやらテストってやつをどうしてもやらせたいらしいな。いいぜ、受けて立ってやら。合格したら最初のご褒美はてめえに顔面パンチだぜ。
Yeah, sounds like a good price.
それは怖い怖い。だが暴力に支配されるのも嫌いではないぞ。わらわの頭をこうわしづかみにして普通に表情を歪めさせ、たかがその爪で獲物を引き裂きかきむしるようにわらわを蹂躙してくれよ。ああ、若き日の金蔵をもう一度思い出させておくれ。
Jeez.
わらわにこの1000年の生涯でただ一度支配され屈服し家具に落ちる喜びを教えてくれたあの日のことを思い出させてくれよ。
酔っ払いね。拉致が開かね
Ignoring the stupid respawn witch, I picked up the box.
そうだ
What, is there a cat in here?
それを開く中に手紙があるそれを読むのだ
Oh boy. I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently Willie had originally been a cigarette case. But there were no cigarettes or cigars inside. Alright. Instead, there was a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest. And when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was looking forward to seeing what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn, just perfect. Its contents were something like this. Among the three mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. So the same as Jessica and George's. 1, your wife. 2, wife. 3, everyone else's wives. If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost. Now, what's the second option?
随分と物騒なことが書かれてるぞ。それより2番目が空欄になってて、誰の命か分かりゃしね
え。その2番にそのものの最も愛するものの名が入る。ジェシカのテストにはカノン、ジョージのテストにはシャノンの名が入った。彼らについては思い人がはっきりしていたからあらかじめ名前を記入してやれもしたが、そなたの思い人をわらわは知らん。だから誰の名を書けばいいやらわからず空欄とさせてもらった。
そいつはちょうどいいや。愛してるぜベアトリー。
Yeah, fuck you.
お前の名前をここに突っ込んでいる。だから俺が選ぶ選択肢は2番だ。
Okay, die.
これでいいか？
おいおい、茶化すな茶化すな。なあ、頼むよバトラー。お前の思い人の名をわらわに教えてくれよ。じゃないとテストにならぬではないか。
悪いな。
Well, I don't have a pen with me.
俺に特定の女はいねえぞ。仮にいたって誰がお前なんぞに話すもんか。
そういうことではこのテストはそなたに成立せぬ。残念残念。そなたの思い人がどのような女かこの
俺が黒髪長髪のまな板少女がいいって言ったらどうする？
Very specific, but alright.
お前とは一つも一致しねえぜ。
嘘をつけ、このおっぱいソムリエが。金髪のダイナマイトバディがいいんだろ。わらわがまさに理想の体現ではないか。
お前の3サイズを当てるのが次期投手のテストだってんなら喜んで挑戦してやるぜ。
I'm good at it. I got an 80% success rate.
そうそう、次期投手のテストであったな。そなたと喋るのが楽しくてついついさっきから脱線してしまうわ。それでは次期投手のテストを始める。そなたに後宮家次期投手としての資格があるかどうかを問う。心して答えるがよい。
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly gained her dignity. She looked as though she had truly stepped out of that majestic portrait.
我こそは後宮家顧問錬金術師、黄金の魔女にして無限の魔女ベアトリーチェ。後宮家の家督と我が黄金のすべてを継承する資格があるかどうか、それをわらわが問う。そなたの名を名乗るがよい。
後宮バトラー。
In face of a dignity you would have imagined from her appearance a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. And from that, yes, I see. I can tell why she's worthy of calling herself the true queen of this island.
よろしい。後ろ宮バトラよ。しかしそなたはその後ろ宮の名をこの6年捨てたである。それはなぜか。
クソ親父に愛想が尽きたからさ。
知っている。父親の再婚がそなたの敬愛する母親の死を冒涜したように感じたからである。なるほど。新しき母はそなたと何の血のつながりもない。そなたがその母を受け入れられぬ気持ちはわからぬでもない。しかし父親が誰と再婚しようともそなたとの血のつながりは変わらぬのではないか。
何が言いてえ。
父親の再婚に反対するという父親を独占したいがゆえのそなたの幼稚も多少の理解はしよう。しかしそれに反抗するために後ろ宮の名を捨てるは家と血に対する冒涜ではないのか。そなたは後ろ宮に生まれ育まれてきたのではないか。その恩を忘れ後ろ宮の名を捨てる資格がそなたにあったという。
お前には関係ねえ。俺と親父の問題だ。
後ろ宮の名はお前と父親だけのものではない。お前は知らぬ女に父親を奪われることを許さず反抗しただけの幼稚だ。後ろ宮家の席を捨て去ったこの6年間そなたが後ろ宮家に泥を塗りし短からぬ年月その罪深きを知るがいい。
幼稚で悪かったな。
しかし祖父母の死を境とはいえよくぞ後ろ宮に席を戻した。よってその罪を自ら見そぐ機会をそなたに与えよう。今こそそなたの6年前の罪をあがなう時。
Compensate how?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。自らの罪をそれを思い出し告白し懺悔せよ。それこそわらわがそなたに与えるテストである。
Remember his own son. At that time, massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
懺悔せよってなんだよ。謝れって言いたいのかよ。
もうテストは始まっているぞ。そなたの好きに考えるがよい。
The witch's expression did not look like a person forcing a tough question on someone and staring at them. She was asking seriously, and he could even sense a quiet determination. Even though the rain fell on Badwar, he did not shift his eyes from that gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain. So the rain would fall on her until Badwar answered that question. She had chosen to let the rain fall on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Badwar understood that. And yet, he didn't understand.
いや、まあそれを言われりゃ幼稚だったとは思うぜ。
I mean, I guess that's kind of a sin, but like, how do you exactly, I guess, yeah, forgiving to repent for it?
何のかんの言ったって親父に育ててもらった恩は親父が再婚したからってチャラになるもんじゃねえ。親父は養育費は常に送り続けてくれたそうだし、学校の行事にも参加したいと言っててくれたそうだ。それを俺が絶対に来させるなとじいちゃんたちに言ってたから、来させなかっただけで。 確かにそりゃ俺の幼稚な犯行だったとバッサリ言われりゃそれまでだぜ。いやでもよ、ならよ、おふくろの後宮アスムの無念は誰が晴らすんだ。おふくろはあんなにも献身的に俺たち家族に尽くし頑張ってくれたんだぜ。なのに親父はキリエさんと浮気もしていた。
Yeah.
エンジを身ごもらせてさえいた。
Yeah.
それで出産に合わせて駆け込むかのように籍を入れたんだ。それがおふくろへの裏切りでなくて何なんだよ。おふくろの無念は誰が晴らすんだよ。だがお前の言う通りでもあるさ。浮気は事実でも俺を育ててくれた恩は確かにあった。ならそれを相殺して俺が家を出ていくというので十分問題ねえじゃねえかよ。そうさ、俺にはおふくろの代わりに親父をぶん殴る権利が、いや義務があったはずなんだぜ。それを俺は許した。何も言わずに出て行って初めから俺なんていなかったことにしてやった。親父も俺のことなんか忘れてキリエさんやエンジェと新しい家族を始めた。それで丸く収まってるじゃねえか。
But since then, 6 years have passed. The time healed the anger. Kirie-san understood my anger, and even so, she tried to interact with me, even if it meant tearing her heart apart. Angie didn't know anything about the situation, and even though I lived in a separate house, she was raised believing that I was her real big brother and loved me as if it were true. Dad casually said to come home anytime I wanted.
だんだんバカらしくなってきたんだよ。そろそろ俺も頭を冷やしてもいいかなって思ったんだ。だから俺は親父が謝ったら全部水に流すと言ってやったんだ、じいちゃんの葬式の日に。そしたらあいつ本当に畳に両手をついて詫びやがったよ。信じらんねえくらいに情けない格好だった。あの格好つけた親父が本気で頭を下げやがったんだぜ。それを見たらなんだかもうバカらしくなっちまった。きっとおふくろもそう思っただろうぜ。おふくろは俺と親父が喧嘩をするといつも笑いながら仲裁してくれて、なんだそんなくだらないことで喧嘩をしていたのと笑ってくれた。俺はおふくろがそう言って笑っているのを感じたんだよ。だから許すとまでは言えなかったけど、もう一度ゼロから始めてもいいかなって思ったんだよ。それで6年前に全てを巻き戻すことにした。それで後宮家に席を戻したんだよ。俺も6年間泣き怒り悩み抜いた。ひょっとするとそれは親父もそうだったろうし、死んだおふくろもそうだったかもしれない。あるいはキリエさんやエンジェもそうだったかもしれない。だからゼロに戻し後宮バトラに戻ったんだ。それは俺たち家族の問題であって、後宮家とかそんなのは何も関係ねえ。それを罪だと断じる資格はお前にないし、それをお前に懺悔する義務も俺にはない。もしそれを本当にすべき相手がいたとしたら、それはお前がもう全員殺した。だから俺は何も謝らない、懺悔しない。それが俺のこのテストへの答えだ。
I mean, how can you really consider it a sin? You know, he was just mad at his father for cheating on his mother, and as soon as she, died, it felt like she was forgotten about. Battle hated that, so that's his childish, lashing out was to just leave the family. can you blame him? You know, I don't see it as a sin. I see it as a I don't know how to say. I don't think there's a word I can use to describe that type of situation. It's just family problem, I guess you could say.
それだけか。
何？
Part of me had fully responded to her provocation, and I'd supposedly vented out all the stuff I kept inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been expecting, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she started cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past. But to the contrary, I could feel a sense of disgust about her. Something you could almost call disappointment.
それだけも何も。俺は洗いざらいをぶちまけたぜ。
What else is there?
何が不満なんだよ。
まだ罪の清算が足りない。
Sins.
清算？なんだよ。親父みたいにここに土下座して謝れってのかよ。
違う。お前たち家族のお前の家での話になど興味はない。ここはどこだ？六軒島だ。後宮本家の本宅である。この場所にふさわしいそなたの思い出すべき罪があるのではないか。
This place.
他に俺に罪があるってのかよ。
思い出せ。後宮バトル。そしてそれを思い出せぬことがそなたの罪。だからこそ許そう。
Not being able to remember.
それを思い出せたなら許そう。それを思い出すことがそなたへの贖罪のテストである。
Remember what?
思い出せって言われてもよ。
思い出せ。だからこそ罪なのだ。
悪いがベアト、俺には身に覚えがさっぱりだ。
Yeah, memory of something.
なんだか6年前の俺がお前に迷惑をかけたみたいな雰囲気だが、俺はお前とは今回の親族会議が初対面のはず。確かにお前の伝説は6年前の当時にも存在していたが、俺との面識は当時にはなかったはずだ。
無論である。6年前の六軒島においてわらわはまだ権限していない。
なら俺に何の罪があるってんだ。俺にお前に対する罪が何かあるってのか。
同じことを二度言わせるな。わらわは6年前には権限しておらぬ。そなたと面識などあろうはずもない。
So what's the sin bad word then?
そなたという世界において存在しないも同じだ。
The world that you are. Bito's cold eyes felt as though they were pursuing some kind of sin. At a glance, it felt as though she still hated me for something I'd done to her, that she blamed for me for it. However, I naturally didn't have a clue, and Bito had said it herself. 6 years ago, there was no link between us. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me.
ヒントくらい出せよ。その罪とやらは俺とお前に関係がある。
わらわは6年前にはそなたと縁がない。わらわのことはいい加減に考えから外せというのだ。なぜわらわへの罪だと思うのか。
お前の目さ。
ほう。
お前の目がさ、 詫びろって俺に囁いてくるんだよ。だが俺はお前なんか6年前に縁はねえし、それはお前も認めたはずだ。
So what exactly is she looking for?
本当なのか？本当に俺とお前の問題ではないのか？
違うというのね。わらわとそなたの問題など全く関係ない。
だがよ、お前の目がそうだと言ってるんだよ。だから俺にはさっぱりわからね
Yeah.
え。赤で言えるが、お前が思い出すと言っている罪が俺とお前の間のものではないと
That's a
宣
way.
言できるか？
That is a way to do it.
よかろう。
The sin I'm now demanding that you remember is not between Ushuo, Mira, Bador, and Beatrice.
なら
Okay.
なぜそんな目で俺を見る？
So someone else? Maybe Maria?
わからぬ。わらわはそなたをこうして淡々と見つめているだけだ。それをそなたがそう感じるというのならば、それはそなたにそう感じる何かがあるのではないか。
俺に何の罪があるってんだ？
後ろ宮バトラには罪がある。
どんな罪だってんだ？
Yeah, what the hell is a sin?
どうせ叩いたとかごまかしたとかくだらねえ罪だろ。
そなたの罪で
What?
人が死ぬ。
嘘つけ！
The hell?
俺は誰も殺してなんかいない。じゃあ言えよ、俺が誰を殺した？いつ、誰を、どうやって？
そなたの罪によりこの島の人間が大勢死ぬ。
What?
誰も逃さずすべて死ぬ。
Wha- Is the sin not accepting magic? That's the only thing that would make sense.
何をわけわかんねえこと言ってんだ。
The sin is to acknowledge magic. That has to be it. That's the only thing that would make sense.
俺がみんなを殺したって言うのかよ。俺は殺人鬼か？
そなたが直接手を下すわけではない。しかしそなたが罪を犯したからこそ6年にもわたる歯車の狂いにて歪みが生じ、
6 years ago. Okay, it started from then.
今夜これだけの人命が失われるのだ。そなたはこの惨劇の原因の一つである。
Whoa.
いい加減にしろ。俺が原因だ。
One of the causes of this tragedy.
じゃあなんだ？俺が6年前に後ろ宮の席を捨てたから13人が死んだってのか？俺が6年ぶりに後ろ宮家に帰ってきたから13人が死んだってのか？ふざけるな、いい加減にしろ。俺はこの6年間最も後ろ宮家から遠ざかっていた男だぜ。その俺が何に何のどんな影響を与えたってんだ。俺だって好きで親族会議に来たわけじゃねえぞ。6年ぶりによりを戻したからこれまでの期間のけじめってことで渋々と六軒島まで来たんじゃねえか。別に俺は今日ここへ来る義理なんてなかったんだ。その俺が帰ってきてそれが理由で惨劇が起こった。じゃあなんだ？俺が帰ってこなければ誰も死なずに済んだってのか？赤で言えよ。俺がもし帰ってこなかったらこのおかしな殺人事件は起こらなかったと赤で言えるのかよ。言えるわけねえさ。
Yeah.
お前が全ての犯人なんだからな。気象要求、後宮バトラが もしも六軒島に戻ってこなかったら事件は起こらなかった。言えるものなら言ってみろ。言えねえだろ。言えやしないのさ。犯人はお前なんだ、俺じゃない。勝手にその責任を俺になすりつけるんじゃねえ。答えろよ。悪笑してみろってんだ。できやしない。事件に俺の存在なんか関係ないのさ。わけのわかんねえことを言って俺を混乱させるんじゃね
え。Baldur is one of the causes of this tragedy because he did something 6 years ago. What did he do that led to this massacre 6 years later? That leads to everybody dying. What the fuck? I began to remember the coldness of the raindrops that kept pounding down. The rain earlier had just heard, but now I feel tormenting cold from those raindrops.
何も思い出すことはないの？
悪いが俺にはさっぱり心当たりがねえ。
Whoa.
おい、俺は少しイラつき始めてんだぜ。言いたいことがあるなら言えよ。俺に恨みがあるなら堂々と言えばいい。
It's actually kind of angry.
思い出せなんていやらしい言い方をするんじゃね
もう一度聞く。何も罪。
ああ、何にも思い出せねえな。
何も思い出せぬというか、これにて未練は尽きたか。
The hell?
うん。
Regrets at the end.
望みなき賭けも賭けねば未練が残ろう。それでよいのだ。賭けることに意味がある。そうかもしれぬな。ならばこれにてわらわの未練もゲームも終わりだ。
My game.
そなたはどうする？さあな。わらわはもう何の興味もない。すまぬがわらわはこれにてゲーム。そうか、わかった。後のゲームはわらわが引き継ぐ。そなたは休め。
は
うん。後のことはすべてわらわが終わらせる。そなたはすべてを忘れて枕に顔をうずめよ。羽の布団はそなたをすべてから優しく守ってくれるだろう。後片付けを頼む。任せよ。後のことはすべて任せ。眠れ。
The witch who had questioned Baldur hid herself. The other witch who had appeared from behind remained. She certainly was identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice cold. Completely removed from the one who, despite seeming drunk up until then, had been in high spirits. Huh.
おい。
As if there is one human, one witch within inside Beatrice, huh? What does Beatrice, or at least human Beatrice, want Baldur to remember? What sin? What sin could it possibly be that leads to this massacre, that leads to this tragedy? What is it? What could it possibly be? No matter how much I keep pausing to think, but what can I think? Like, what could it?
聞いてるのか。テストとやらはもう十分だろ。合格だろうと不合格だろうとどうでもいいぜ。お前の横っ面をぶん殴ってやらなきゃ気が済まねえ。降りてきやがれ。さもなきゃここの扉を開けやがれ。
The witch did not answer. Her eyes were as cold as Battler's shoulders. She was now clearly a different person since the time she first appeared on that balcony. The witch gazed into my eyes and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. A sin he has to remember that leads to this tragedy. What does that mean? The study was in the middle of a lively party. Like, seriously, what the fuck does that mean? It seemed that Gap was making fun of Julia having tripped her up in some stupid way. They were spitting wah 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 when gap 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 at each other. With this as a sideshow, Kinzo and Wonov had opened a new bottle.
おお、戻ったか。どうであったか、バトラのテストの結果は。マリアのテストは文句なしに合格点であったぞ。
Of course it did.
あやつを小娘小娘とわしは長いこと侮っていたが、これはどうしていやはやなかなか。
It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. Facing Bito, who had returned, he laughed with the same level of attention as the time they left for the tests. However, Wonov and Ridgeway instantly noticed the change in enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
どうしたベアトリーチェよ、我が最愛の魔女よ。酒が足りぬか、魚が足りぬか。土砂降りを浴びながら牛でも丸焼きにしようか。おお、悪くない。ロノウェ、早速準備をせよ。ベアトリーチェよ、バトラのテスト結果は後だ。まずはスペアリブで乾杯といこうではないか。
お前が丸焼きになるがよい。
Whoa.
何?
The witch, who had spoken bluntly, coldly passed by Kinzo's side as he doubled over, laughing in a great mood. Then behind the witch's back, the old summerer's body suddenly went up in flames. Shit! Fuck. This is still one of the coolest CGs. As crimson flames spat out from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole in his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. Unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold, he rolled around. The dancing silhouettes of the witch and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around the burning of the stake. However, the eyes of the demons who watched over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain. Well, no matter what episode it is, Kinzo's gonna end up as a burnt corpse.
その邪魔な燃えかすを片付けよ。
And she switched her outfit. Beatrice's expression was unbelievably indifferent. There was an iciness that might easily bring the others to the same fate as Kinzo. They annoyed her.
ええ、私が片付けるわ。
Gap made a jet black pitfall so up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might have also been burned. You could even feel the thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while they're walking. That was how much unconsciously and mercilessly Beatrice was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate at burying a passerby.
どうしたのです、ベアト。答えたくない。いや、答えるのももはやめんどくさい。
What is the sin that Badward did? What is it? What? I feel... I don't know, the only thing that would make sense, because she said that it doesn't connect her and Badward. So I feel like it has to be something with Maria. That would make sense. 6 years ago, Maria was still there. Then Badward probably be... So, like, what did Badward do to Maria? What sin did he commit? What slight thing that leads to this massacre? What is it?
どうしたのよ、らしくもなく。何かあったの？バトラが何か言...
Holy shit. Beatrice didn't even answer. It seemed that she had even ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a creaking, crackling sound rose, like thin ice breaking. In an instant, turned Gap into a glass sculpture.
しばらく消えろ。大変に不機嫌。
Beatrice spoke that in a truly cold voice, which could freeze their hearts just by hearing it.
かしこまりました。それでは私どもこれでおいとまさせていただきます。何かございましたらいつでもお呼びを。
After bowing, Ono turned to a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. After turning Gap, who had become a sculpture, into a cloud of gold butterflies, Refrigerator also turned into a cloud which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression didn't change in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered disappear, in that instant the room was cleaned up in a flash, as though nothing had happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged, and there was no wine or cheese. There were no stains or scattered trash either. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether a large number of noisy people really had been in this room until a short while ago. The study had returned to silence. In that silence, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called, muttering,
バトラ、いるか？
さっきからいるぜ。
Yeah, I've been seeing all this shit.
なんなんだ一体お前は。さっきから変だぜ。
変に見えるか？それはすまぬな。
あれだけ上機嫌に酒を酌み交わしていたクソジジイをいきなり焼き捨て、お前の友人の悪魔女もガラスの彫像、悪魔の執事もお師匠も消えろの一言でさっさと出てけだ。
I have to say, because when we saw that, I guess I'll just call her human Beatrice, she was she was much different. She kept saying she was the Ushiro Mira furniture, and I don't feel like that's part of Beatrice's whole thing, you know? Which is why she's human Beatrice. Why? Because she was, you know, controlled by Kinzo for her life. But there's this other Beatrice, the witch Beatrice, kind of like with Rika and Burncastle, except for this time they both have the same name, which is way more confusing. That kind of thing, that kind of relationship. It's a part of herself that turned into the witch.
お前どんだけ気まぐれでわがままなんだか。
バトラ、もうやめた。
What do you mean done?
何を。
わらわはもう飽きた。
はあ
Huh?
そりゃまあお前が追っ始めたゲームだぜ。飽きてくれて助かるってもんさ。つまるところ投了ってわけだな。
投了などではない。ただ終わるだけだ。
She ending it?
いや、終わりもしない。このままゲームは永遠に放棄されるだけだ。
そういうのを投了って言うんじゃねえのかよ。いや、飽きて放り出すって言葉がお前にはぴったりだな。
その通りだ。飽きたから放り出す。あとは知らぬ。
Wow.
そのまま放置されて好きに誇りでもかぶればいい。
What the hell? What did Badware do? What the fuck did Badware do?
お前どうしたんだ。なんだかさっきからやりにくいぜ。まださっきのわけのわかんねえテストのことで尾を引いてるのかよ。俺に恨みがあるならはっきり言えばいいじゃねえか。お前は赤で自分とは関係ないなんて言ってみせたがどうお前の顔に書いてあるぜ。
Something.
俺を恨んでるっての。
お前に恨みなどないと何度言えばわかるの。わらわはそなたが罪を残したその当時に存在しておらぬ。
But someone else he did care about did exist. As Beatrice spoke with an offended expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she hadn't shown an expression as strange as this one, even once until now.
ま、お前がふっかけてきたゲームだ。俺も決着がつかねえのは残念だが、気が向いたらぜひまた誘ってくれよな。
Yeah, we're doing this game here.
その時は謹んでご辞退させてもらうけどよ。
He intentionally spoke in a mocking tone, but Bito showed no reaction. Better hung his head and clicked his tongue.
何度も何度も10月4日と5日をぐるぐる過ごしたわけだが、これで明後日には船が来る。そうさ。そして船着き場には海猫も戻ってくる。俺はようやく六軒島名物のあのニャーニャーいう鳴き声を聞けるわけだ。何しろ島に来た時は天気のせいか全然いなかったからな。
No sequels at all.
海猫の鳴く頃に全ては終わるってわけだ。終わり終わり。おしまいおしまい。せいせいすら。
何を。そなたは勘違いしておるのか。
ん？何をだって。
何も終わらぬとわらわは言ったぞ。
Still gonna keep going?
これにて全ては放置される。ゲームは忘れられ、盤上の駒はそのままに放置される。進みも戻りも取りも取られもしない。勝ちもなく負けもなく引き分けすらもない。ただ放置されるのだ。
Abandoned?
つまりはおしまいってことだろ。
違う。わらわの手番にて永遠にゲームが止まる。そなたの番は来ぬ。だから勝ちも負けも引き分けもない。
Just
かつ
stops.
てのわらわはそなたにそうされるわけにはいかなかった。そなたに勝つという目的があったからだ。しかしそれに興味を失った。だからこれ以上手番を進める意味がもう何もない。
俺に出番が来ないというのは。
I thought that Bito getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Okajima. But for some reason, Bito's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it caught my attention. Just what is it she's been saying and why the bad mood? What does exactly abandoning mean? At that time, I suddenly heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might, or might not, remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. Gretel.
その子が言っているのは
Oh.
こういう意味よ。
I did not expect that.
このゲームが駒をそのままに蓋を閉じられるということ。ゲームは終わらないまま永遠に留め置かれる。
あんたが元の世界へ戻ることのできる唯一の方法はベアトに勝利することだけ。つまりベアトがゲームを放棄しちゃうってことはわかる？
So just trapped here for all eternity. Suddenly in a different place was a girl wearing a white pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of her words. If the game is abandoned, then... Huh?
そういうことよ。勝負は敵味方が揃わなきゃ決着しないわ。あなたにはもう永遠に勝利してこの世界から抜け出すことができないということよ。
さしずめ、あなたを閉じ込めた檻の鍵を鳩の首輪にでもくくりつけて飛ばしてしまうようなものかしら。冗談じゃないわベアト。そんなつまらないゲームを見に私たちははるばるここまで来たわけじゃないのよ。これでゲームをお開きなんて冗談じゃないわ。
ラムダに同じよ。私はバトラを勝利させあなたを敗北させてのたうち回らせるためにやってきたのよ。まだその目的を達していない。こんなところでゲーム放棄されて逃げ出されたんじゃたまらないわ。
今日らを失望させるゲームの幕切れとなったことは認めよう。しかしこの茶会のホストたるわらわは何しろ気まぐれ。今日が覚めればもてなす術など知らぬ。もとよりそれがわらわの魔女たるゆえんのはず。何も問題はなかろう。
確かにあなたの競技には反しないわ。
私は認めないわよ。ふざけんじゃないわよ。あんたにどんだけ肩入れしたと思ってんのよ。ここまでお膳立てさせてこれではいおしまい。ふざけんじゃないわよ。
わらわは飽きたとそう言っている。それ以上も以下もない。
Tired of it.
そうはいかないわよ。あんたにはこのゲームを続けてもらうわ。バトラーに勝利したいんでしょ。勝って屈服させたいんでしょ。もう一息じゃないねえ。
そこで俺に振るんじゃねえ。ただ俺にも意見はある。
I mean, you can't just abandon the game. We're already too deep in, goddammit.
言わせてくれ。
何か。
こいつはお前に売られた喧嘩だ。
It's true.
俺はお前とはっきり白黒をつける覚悟がある。
You gotta finish your fights. You can't just walk away.
何度か屈服しかけたが、途中で逃げ出して勝負をうやむやにして逃げるつもりだけはさらさらねえ。
Damn right. Once you start a thing, you gotta finish it. That's what I honestly believe. Like, once you start something, yeah, you gotta finish it.
俺がここにいて戦う意志を見せている以上、逃げるんじゃねえ、ベアトリーチェ。
So what? This sin must be so great, or it matters so much to Beatrice that she's just willing to walk away from all this. From this entire fight, this entire game, everything. To just walk away from it. What is it? What could it possibly be?
同感だわ。バトラーを巻き込んでおいて、勝ちも負けも与えずに立ち去るなんて。無責
Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was calling Beto irresponsible.
ほう。どうやらわらわが無責任だと罵られる最大の理由は、バトラが対戦相手としてとどまっているからということらしい。ならばバトラ、お前もまた、わらわと同様に対戦相手を降りてくれぬか。それでなら、わらわは批判されることもない。
俺が降りると六軒島を出られるのか。
出られるわけもなかろうが。
Well, no.
勝手に誇りを浴びて肩にでも積もらせよ。
ふざけないで。なんて無責任な人なの。あんたはこれだけ大勢の人間を殺した。しかも魔女の力によって何度も何度も。むごたらしい殺し方で、その責任を取らず逃げ出すなんて絶対に許せない。
責任。ほう。わらわはどのようにしてその責任とやらを取ればいいのか。
決着をつけるまで戦いなさい。バトラーは正面の席に座り、あなたに打ち勝つまで決して諦めずに戦う。だからあなたも任されるまで戦いなさい。それが嫌ならバトラーを任せてみせなさい。許さない。全てをうやむやにしてバトラーをこの席に放り出して永遠に閉じ込めて返さないなんて許さない。
グレーテル。
Poor Ange. To be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel strong determination to save me from this insane game world no matter what. So I responded in kind.
ベアト、こっちを向け。俺はここにいる。お前の正面のライバルの席だ。わかるな。俺がここに座り続ける限り、お前に逃げは許さない。
One's a prisoner of the other.
だから逃げるな。戦え。お前が始めた戦いだろうが、これだけ何度も何度も上等を決めやがって、しっちゃかめっちゃかにやってくれたんだ。今さら飽きたで終わらせられるかよ。俺はお前の対戦相手だ。俺がここにある限り逃げるなんて許さねえぞ。
Hell yeah.
聞いてるのか、この無責任魔女め。なんとか言ってみろってんだ。
After I yelled at her, Beatrice went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized I had noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
バトラが対戦相手をやめてくれぬ以上、このゲームを放棄することは認められぬと。ならば問おう。
Ask.
そもそもそこにいる男にわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるのかどうか。
Well, you fucking picked Battler.
資格？
当然。さっきのテストとやらのことだぜ。
何をする気？
あんたまさか。
これよりそなたにわらわの対戦相手たる資格があるかどうか、それを問う。
Alright, what qualifications I need, huh?
よいかバトル。その資格が認められればわらわは席にとどまりゲームを続けよう。
What is your goddamn plan, Beatrice?
そして勝敗の決着がつくまで永遠に戦い続けることを約束しよう。
俺にはもとよりその覚悟はあるぜ。
しかしその資格がなかったならそなたは消えよ。
Disappear?
対戦相手が消えればゲームもない。わらわは堂々とここを立ち去れる。今日らもよろしいか。口出しは無用。
どうぞお好きなように。
バトラー、あんたしっかり答えるのよ。
資格があるからこそ俺はここにいるんだろ。何も怯えることなんざねえぜ。
Alright, let's see what the hell this is.
まさか。
Gretel grew suddenly pale. They thought it appeared to be the calm, collected type, so that expression surprised me.
それではバトル。
Oh boy, what the hell? What is this? What trick? What is it?
赤で復唱してもらおう。
お、俺に復唱要求ってか。
Repeat what?
俺のお箱を奪いやがって。
Dude, I'm getting kind of nervous. I don't know what the hell this could be.
しかし赤き真実って俺でもできるのか？
But I always could just use blue.
どうやるんだ？
そうだと念じればできるわよ。簡単よ。
俺の名は後宮バトラ。
Oh yeah.
おお、こりゃ面白えや。
I mean, that is the truth.
やめて。あんたの狙いは読めてるわ。でもそれはやめて。彼は。
Well, when Gretel yelled, Beto glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant. What? The
うるさい。
shit?
そなたはしばらく席を外せ。今日らもであるぞ。口出しをするならば容赦せん。
邪魔はしないわ。どうぞご自由に。
ベル、まずいでしょうが。あいつ消す気よ、バトラを。
なんだと？
Wait, if Battlor is able to use red, what does that mean?
あいつ何を企んでやがる。
What is she gonna say?
それでは資格を問うぞ。面白いな。普段のゲームの攻守が逆になった。これは最後の最後でとても貴重な体験だ。よいか、心してまずは聞け。まずはわらわが赤で語る。わらわは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチ。
Uh-huh.
そして後宮金蔵の孫後宮バトラと戦うためにこのゲームを開催した。
そんなことは知ってるぜ。
Is she? No, she's. Is she gonna claim that this isn't technically Battlor?
だからなんだ。
復唱要求。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
ああ？そこでなんでお袋の名が出てくるんだよ。
Wait.
無駄口はいらぬ。ただ赤で復唱せよ。
What the fuck is going on? Beto urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I have absolutely nothing to feel guilty for that would trouble me if I throw it in my face, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing that could trouble me by demanding that I repeat it. So why do something like this?
いいぜ。復唱する。後宮バトラの母は後宮アスムである。
Yeah, that's the truth.
赤便利だな。戸籍抄本を持ってくる面倒もね
無駄口はいらぬ。続けるぞ。そなたの名は後宮バトラーである。
おう、俺の名は後宮バトラだ。
後宮バトラーは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Yeah, huh?
後宮バトラは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Yeah.
そなたは後宮アスムから生まれた。
Yes.
俺は後宮
What? What the hell is... At that time, my throat suddenly closed. I was rapidly assaulted with a choking suffocation. What's going on? One more time.
俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。くそ、俺は後宮アスムから生まれた。
It's not true.
なんだ、さっきまでは簡単にできてたのに急に赤がうまくできなくなったぞ。
副将を拒否するの。
拒否なんかじゃねえ。なぜかうまくいかねえんだ。
Yeah, what the fuck?
俺は後宮アスムから生まれたって。なんでだ。畜生、なんで赤が使えないんだ。そんなバカな。
My mom is Ushiromiura Asumu, right? Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? Oh, this is good.
語れぬ赤を無理に語ろうとすると窒息するぞ。
Red that cannot be spoken.
無理をしなくてよい。以上の事実、わらわはそなたを青で追求させてもらう。覚えている？青は相手を否定する仮説を宣言するのに用いる。それは赤での否定が義務付けられ、それがない場合勝利。
Oh, fuck.
では参るぞ。以上の副将要求並びに副将拒否からわらわはそなたに対戦相手の資格がないことを宣言する。
Oh, shit.
なぜならベアトリーチは後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラと戦うためにゲームを開催したから。よって対戦相手であるそなたに後宮金蔵の孫である後宮バトラであることを赤で宣言する義務が生じる。それに対する副将をそなたは拒否した。これは資格の喪失を意味するものである。
Oh, shit.
赤でそれの何かを否定するのよ。早く。
俺は後宮バトラだ。
Yes?
それを赤で負傷できている以上俺はお前の対戦相手のはずだぜ。
そなたが後宮バトラの名を持つことは事実である。しかし人命は独占されたものではない。
Ooh.
複数の人間が後宮バトラを名に持つことは可能である。
Son of a bitch.
すなわちこういうことだ。そなたは後宮アスムの息子後宮バトラと同姓同名の別人である。
Oh, fuck.
なんだとバカなことを言うんじゃねえ。俺はお袋の子だぞ。後宮アスムの子だ。俺は後宮アスムから。
Why can't he say it?
畜生。
Is Badwar a bastard child? What?
なぜだ。なぜ俺がお袋から生まれたと言えないんだ。
No, it has to be Asumu's child. I mean, we saw Kyrie say that as well back in episode 3 of like the reason why she kind of hated Battle War was because it was Asumu's child that she kind of was resented towards. So it has to be Battle War.
こんなバカなことがあるというのか。
苦しむことはない。わらわは遊ばぬ。これ見て。チェックメイト。そなたは後宮アスムの息子ではない。
What? What?
そんなバカ。
そなたは誰？後宮バトラーを名乗る何者なの？
ちょっと待てよ。俺は後宮バトラだ。俺は後宮アスムから生まれた親父とおふくろの息子だ。
いいや、わらわの対戦相手たる後宮バトラであるはずがない。その証拠に
Proof.
証拠だと。
そなたは6年前の罪を知らない。
What sin?
それは。
いいえ、真の後宮バトラーは罪など犯さない。
The true?
だが結果的に罪は起こる。6年の月日が空白となった。当時を何も知らぬ男が後宮バトラーを名乗って六軒島へ姿を現し、その真相はこうだ。
6 years ago, my opponent, the true Ushiro Mira Badwer, was already dead. You were part of a plot by Rudolph having something to do with the distribution of the inheritance. And a body double set up in Ushiro Mira Badwer's place. What?
そんなバカなことがあるもんか。
What the fuck are you talking about?
そんなバカなことが。
バトラー、しっかりしなさい。
まあ言い返せないなら仕方がないわ。バトルにその資格はなく、そういうことよ。
ベル、それでいいの？それを認めちゃったらあんたも負けちゃうのよ。
あんたは勝っちゃうんでしょうが。なんでバトルの肩を持ってるの？残念よ、バトル。あなたにベアトリーチェの対戦相手たる資格がなかったのはとても私のうかつだったわ。資格のない駒に貼っててなんて私の乾杯だわ、ベアトリーチェ。
負けも勝ちもない。ただ対戦相手が消えるだけだ。元からいなかったと言うべき。
じゃあよ、俺は誰なんだよ。
He couldn't say it. He couldn't say he was born from... What? Then who is this?
俺は親父やおふくろの子じゃないのかよ。俺は誰なんだ。何なんだ。おふくろの子じゃないってんならなんだよ。縁もゆかりもない赤の他人の子だとかそう言い出すのかよ。
それならば金蔵の血は引いていないことになる。いずれにせよそなたにこのゲームの対戦資格はない。
バカなバカな。
もうね、もともとそなたが後宮バトラでない可能性
But
も
no.
多少は承知していた。
What? What? If he's not Battleward, then why does he care about the family so fucking much? How can you... What?
だから問わねばならなかった。本当のバトラーの知っていることを聞かねばならない。
The real battle would have known.
残念。そなたがひょっとしたら本当に後ろにはバトラーであるかもしれない。わらわも1000兆分の1の奇跡にかけた。だがやはりそなたは同姓同名の別人だ。
Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler. Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he was not given the answer. In the world stained with darkness, Vito spoke something to Delta and ran up to him, yelling something very quickly. But it already seemed very far away and didn't reach Battler's ears. Then he, not knowing who he himself was, erased himself. What? What? What the fuck?
これで対戦相手は消えたな。それではこれで今日らも旅支度を整えられるがよい。我が領地にてもう何も催しは予定されていない。それではごきげんよう。さらばだ。
There has to be a trick. No fucking way. No fucking way that's some fucking... But why... God damn it, why couldn't he say in Red that he was Asamu's child? When they... No, they... What? Someone would have said something. Yeah, sure, they haven't seen him in 6 years, but... What? They're... Why couldn't he say it? Why couldn't he say he was the child of Asamu? What the... What the fuck? Then what sin did the original Battler do? And what happened to the original Battler then? What... Without saying anything more, she clouded her own form in darkness as well and disappeared.
あんた、これでいいわけ？バトラ、消えちゃったわよ。負けず嫌いのあんたがこの結末でいいわけ？
Goes Ramadata's plan.
あんたは私の負けに張ってたんでしょ。なら万々歳じゃない。おめでとう、ラムダ。じゃあまたどこかの世界で会いましょう。まあ無限のかけら世界のこと。どこかでまたご縁がある確率はそれこそ1000兆分の1よりも少ないでしょうけれど。じゃあね、楽しかったわ。バイバイ。
待ってよ、ベル。
Chasing after Brain Castle, it disappeared first when Delta disappeared as well. After that, everyone was gone. And the study was now completely empty. What now? It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the outside. No one was here in the first place. The silent study spoke that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. What? In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Bito questioned herself.
やはり魔法は初めからマリアージュ・ソルシエールの中だけで。
そうだね。マリアもエンジェの時にそう思ったよ。
魔女同盟はわらわとそなた、その二人で始めた。他のものを混ぜようというのがそもそもの間違いであったのだ。
こんなにも楽しいからマリアたちはその輪に親しい誰かを加えたかったよね。そうして魔女同盟がどこまでも大きくなって、みんなで楽しく魔法が使えて幸せになれたらと願った。
魔法を理解できるのはやはりわらわとそなたの二人だけだ。
私たちは奇跡が巡り合わせたこの世界でたった二人しかいない魔女なんだよ。マリアはもうベアとさえいれば他には誰もいらないよ。
わらわもだ。そなたさえいればもう誰もいらない。
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは結成したその一番最初の時点でもう完成していたんだよ。
そうあるな。まさにそうであるな。
Holy shit. It was once a witch's alliance to make everyone happy together with magic. I wonder when it got this screwed up. What did I want to do when I started this game? I can't remember even that. No, I may remember. But that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
いいよ。何もかも忘れてしまおう。二人だけのマリアージュ・ソルシエール。私たちは互いを認め合う。
Acknowledge each other.
そして誰にも傷つけられない。だからもう傷つかない、泣かない。すべて忘れようね、ベアと。私たちは永遠だよ。
マリア。
Wow. Alright, some jazzy shit, baby. Okay, what the fuck?
天草、それ切ってくれる？
It had to be okay. It had so. Why couldn't Bad War answer it? Why? Maybe because it was meta Bad War. I don't know. But why couldn't Bad War answer that he was born from Amakusa? I mean, Amosa, whatever. Like, why couldn't he have said that? Then who the fuck is he? Shit, man.
おっと、それは失礼。エムザッキーはお嫌いで？
今が気分じゃないだけ。
Amakusa turned the radio off. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, I don't think it's time for some jazz tunes. The world of cheerly sounds is immediately swallowed up by the war of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray.
見えるかい？あの辺が当時の船着き場だ。
Okajiba. The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really record that scene 12 years ago. I thought I'd surely be able to immediately remember how things had been at the time. But no memories came back to me. But that instant, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. I couldn't satisfy myself with the thought that this was just some inevitable, and it felt sad and painful for some reason. But I always remember one thing. You might say that's probably be the same anywhere in the sea, but I remember at least one thing. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. Also, what the fuck did Angie see at the fucking mattress, store? I want that answer, damn it. When I was young, I rarely went to the ocean. So everything that symbolized the ocean meant Mokenjima and a family gathering to me. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that even was happiness. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of gunpowder. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
六軒島ですかい
I feel like what I guess I say actual bad word now, but like why the fuck I still don't know about that, but like I feel like what Bador did as his sin that went to the depths of everyone is kind of the same thing that Ange did to Marie as well, which is not believing in Marie Sorare. Something like that. That's the only thing that's coming to me that would make sense that we have right now.
全ての始まりで全ての旅の終着駅ってわけだ
But why would that lead to everyone fucking dying with the massacre? Yamakusa, in an attempt to speak for my own most feelings, tried to sound cool. The boat slowly rounded the island. I hoped that viewing it at a different angle might bring back my memories of the island silhouette at the time just a little. But in the end, even when that inlet was hidden completely by cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything.
船長、さっきのもう一つの船着き場の話を聞かせてください。
I don't think, no. The battler we've seen this entire time, I don't think he's a body double. No. There's no way. There's no way in hell. Because why does he, both in his thoughts, we've seen his fucking thoughts. We've seen how he reacts to everyone dying. He cares about this family. Unless it's a situation in which, I don't know, he was brainwashed so completely to believe he was Badwer, some shit like that. So what? Okay. It doesn't mean... I swear to God, if Rudolph had a third fucking, like a second mistress. Oh my God, what your professor, that'd be super fucking dark and funny. That Rudolph not only had one mistress, but two. I mean, well, technically, he would still be of Kinzo's blood since, Rudolph, but... What the fuck?
六軒島には船着き場は一つしかないことになっとる。だがそれは表向きだ。
島裏のもう一つの隠された船着き場、六軒島そのものね。誰も知らない二つ目のもう一つの顔がある。
So there's a second harbor, huh?
六軒島は石宮家の領有する島だ。だが金蔵さん個人が所有する島というもう一つの顔がある。
一つの島、二つの船着き場、二つの屋敷ですね。愛人を囲うためだけに随分と金をかけたもんだ。
もう一つの船着き場のことを知る人間は
So a second harbor where pretty much nobody knew about.
限られとる。金蔵さん、執事の源氏さん、わしら船の関係者、高齢の使用人がほんの数人だ。
hold a service, so Kumasawa probably.
南城診療所の先代先生も熊沢のばあさんも知っとった。
Makes sense for Nanjo. Okay.
数えりゃ結構いるような気がするが、とにかく知っている人間はわずかだった。
Okay.
そのもう一つの屋敷について教えてください。
クワドリアンちゅう名前のお屋敷があるとだけは聞かされておった。
There was.
わしは船を離れることを許されんかったから一度も見たことはないが、
船着き場からは見えないくらいに遠いということですかい？
Pretty hidden.
わからん。ただ隠し屋敷だからな。外からは見えん場所に建ててあったろうな。とにかくクワドリアンについてはあの島の最高の秘密だった。
That and all the underground tunnels and shit.
クワドリアンにベアトリーチェが住まわされていた、あるいは幽閉されていたという説がありますが、船長はどう考えますか？
わしはクワドリアンへの雑貨も運んでおった。その中に女しか使わんような、それも高級なもんが含まれることも多かった。
Very interesting. Okay.
わしもその説を確信しとる。
では船長はベアトリーチェって女を直接見たことはないわけですか？
ない。20年近く出入りをしたが一度も見たことはない。
Makes sense. Kinzo wanted to lock her up.
20年。ひゅー。ってことは最低でも年齢プラス20ってわけだ。こりゃマドモアゼルは期待できねえな。だがクワドリアンへの出入りはある日を境にぷっつりとなくなっちまった。
The day when she fell off the cliff, as told by Loza.
今からだいたい30年前だから昭和43年頃だったと思う。
1968. I think that winds up.
ぷっつりと突然？
食料やゴミなどの運搬往来でわしらは決められた日程で裏に行っとった。ああ、裏っちゅうのはクワドリアン側の船着き場のことだ。
わかります。それで？
ある日源氏さんから急な連絡があった。別の指示があるまで裏には行かなくていいって言うんだ。
別の指示とは？
特にはなかった。早い話がある日突然裏には今後定期便はいらない、食料も届けなくていいと言われたわけだ。わしは最初クビにされたのかと思ったよ。だがすぐに気づいた。それにクワドリアンのことを知る使用人たちの様子からもなんとなく察しがついた。
ベアトリーチェが死んで食料を届ける必要も世話人を送る必要もなくなった。
Yeah, winds up.
わしはそう考えとる。それっきり裏へ船を出せという指示は受けてない。しかし裏については死ぬまで何も喋るなと。その後源氏さんが直接わしのところへ来てえらく強く念を押した。
その20年間も放置されていた隠し屋敷にどうしてエヴァおばさんが？
On that day 12 years ago, Ushiro, Mira, and Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the mansion. Why was she in the hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
ワイドショーで見たよ。わしにも何が何だかさっぱりわからん。
Maybe she found the tunnels, maybe something like that. Well, it was episode 3. Yeah, Rosa did talk about, you know, the incident with Beatrice, so I mean, Ava would know about it.
エヴァさんを裏へ案内したことは一度もない。
But if that's true or not, you know, what actually happened, who knows?
どうしてどうやってクワドリアンを知りたどり着いたのかわしにはさっぱり見当もつかない。
裏のクワドリアンに陸路で行くことは不可能だったのかしら？
もしも話通りに未開の密林だとしたらおめかしした奥様風情に踏破できるもんじゃありませんぜ。
じゃあ回路モーターボートみたいなものがあったとか。
まさかあの二晩の台風はそりゃひどいもんだった。船なんぞ使えるわけもない。
じゃあ屋敷とクアドリアンを直通する愛人の家へ出入りするのに毎回船の両立てが必要なんて面倒でしょ。
全長 2km の六軒島の対角線上に存在する屋敷をつなぐためにそんだけの長い地下トンネルを
Hey man, it's not like Kinzo didn't have the resources.
とバカにしていたところだが愛人のために隠し屋敷まで作っちまう大富豪だ。それも否定できんところですね。どうなんですか船長。
わしは海の人間だ。穴のことはわからん。だが硫黄島で旧日本軍は25キロのトンネルを掘ってみせたぞ。あの金蔵さんなら2キロくらい掘ってみせてもわしは何も驚かん。
やっぱりおかしな島ね。私たちはこの島のことを未だ誰一人何も知らない。
I keep thinking about the thing. I know I'm still on this point, but I feel like it's a big fucking point. To Kyrie's thoughts in episode 3, when when they were fighting Chestair sisters, she kind of resented Bad War for being the son of Rudolph's previous wife. Obviously, kind of resented him. I need to go back and see that scene. I need to go back and see it and see how it's worded. Hey, God damn it! I need to remember that fucking scene. But it was like the only person who would have known would be Rudolph. If he no. There has to be some wordplay, something. No, actually, be Bad War. Maybe not from, Rudolph's previous wife. Maybe from a different mistress or something. But can't say Kinzo's blood though. That's the thing. Did Beatrice say that right? I'm pretty sure she did. Yeah. Fuck, man. The boat reached the shore. They would have to walk a short ways to reach the mansion.
わしはここで待っている。屋敷は向こうだ。当時の道が残っているだろうが、草木で覆われてしまってるはずだ。迷わんように気をつけてな。
ほんじゃ行きましょうかね。
ありがとう天草。あんたもここで待ってて。
ま、そう言い出すんじゃないかと思ってましたぜ。
届け物をするだけよ。あなたが一緒だと向こうが迷惑するの。
Delivering something. Oh,
あんたの毒素強そうだから。
毒素はて。
すぐに戻るわ。今日の本命はクアドリアンの方だもの。届け物をしたらすぐに戻ってくるわ。
Ange put on her knapsack holding the flower she would offer.
さしてやれ若いの。行ってこいお嬢ちゃん。あんたの家族が待っている。
What is it? I'd never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. It was true that the vegetation was incredibly thick, and if I didn't pay attention, I would lose track of the path. But the road that was left was much clearer than I guessed it would be. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been frightened to staying away from the forest because of witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Because I was me. I could feel the presence, like an aura, of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Here and there were massive fallen lumps of rock along with overgrown trees and ivy. And the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I feel it. I feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. I was running on it. Yeah, that's right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But Wakujima is also located within the Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my rude mistake, I climbed the fence. When I crossed a steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rock walls spread out below me. But I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. This steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by the earth and rocks collapsing from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. And it would be easy to tumble down, though it looked like coming back would be pretty difficult. In any event, it seemed that proceeding any further would be possible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border. This place is 1986 and 1998. And it is that day and today, the boundary between this world and Nirvana.
ここがこの旅の終着点みたいね。
As the strong winds blew mammoths and Sakatora's hair, they looked down from the hilltop.
ここからじゃさっぱりわからないわ。お屋敷はどこ？もっと近づきましょうよ。無理だよ。戻ってこれなくなっちゃうよ。
We won't be able to come back. Is that it? I see. This is 1998, and I'm the usual mirror Ange who has been left all alone. At first this was a journey to die, but not anymore. It's become a journey to accomplish something.
だからごめんね、二人とも。あの日の私なら何も戸惑わずにこの崖を降りるだろうけれど。
ビルの屋上から飛び降りた後ろ宮エンジェが情けない。
ごめんね。
ここでも同じだよ。あの日の風が感じられるから。こんな風だったっけ？もうすぐ来てくれるよ。みんな。
Sakatara said it as though it was completely natural. And I believed it. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria Oni-chan.
私よ。エンジェよ。私は帰ってきたわ。
When I started my journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, my goal had been abstract and I understood. But now I have no doubts. This journey was induced by several thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to reach an end for me, Yoshiro Miura Ange. And a journey reach an end as the last witch of Barige, Sorare. I came here as the last daughter of the Yoshiro Miura family, and as the last witch.
お父さん、お母さん、お兄ちゃん、ごめんね。先にマリアお姉ちゃんとの挨拶をさせてね。
The strong tailwind urged me on. The tailwind took just my soul out from inside my body to the vast forest beneath me. And though from here on I couldn't see, I believe that threw me to the mansion on that day. To where everyone was, to where Maria Oni-chan once. And so, even though my body was on top of a hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through the sky. The vast, vast sky of Wokenjima. Below me was the green of many trees. But I understand. I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives and all the servants. And Maria Oni-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria Oni-chan as a witch. It was vast, more so than any vast space I had imagined up until now.
マリアお姉ちゃん、聞こえる？聞いて。
Angie called to Maria that day. She told her of the long journey she'd undergone, of her long-delayed realization of just how much she'd wounded Maria in her youth. She understood magic and now understood everything about the world Maria had wanted to show her. It was very warm, overflowing with love and happiness. She wanted to become even happier by sharing that world. But I trampled it.
だから私、今こそ全部理解したの。魔法を理解した。私たちの魔法はきっととてもささやかで身近にあふれてる。でもそれは誰の目にも見えるものではないのよ。魔法とは、はっきり言えるわ。
Without love, it cannot be seen. Sorry, Oni-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Alliance of Witches, but now I understand how wonderful it is. And I know that, after the day I wounded you, Marie Soraya was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Even the magic that spat anger by cursing people was probably more important to Oni-chan in those days. Oni-chan's environment was set enough to permit that.
でも、もうそんな悲しい日々は終わったよ。だからお姉ちゃんの魔女同盟を元の優しいマリアージュ・ソルシエルに。
Yeah, this ties back into what Beatrice said, Maria, that they try to have other people join it. Maybe the invitation was also given to Bador as well. Just like to Ange. And they both rejected it. That was crushed. The grimoire was in my hands before I realized it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. That world had been kind in the beginning. How could you give birth to magic that would make candy fall from the sky? How could you give birth to magic that would make tomorrow's dinner cream crochet? How could you give birth to magic that would make the weather good when you went out the next day, making your whole day fun? New spells of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and months began to flash by. The pages with drawings had been once colorful, gradually began to change into the color of black ink. Eerie magic circles and demon summonings, evil magic for harming people. How could you give birth to magic that would cause the class bully to catch a cold? How could you give birth to magic that would seriously injure someone in class so that they died? How could you give birth to magic that would cause a bus loaded with all the boys to fall off a cliff? Malicious spells were created one after another, burying the pages in her heart.
私がお姉ちゃんを傷つけたからマリアージュ・ソルシエルはこんなになってしまった。
It's not entirely your fault, Angie. It was whole bunch of circumstances that changed Marisa Ware into something different. Be it Ange rejecting, Marisa Ware because she was just a child. Be it Rosa's tearing of Sakatoro. Be it whatever bad word did, his son to Maria. It all culminated into this.
お姉ちゃんは黒き邪悪な魔女じゃない。白き無垢で無邪気な優しい魔女だったのよ。
I guess it's a kind of metaphor for life, When you're a child, everything is pure. It's innocent. It's fun. You can't really understand the world. You think it's powered by magic. But once you grow up, you see that the world is dark. It is dark. It's with tragedy, with death, with disease, with war, with so much. Actually, this is, happening at a much faster rate for Maria. And probably a lot of actual children as well. Some children don't get to have childhoods at all. They're forced, they never had gained the opportunity to have a childhood, to have innocence. They're forced into the harsh reality of the world. And I guess that's how Maria expressed it. Her expression of the world was that it was filled with magic, but once the world beat her, through these various people, her own family even, she started to resent the world, to hate it, to be disgusted by it.
私が元に戻してあげる。元のみんなを幸せにする魔法を世界中に振りまいていたマリアお姉ちゃんに戻してあげる。そのために私はここへ来た。運命に導かれてきた。お姉ちゃん、聞こえてる？その姿を私の前に見せて。
That voice rode an even stronger wind and was set 12 years into the past. Then the wind gradually ceased and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I listened to those footsteps, surprised at this miracle. Without a doubt, those were Maria Oni-chan's footsteps.
マリアお姉ちゃん。
Is it?
かすみ。
Oh, fuck. God damn it, I forgot about her. Son of a bitch.
ようやく見つけたわよ。エンジェちゃん。
Before I know it, Aunt Kasumi in their black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Moriani-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me. It felt like my voice had been just about to reach Moriani-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, the magic was cut off. Angie clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
そのお花は亡くなった家族への？偉いわ。それ投げるんでしょ？いいわよ。それまで待ってあげる。
Just what are you waiting for? But Angie could more or less guess. The way the black suits unnaturally stuck their hands into their pockets cruelly brought to mind the likelihood that they had handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumadera family. But if I die, all that wealth will go to them. Unlike me, they're probably very interested and concerned about this matter. Of course, it seems that if the massive amount of stock I own suddenly go to them, it'll be pretty bad for the usual Mira group as well. And they're apparently having a secret feud, fighting over me all by themselves. That's probably why President Okonogi gave me Amakasa as a guard. Having Amakasa wait on the boat was a regrettable mistake.
おばさん、いつからここで待ち伏せを？
早朝からよ。おかげですっかり待ちくたびれちゃったわ。何しろ喫茶店もお化粧室もないからね。
トイレもないからお上品に木陰で用を済ませていたわけね。
仮にもスマデラ家の血を半分引いてる淑女がそんな汚らわしい言葉を使うんじゃないわ。やっぱりスマデラキリエの子ね。気品のかけらもありゃしない。
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat at me. My words might be filthy, but they were no worse than her spit.
おばさんが私のことを話すといつも母さんのことばかり。私、そんなにも母さんに似てますか？
ええ、似ているわ。その生意気そうな目つき、鼻も口もそっくりよ。自由奔放で無責任。歴史と伝統あるスマデラ家の重みなど何も考えず、自分勝手に家を飛び出したわ。おかげで私の人生はずっとその尻拭い。
まさにあんたの人生クソまみれね。
When I was swept in the cheek, my ear was smashed, and for an instant my head rang. My hair was pulled, spinning me around, and I fell to the ground. And in a flash, the ground was kicked, and I was stuck with sand.
ああ、本当に姉さんに似てきたわ。
Jesus.
その目つき、そのどこか小馬鹿にした目つきよ。はあ、思い出すわ、いろいろと。
哀れな人ね。きっと幼い頃から何かにつけて母さんに比較されて蔑まされてきたんでしょうに。そしてあんたは一生その惨めさから解放されやしないわ。
Yeah, that's usually how witch families are compared to, especially twin sisters. Wakadagarashi.
お前みたいな小娘にはわからないわよ。あんたのお母さんはね、何もかもを投げ出してスマデラ家を逃げ出した負け犬なのよ。その負け犬のせいで私がどれほど迷惑したことか。
あんたの迷惑なんか私の知ったこっちゃないわ。私の生まれる前の話をされても困るわよ。あんたの人生はいつ始まるの？始まりゃしないわ。いつまでもいつまでも永久に死んだ母さんに嘲笑われ続け、そのまま死ぬのよ。というか死ねばなんで生きてるの？
この口の減らないガキが。あんたたちちょいとお茶をしてやりなさいな。
Nice code world.
お任せを。口の利き方も知らねえクソガキが。少し勉強させてやるぜ。
Oh shit. The black suit stashed up to me, finally grabbed me by the nape of the neck and dragged me down.
私が一服終えるまでに適当に可愛いメイにちょいと身の程を教えてあげなさい。
Christ. Sumadawa Katsumi. When I think about it, she was a pitiful person. To the outside world, women of the Sumadera family were trained to be in a position that supported and deferred to men. But in actuality, strong leadership was required from them so that they could manage all the common people. The role demanded of them really was that of a female commander, like a little word of the word Okami. Managing the Sumadera family with all its traditions was not something that could be accomplished with just an ordinary level of dignity. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kyrie. Kyrie had undergone that harsh training. And Katsumi, as a younger sister, should have been able to take it easy. No, on the contrary, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kyrie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kyrie had suddenly been disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiro Mira Rudolph. From the Sumidare's perspective, even though the Ushiro Mira family held a vast fortune, it was a low-level family that had already collapsed. It had become not even a legal wife, but a mistress to the second son of that family. Normally, a daughter of the main family would be shown no mercy for such dishonor. They would wrap her in a mat and place a pole on end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kyrie's punishment ended with disinheritance, an unbelievably warm-hearted decision. After that, the Sumidera family began receiving favorable treatment from a section of the Ushiro Mira group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kyrie openly left the Sumidera family under the pretense of gaining financial support for the Ushiro Mira family. Tatsumi had watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she realized that the heavy responsibilities Kyrie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she saw that she'd been outwitted. Phew.
あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はめちゃめちゃにされたわ。いいえ、一度殺されたと言ってもいい。あの日に私は一度殺されて地獄のような日々に突き落とされたのよ。
それまで人生舐めてきたツケじゃない。
口の減らねえ小娘だぜ。うら！
Jeez. The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over. But I was quickly grabbed by the neck of the nape and made to stand up again. Katsumi cold-heartedly looked down at me, smoking a cigarette. The painful days after Kyrie had left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be a simple lady, freewheeling and naive. Only the older sister, Kyrie, had been harshly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then suddenly, everything got flipped over, and her life came crashing down.
私の人生、生活も生き方も何もかもを奪われたわ。事情を知らない親類からは姉さんの不名誉を理由にどれだけ蔑まれたことか。呪ったわ。あなたのお母さんを血を吐くほどに呪ったわよ。
そりゃ嬉しいわ。これからもよろしく。
Jeez. A kick landed in Angie's side as she crawled on the ground. Angie didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar as she was kicked each time she spoke up.
姉さんを後ろ宮グループのパーティーで見かけたわ。あいつ旦那と一緒でとても幸せそうに笑ってやがった。私に全部を押し付けて自分だけ幸せに。
だから何？私に八つ当たりするとどうあんたが幸せになるってわけ？
Yeah, I mean, what's the point now?
私に八つ当たりすると時間が巻き戻って歴史が変わったりしてくれるわけ。
あんたさっき言ったわね。私の人生はいつ始まるのって。いくら恨んでも八つ当たりしても時間を巻き戻すことなんてできない。じゃあ私は死ぬまでこうして死んでもなお姉さんを恨み続けて。冗談じゃないわ。いつまで私は姉さんの亡霊に苛まれてなきゃならないのよ。だから考えたのよ。これを成し遂げたら全ての恨みを忘れてやり直せるってね。
Accomplish what? Angie was about to lash back at her but stopped, because she'd be kicked again if she responded. Even Katsumi didn't say any more. Ange had a pretty good idea what she meant. Katsumi thought that by taking revenge against Kirie's daughter, Ange, she'd be able to put an end to her hatred. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people. Yeah.
ほら立ちなさいよ。そんなにこの島が大好きなら
Anyway,
しっかり深く埋めてあげるわよ。
an executor, fucking Fallout New Vegas style.
その若さで死にたくないでしょ。母が迷惑をかけてすみませんでしたとか言ってみたくはならない？
誰が言うもんか。
エンジェ様、ダメ。こいつらを挑発しちゃダメです。ここは表向きだけでも調子を合わせて時間を稼ぐべきです。
くだらないプライドは燃えないゴミの火に出しとけってよく言うわね。
天草さんは天草さんが来てくれればきっと。ダメ、あいつの姿は見えないわ。エンジ様のバカ、どうして天草を置いてきたんです？
I didn't need Mammon to tell me. I was seriously regretting it already. I walked a long way. The forest was very thick. I've got no doubts that signs of activity here will reach the boat. Jesus. During the time it took for Katsumi to finish casually smoking a whole cigarette, I was continuously tormented by the black suits as she had told him to. The moment I grabbed my head, as my scalp was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head was filled with stars. Jesus. The feeling of stars flickering in this gray, twisted world was one I remembered clearly. My life was very similar to the one Sumadera Katsumi led. After all, as the successor to the Ushiro family, I was tormented constantly with various kinds of bullying under the guise of its education and training. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. While I'm being reprimanded for some error in manners I seem to have made, the discussion always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiro family and how deep that was. By the time the conversation reached that point, I forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, in fact, it was the same for Aunt Ava. After all, sometimes she asks herself, what was it again? But in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
私が怒っているということはきっとエンジェが何か悪いことをしたのだろう。ならその悪いことが問題なのであって何をしたかなんて今さら思い出せなくても問題ない。
There'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she'd keep on punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishment was something that would continue until I learned something or acknowledged my mistake or apologized. It would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. You know what? This actually, I really like this, because this ties back in with Bad Wars thing. So, here's the thing. Why? Okay, if let's say the battle we've been seeing this entire game isn't actually battler, why would Beatrice torture this battler? Why would she move responsibility from the other battler that caused Maria some type of sin, did something to Maria? Why would she move it onto this other battler? You know? Same thing with Aunt Ava, you know, who bear the responsibility of the successor. She tortured Ange because she was going to be next in line. And we see it with Kasumi, who was, you know, forced onto responsibility because Kyrie decided to leave with Rudolph. You know, we've seen that so many times. This idea of moving responsibility, punishing for something that the person doesn't even remember doing by that point. You know, we saw it with Kinzo, who was forced to have the responsibility as leader of the Ushiro family, which probably fucked him up in the head a lot because he had 6 toes, but the rest of the family. He was forced to have that responsibility. Then he forced that, just by being the, you know, head, Klaus was forced to, you know, reprimand Ava to please his father so he could become as, you know, the next head to gain the responsibility, to gain the cold-heartedness of being the next head of a royal family. We keep seeing that, you know, the moving, the punishing of something that the person doesn't even remember, the mistake they could have made. We keep seeing that, you know, of like, doesn't matter what you did, you made a mistake, you should be punished. Doesn't matter, it was someone else's sin, someone else's fault. You must bear responsibility for it, you know. It's fantastic that Miyuki 7 is able to convey that through both Angie and Battler's stories here. It would continue until Ava wanted to stop. So this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and look, there's Aunt Ava. Right next to Kasumi, who's smoking a cigarette. We can see Aunt Ava, almost as though the two of them were laughing together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's wife might be a thing worthy of my sympathy. The responsibility and pressure of being a member of the Ushiro family, which she often mentioned to me, had probably caused her great pain. After all, people can't make insults that they've never been the targets of themselves. It was probably the same for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the Honorable Ushiro family, she must have gone through many tough times. So it was just like Aunt Ava did to me. Just like Sumadera Kasumi is doing now. Aunt Rosa must have been the same. People tend to push the pain they're burdened with onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from that pain. So on, in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of pain and sadness does not end. That is the reason Marioni-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she didn't have to bear the pain caused by Aunt Rosa. The pain probably was pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But Oni-chan didn't carry that burden on her own shoulders. She purified and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure Marioni-chan had children in the future. She probably wouldn't have pushed the pain that had been forced onto her children. That chain of pain and sadness that stretched back for who knows how long. Which she couldn't understand, which she had inherited, which had been forced onto her. Marioni-chan cut it with her magic. You know what? Another theme of When They Cry, both Higurashi and this, is generational trauma. Like, think back to Higurashi. That also was a case of generational trauma within a village. And here, it's obviously generational trauma within a family. You know, we saw, you know, how Himezawa had a history of being ridiculed, of being hated, because they were possibly born from foreigners, you know, that other villages hated it. So they banded together so they wouldn't be hurt by that, but, you know, that's, obviously I'm forgetting some things, but that generational trauma was also part of Higurashi, as we saw with Shion and Mion, and the whole village, really. Generational trauma. Forcing the pain on others, forcing pain on other family members.
Nani? 私に何か文句でもあるの？
In the past, I would have snapped back. I would have met her hatred of hatred so that they cancel each other out. No, nothing got cancelled out. The thing being forced on me ended up right there on my shoulders. Just like how even now I hate her. So now that I know of magic, I'll look at the human called Ushiro Eva again. What could see through to was a sad human form, no different from me, who had lost her family and bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing more than howl sadly like a lion crying in pain like a child. Even Ushiro Eva was someone I should have felt compassion for. She needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood years. Even she, who was the only survivor of the Wokenjima crime, who was faced with the curiosity of all of society, who was publicly slandered and forced to have salt continually flung into the wound, had needed someone's compassion, in order to let Ava forget her pain and sadness at least a little. The Black Witch taught her magic, just like the times that it possessed Aunt Rosa. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Woni-chan when she was mourning for her torn-apart friend Sakotorio. That same magic that witch had probably dwelled inside on Rosa too. So I mustn't hate Ushiro Eva. Maybe I should have become her ally, as the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that I acted as though she killed my family and returned on her own? I can't believe it. Aunt Ava has never been more than an object of and a synonym for hatred throughout my life. Is turning into a human I can understand. So, I can see right next to Aunt Ava the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Aunt Ava was crying. It was only natural. Not only was no one willing to understand the pain of losing her husband and son at once, but her only relative had insulted her, saying, "Give me back my dad and mom." I can make an excuse that I was merciless because of my youth. However, to her at the time, they had probably been cool enough to sever the last thread in her heart. In the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her husband's business and character, even her beloved son, were negated. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness at least for a while. After all, she could only feel a tiny bit of release, and only during that time that she howled, until the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. Black magic could probably release one from that pain for an instant. However, it never lifts that weight from a person's shoulders. On the contrary, it forces that weight onto further victims, filling the world with hatred. If only Aunt Ava knew of white magic and had a true witch nearby. Shouldn't that have been me? Didn't I learn the magic to create happiness from Rioni-chan? If I taught her with that magic, could we have built a future with a completely different relationship? Up until now, I've hated Aunt Ava constantly, so I didn't notice the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it could not be seen. Without love, it could not be seen. I have to say, one of the strong... I've kept saying this over and over, but it bears repeating. Ryukushi 07 is able to make characters that I personally, I cannot hate. I can't hate them. I can't truly hate them. You know? Like, there's characters in fiction that, I truly despise. But in When They Cry, they're... Well, maybe for Sadako's uncle. Willie, besides him. But Willie, there's been... Most of the main cast in both these series, I cannot... There was always something about them that I couldn't hate. No matter what. Even I remember during Higurashi, the first episode, when I was going through that first episode, even when, under the pretense that, Shion and Rena were killing Kechi, I couldn't hate them. I couldn't hate Shion. I couldn't hate Mion. I couldn't hate them. Somehow he's able to write characters that you are able to understand so much. To me personally, obviously people have different perspectives, whatever. But to me personally, I cannot hate any of these characters. I can't even hate Beatrice. Like, truly hate Beatrice. Because we've seen that she was captured, a prisoner of Kinzo. And I can't truly feel pure hate for Kinzo either, since he was forced to become the head of the Ushio family either. Like, I can't truly 100% hate. There's a bit that hates Kinzo, but not 100%. I feel some sympathy towards all of these characters. Which is something that I can't believe. Maybe it's something about me. Maybe that's how I view the world. I can't truly hate someone because everyone has their own things to deal with in life. I can't truly say I've hated anybody, like truly 100% hated. Maybe it's a comment on me personally, but it's so, without love it could not be seen. What a statement. It cannot be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I truly should hate.
Ara? 何？私のことが見えるの？
見えるわ。私が憎むべきはエヴァおばさんじゃなかった。
That's why they manifest as these black witches, as it's the worst part of yourself, really. That's the same thing with Maria. It's the witch we see, witch we see of Maria is the worst. The black witch, anyways, the worst part of yourself. As we saw with Beatrice in the same episode. Her human form, her human Beatrice went to sleep while her other form, the black witch, continued on. It's the same thing with Burncastle and Rika. Burncastle is unfocused, or not uncaring, cold, completely cold. That's why she has dead eyes. That she only cares about what's interesting. That's what Burncastle cares about. That's why she was, the Black Witch, you could say.
あんたよ。
すごいじゃない。人間の分際で魔女の私が見えるなんてね。それで、その目つきは何だと言いたいわけ？私が憎い？
憎い？ええ、憎いわ。でも少し違う。ただ悲しく思える。
悲しい？何言ってんの？いいじゃない、怒れば。思いっきりに
憎まないわ。あんたを憎むことはエヴァおばさんの憎しみをそのまま受け継ぐだけ。私は憎しみを断ち切る。エヴァおばさんの苦しみを受け止め、それを払って捨てるの。
何悟ったようなこと言ってるわけ？こいつ頭大丈夫？っていうかへそでも噛んで死んじゃえば。あんたらもっともっと蹴ってやりなさい。顔とかはダメよ。気の毒な顔がマシになっちゃったらつまんないから。
Jesus. The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered by the Black Witch.
やれやれ、答えないね。私をじーっと見ちゃって。私が憎いでしょ。私もよ。
Katsumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. Just like me, the pain of being forced into an unreasonable wife would never ever heal. The sad whine, gasping in pain from the floor and he can't get out continues to howl.
ほら、スマデラかすみ、見てごらんなさい。かつてのあんたがそこにいるわ。気分が晴れるでしょう。かつてそこにいたあなたが今度はこっち側にいるのよ。愉快でしょう。立場が逆になるのは。
本当に愉快だわ。なんでそんな顔ができるのよ、エンジェ。泣きなさいよ。泣きたいんでしょ。
そうそう、泣きたいに決まってる。泣かせちゃいなさいって。あの時のあんたは泣かされちゃったじゃない。だからこいつも泣かせてやりなさいよ。エンジェもいいのよ。泣いちゃえば。
泣きなさいよ、エンジェ。あんたの泣き顔が見たいのよ。泣いてごめんなさい、かすみおばさんって言ってごらんなさいよ。
そう、その言葉を言わせるのよ。あの言葉、辛いでしょ？自分のせいじゃないことを謝らせられるのって本当に辛かったでしょ？同じ思いをさせてやるのよ。そうすることであなたの痛みは和らげることができるの。そうよ、それでいいのよ。もっと自分に素直になりなさい。もっともっといっぱいに自分の感情を吐き出しちゃえば。
The Black Witch provoked Katsume, and Katsumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion by turning deep sadness into an evil alcohol and forcing it down, trying to forget for just an instant. Nothing would change. The words Katsumi insulted me with were themselves sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch who had imposed that sadness on Katsumi. I had gone limp, which seemed to have stopped the black suits kicking competition. Maybe the kickers are getting tired too. Katsumi didn't order them to stop, but at some point they did. However, I was reflected in Katsumi's eyes, and they burned me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch to do that in order to relieve her own pain.
スマデラかすみ、まだよ。まだまだ踏みにじりなさい。あなたの人生はこんなほんのちょっとの乱暴で許せるの？
許せないわよ。まだこれくらいでは許せないんだから。
でしょ？許せるわけがない。もっとよ、もっと憎悪の炎を。憎しみの炎でしかあなたは暖を取れないの。怒りと悲しみの雪原で凍えるあなたを温められる炎は憎しみだけなのよ。ほら言って、叫んで。憎しみの方向で自分を燃やし尽くしちゃえば。
後ろ宮エンジあんたを憎まなくちゃ私は生きてられないの。
スマデラかすみ、あの花束を。これ死んだ家族への花でしょ、エンジェ。
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly, using her chin to signal Katsumi to pick it up. Katsumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that couldn't be explained with hatred alone. She trampled them over and over again as though her sadness was reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling, it was just sad.
あら、この程度じゃ答えない？ならこっちは答えるかしら。スマデラかすみ、こっちを使いなさい。ダメ。それは。
The object the Black Witch pointed at was Marie Oni-chan's grimoire. Oh no. Katsumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
なにこれ。
読んじゃえば。お腹がよじれちゃうかもね。
Katsumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively.
返して。それはお姉ちゃんの。
Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I doubled over.
ほらね、この本はエンジェにとっての大切なものでしょ。大切なものをけなしてやりなさい。こういう子には殴る蹴るよりもそっちの方が効くんだから。あなたがそれを一番よく知っているでしょ。
As though remembering something painful, Katsumi's face twisted for an instant. But that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed at me.
なにこの気持ち悪い本。あんたが書いたの？
やめて。返して。けなしてやりなさい。貶めてやりなさい。尊厳を踏みにじられる苦痛を教えてやるのよ。そうすることでしかあなたの苦痛は和らがないの。
何これ、恥ずかしい本。少女の時代に多少は占いの真似事に興味を持つこともあるけれど、これはちょっと行き過ぎじゃない？やだ、魔法だって。あんたあれでしょ、アニメとかのなんとかなんとかって呪文を言いながら魔女に変身するやつ。ああいうの好きなんでしょ。痛々しいわ。
Cackling, Katsumi opened her writing page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That sneer didn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that sneer was ridiculing Oni-chan. I don't hate Katsumi, but for forcing that unhealing anger and sadness on Katsumi, I cannot forgive the Black Witch. That Black Witch ate until on Eva, Selmadera, Kasumi, and on Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
何これ、傑作。お空から飴玉を降らせる魔法ですって。何々？お日様で清めたお水にお砂糖を溶いて、魔法の杖を浸して呪文を。何これ。痛い。
The black suits are also wheeled around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Katsumi's ear. It's glaring at me with a grin. Katsumi took that page. Katsumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it up, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
ひどいよ。それはマリアの魔法。あら、そうなの？それはお気の毒。
It was one of the spells to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakura. Anyone knows that magic making sugar water, coloring it, and living about the window isn't going to make candy fall from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time on her way home from school, she had found several pieces of candy scattered around. How happy must that miracle have made Maria Oni-chan? Then she treasured that candy, eating it during her night alone with Sakura to distract herself from her loneliness. The magic which Oni-chan had created had been torn and thrown away and had disappeared. The whole miracle of happiness that magic had given birth to had been torn and thrown away.
これも傑作だわ。晩ご飯をクリームコロッケにする魔法。次は何？ピーマンが美味しく食べられる魔法。これも生かすわ。バカバカしい。
それも破いちゃいなさいよ。どんどん破いちゃえば。
With a brutal loud laugh, the Black Witch made Mirione-chan's spells get torn out one after another. She sneered at that happy magic, tore it apart and threw it away.
やめろ！やめろ！マリア教の魔法を怪我すな！汚い毒素で怪我すんじゃない！
Meredith cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Katsumi.
いいじゃない。怪我されちゃえば。魔法の奇跡？幸せにする魔法？ないない、そんなのないってば。痛みと苦しみはね、他人に押し付けてしか癒せないのよ。あんたは確か魔法のお友達とかいうやつだったわよね。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページを開きなさい。
これは何？魔法のお友達ですって？煉獄の七姉妹？物騒な名前。すごい速さで飛んで敵をやっつけてくれるんですって。エンジェ、 あなたこんな魔法が使えるなら今すぐ使った方がいいんじゃない？くだらない。
The page or word of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory was also heartlessly torn away. The page itself was just paper. It wasn't Mammoth's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying, toxic burned Mammon from the inside. Mammoth's face twisted from that heat and pain.
大丈夫マモン、しっかり。これくらい平気。私よりエンジ様の方が辛い。
However, Mammoth's expression was twisted with unbearable anguish and humiliation.
やめろ黒き魔女。どうして君はそんなことをするんだよ。どうして魔法を幸せのために使えないんだよ。
ああ、あんたも魔法のお友達ね。あんたも怪我してあげるわ。スマデラかすみ、こいつのページも探しなさい。
こっちは何？この下手くそなライオンの落書き。
Just so Takano's grandfather's work was torn and whipped apart and stepped on, with nobody verifying its authenticity. Thus, Takano using that pain to fuel her hatred and anger and sadness onto Hinazawa. Reminds me of that.
作太郎？変な名前。一番大好きなお友達だって。そうなの？これがあんたの友達？親友？このライオンが？ねえねえ。
本当に下手くそな落書き。こんなブサイクなライオンがあんたなのね。こんなのお友達にしてるなんて、後ろ宮マリアってこの頭のかわいそうさに呆れてへそでお茶が湧いちゃうわ。バッカみたい。へそ噛んで死んじゃえば。うりゅ。マリアをバカにするな。やめて。破かないで。ダメ。
There was a shrill sound. The page had been filthily whipped out. The picture of Secretary that Oni-chan had drawn was violently whipped in half. A pair of the black suits laughed vulgarly, and heartlessly trampled the two halves that had been torn and torn away.
Sakutaro, しっかり。僕は悲しくなんかないよ。ただ悔しい。マリアのことをバカにされて何も言えない自分が悔しい。私たちは見えない人間にはいないも同然。 たちは必要としてくれる人間としか交流できない。だから家具
We can only interact with humans that need us. Fuck, that hurts. As Sarkotor and Mammoth supported each other, they crouched down sobbing. They couldn't stand it either. Those who can't see how wonderful the world of magic is can't understand it. You can't explain to humans who can't understand, so it gets belittled. If you could only show them it, but you can't, because in front of humans who are filled with the magic-resistant toxin and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
本当にわけがわかんないわ。この妄想日記、頭がおかしいとしか思えない。あんたのお花畑の頭の中が垣間見えて本当に面白いわ。気持ち悪い子。
あんたもマリアもそこのぬいぐるみと家具もね。
おかしいわ。あんた友達いないんでしょ。いっつも一人ぼっちでぬいぐるみがお友達なんでしょ。かわいそうな子。大丈夫、私にもわかるわよ。そういう生活わかるものだから、私が認めてあげるわ。あんた本当にかわいそうな子よ。
To you, it would probably look like something made by a pitiful child. That's right. If 100 people were to read Only Chan's diary, 100 people would probably think the same thing. I used to be like that too. But you know, despite all of that, Mori Oni-chan summoned a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
頑固な子ね、あんたは。いいわ、これで最後よ。あんたとマリアの信じた本当にくだらない魔法の根源を引き裂いてあげるわよ。スマデラかすみ、そのページを読みなさい。
なあに、このカラフルなページは。なになに、大好きなママといつまでも仲良しでいられる魔法。
やめて、そのページだけは。
この魔法すんごく簡単じゃない。私でもすぐできそうだわ。こんなに短い呪文なら私にだって覚えられちゃう。やってみようかしら。
本当に簡単な呪文よね。いいわよ、やってあげなさい。みんなも吹き出しちゃうから。
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Gatsumi tapered their mouths, and they said it aloud.
うう。
Fuck. Oh, god damn it, man. Oh, my fuck. Oh, my god. That's why she kept saying it. Oh. That's oh my god, that's why she kept saying it. So she could be friends with her mother. Fuck, man. God damn it, fuck. Holy shit. Oh my heart. Fuck. I mean, fuck, man. Holy shit. The black suit stared blankly, asking what the hell that was supposed to be. And Katsumi answered, cackling.
これがね、呪文なんだって。おかしい。
ほら、あんたたちもやってみれば。
The black suits imitated a moaning voice, making fun of it. That was incantation for the magic that would her always be friends with her beloved mother. God damn it, man! God! Fuck! I'm just, oh god damn it, I'm remembering all of it now. It hurts so much more. All those previous scenes hurt fucking so much more now. Oh my god. Oh my god, it hurts so much every time Rosa that said, why do you keep making that fucking noise? It's because she just wanted to be friends with her mother. Fucking. That's why she always says it when she's in a panic, because she just wants to be friends with her mother. Fuck! Oh my god. I don't think a single piece of information has just made just every other scene in anything I've ever watched, seen, read, just made every other scene so much more fucking sadder now.
何このバカみたいなの。
Oh my god.
言うだけで家族仲が良くなるなら世界はずっと平和だわ。バカなうなり声。
こんなの連呼してたら頭のかわいそうなこと思われるのがオチよ。
バカじゃない。
やめろ。その魔法だけは蹴らせないで。
It was the day of the picnic when Ryoni-chan and Anwaza were alone. It was written that this was one of the top 5 happiest days of her life. Oni-chan was singing a song she just learned from her mama. Her mother had been delighted, but partway through, Maria forgot the lyrics. But since she saw that her mother was so happy, she tried to sing until the very end. With ooh, ooh, ooh. Even though she only pretended to know the lyrics, her mother enjoyed it a lot. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she spent in fun and happiness with her mother. Of course, even though she seemed to find it funny at first, Anwaza eventually tired of hearing it. It eventually started scolding Oni-chan when she said it. But to Oni-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she'd never forget. So among the spells that Maria created, it was the oldest and the first. Katsumi stuck her fingernails into that page too.
やめて、破かないで。そのページだけは許して。ダメ。
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
これがあんたらの幸せな魔法なわけ？笑っちゃう笑っちゃう。
God damn it, I keep thinking. Fucking god damn it. I keep remembering all the fucking scenes when Maria would just say ooh ooh over and over again. And now it's just... It was just the one thing that would... It would just bring her back to that happy day with her mother. Even though I don't have... God, I'm on the verge of busting out into tears. But my fucking heart is fucking torn, man. It is... Oh, fuck.
幸せになる魔法なんてね、あるわけないでしょ。魔法はね、怒りとね、憎しみでできてるのよ。幸せってのはね、自分の背負わされた憎悪を人に全て押し付けた時にのみ与えられる解放感を言うのよ。あんたたちの言う幸せなんて、絵本の中にしか出てこないまやかしなのよ。
As Kitsumi left her head off, she slammed the guitar against the ground and stepped on it.
悔しい？ねえ、悔しい？幸せの白き魔女さんたち。そんなに悔しかったら見せてみれば？あんたたちの魔法。あるなら使ってみせればいいじゃない。魔法が使えない魔女なんて魔女じゃない。つまり本当の魔女は私たち。あんたたちなんて魔法の夢で現実から逃避しているだけのクソガキどもなのよ。
じゃあ魔法を私が見せることができたなら信じてくれるの？
信じるわよ。魔法を使って見せることができたならね。ならやってみろよ、このクソボケガキ。
Silently, slowly, I stood up. Sensations of this cramped world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly trifling.
あら、まだ立てる元気はあったのね、大魔女さん。立ち上がって何をしてみせるの？見せてみなさいよ、魔法。
魔法はあるわ。
はあ？この子何を言い出すかと思えば、あんたたち今の聞いた？静かに。へえ、面白いじゃない。半魔法の毒素を理由にあんたたちはいつも奇跡の力を拒んできた白き魔女マリアの弟子。見せてみなさいよ、魔法を。一体どれだけの人間がその奇跡を信じて裏切られていったか知っている？誰もが信じ、誰もが裏切られて絶望した。そして本当の魔法は私たち黒き魔女の力でしか得られないことを知るのよ。
憎しみを誰かにぶつけるのはただの罪。
You know, it's very much... I see that the Black Witch, you know, is a kind of metaphor for cynicism, you know, or nihilism. Those types of philosophies of, you know, put hatred somewhere else, put it on someone else, you know, hate people, stuff like that. It's a very interesting metaphor.
そんなのは魔法じゃないわ。
本当の魔法を私が見せてやる。こいつ。
The Black Witch wins slightly. However, Katsumi sneered at me even more.
なら見せてごらんなさいよ。それであんたはどの魔法を見せてくれるの？飴玉を降らせる魔法？それともクッキーを増やす魔法？
Whoa. The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous window arose.
何？突然。さあさあ、おいでなさい。
Oh shit.
煉獄の七姉妹。
There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, several pieces of high-level furniture were gathered there. There was a power that far surpassed the magical strength I had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Marioni-chan and Beatrice.
煉獄の七姉妹、ここに。エンジ様。あなたはかつて言ったわ。私に魔力とその覚悟がないからあなたたちを刺激できなかったのだと。
Son of a bitch.
私をいじめるクラスメートに仕返しがしたいなんて、そんな安っぽい感情じゃない。私はマリアお姉ちゃんのマリアージュ・ソルシエールの世界を守るために今こそ魔法の奇跡を見せることを命令するわ。無理です。いくらなんでもこれだけ大勢の毒素の前では。
The seven sisters also remembered what had happened in that classroom. If they could have obeyed Oenji's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that once thickened humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Ange. But Ange spoke very quietly.
なら、あなたたちも信じて。
Oh shit.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは人を幸せにするために生まれた。そしてそれは黒き魔女と戦うためでもあった。その創立者の一人、原初の魔女マリア教が生み出した世界を否定する愚かなる黒き魔女にその奇跡を見せ、その世界を守るために信じて魔法を
Believe.
魔女を今こそ奇跡を。
When Katsumi gave an order to the black suits, one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Ange. Wait a minute. This seems very
魔法を見せ
familiar.
てくれるんでしょ？なら見せてちょうだい。魔法で火の玉でも稲妻でも打ち出してこの男を倒してみせなさいよ。チャンスは一度、3つ数えるうちにやってお見せなさい。できなければ覚悟してもらうわよ。
打ちなさいよ。
なんだこのガキ。イかれてやがるぜ。
The black suit pointed the gun, laughing at Ange's detached attitude.
本気？こいつ頭の中までお花が咲いてやがる。なら撃たれなさいよ。死んじゃえば。
エンジ無理。中断は魔法では防げないよ。
いいえ、
Ooh.
何も恐れることはないわ。私の魔法は煉獄の七姉妹は銃弾などものともしない。
Oh shit.
エンジ様。
Mammoth was perplexed by Angie's absolute trust. If she could comply, she would have. And that day as well. But because she had been unable to do anything, she had hurt Ange.
ガキめ、魔法が使えるってんなら早く見せてみやがるってんだ。どうしたよ。早く魔法を見せてみろってんだ。ほら
遠慮はいらねえぜ。俺にバビョーンと魔法ってやつをお見舞いしてくれよ。
The black suits jeered at her, but Angie simply concentrated her mind in silence.
撃っちゃえば、撃ってみろって言ってるのよ向こうは。この子恐怖でもう頭がどうかしてるんだわ。バイバイエンジェちゃん、天国で好きなだけ魔女ごっこをしてなさい。撃て。
いいんですか。
おうち死ねエンジェ。
Oh shit.
やれるもんならやってみなさいよ、あんたの魔法を。
The black suit cocked the gun, sneering, pulled the trigger. Oh! The sun had gone fire rang out, and the world stopped. The red sprays scattered out, and chunks of flesh flew.
何をしてるのマモン。銃弾ごとき無粋な石ころをエンジェ様に許すつもり。
Lucifer lined up the bullet perfectly and with a single swing sliced it. And in the chest of the black suit that had apparently fired the gun was a hole as big as a fist.
たまには私が一番乗りでもいいわよね。
Holy shit. Half of her Vibrant's body was covered with blood and a cold smile was on her face. Then slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
貫いた人間を。バカね、まだあんた信じてないの？私たちの主の魔力。これだけの人間の前で権限したっていうの？何を？何？
Katsumi and the rest were flustered. He certainly seemed to have fired his gun. However, it hadn't hit Angie, and why was the person fired hurt instead?
これが魔法。見事よ、レビアタン。光栄の至り。我らが主に逆らう愚かなる人間どもよ。今こそ冷やせ審判の時。どうして人間の世界に魔法は持ち込めないはずなのに。
Oh shit.
魔法は見えないはずなのに、触れられないはずなのに、どうして？これが本当の魔法だからよ。何をしてるのよお前たち。殺せ殺せ。
One of the black suits had finally come to his senses, pulled his gun, and aimed.
我らが主に銃口を覗かせる無礼を死ね。
Holy shit, man. Those words were a requiem. The man's chest had already been pierced by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. With the sound of the second person falling, the black suits now realized for certain that their lives were in peril. Holy shit. The instant one of the black suits stumbled over in shock and turned on his heels to escape from that place, the stake of sloth.
我が主への狼藉に対する報い、これ式で済んだことに感謝せよ。死ね！
In his right eye, a hole as big as a walnut opened and his head split. Belphegor was split with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power. The black suits were frustrated, pointing their guns in every direction. But they didn't understand what was happening. They knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
敵はあんたたちのすぐ目の前にいるわよ。魔女の家具があんたたちを狙ってる。
But they couldn't see, because they didn't believe in magic. They could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of a black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see her at all.
人間に私たちの姿が見えるとでも捉えられるとでも間抜けな人間が魔法に対する畏怖を忘れたる。おら何よこれ、何が起こってるの。
あなたには見えない。愛がないから。
ありえない。
The wall.
これだけの人間がいて半魔法の毒素をばらまいてるってのにどうして魔法が権限できるの。あんた何者なの。
魔女よ。あんたと違って本物の。
うわー、畜生、この
As though announcing his candidacy for becoming the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Ange. The trigger was... Ange glared at him coldly and simply ordered,
死にさらせ。
次、サタン。
Oh my god.
踏んでるサタン、すでにここに。ならばが今のエンジェ様と私たちに銃弾ごときが当たると思うか。
The stake of anger pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
己が愚かすうち地獄で後悔せよ。死ね。
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Angie quietly asked one more question.
ねえ、かすみおばさん。まだ魔法信じる気にならない？
Oh my god.
こんなバカなことあるわけないでしょ。認めないわ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。そうよ。魔法なんてあるわけがない。魔女なんているわけがない。魔法はあるよ。魔女はいるよ。うりゃー。そうよ。魔法はあるのよ。魔女はいるのよ。そしてこの怒りと悲しみで満ちた世界、幸せの世界への扉を開く鍵にできるの。
To the world of happiness.
それを否定させない。幸せな世界への鍵はみんなの手に握られてるんだ。それを奪う資格は誰にもないんだ。
それを理解できぬ哀れな人間よ。そなたの人生に魔法の力があったのはもっと違った穏やかなものになっていただろう。そなたがその生涯において本当の魔女と出会えなかったことを私は哀れむ。
Katsumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, two of the backsuits came for me at once, thrusting their guns at my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Victory, who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely pointless.
畜生、どこにやがるんだ。攻撃をやめねえとこの浜の命はねえぞ。姿を現しやがれ。
何言ってんのこいつ。美味しそうな腹渡をしてるくせに。エンジ様、次は私にお任せを。許す。殺せ。ありがたき幸せ。死ねえ。
The man's chest split and its guts poured out. The cerebral way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, gasping his neck and smiling obscenely.
かわいい子。ねえねえ、どこを貫いてほしい？エンジ様、ご希望はございますか？頭。かしこまりました。我が主。死ね。
Oh my god. The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust. And as his insides scattered, he twisted and fell. In the gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other.
妻寺かすみ、そなたの哀れなる人生に私は心の底より同情する。その胸への心の穴を塞げる魔法を授けてもよい。そなたがその魔法を信じるならば。バカなこと言わないで。こんなの私は認めない。
As Katsumi, who was scared out of her wits, stepped backwards. She picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then shaking, she pointed it at Ange.
そうよ、かすみ。その銃で撃ちなさい。あんたの憎しみを銃弾に変えて放ちなさい。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたを殺さなきゃ私の人生は報われないのよ。そうよ、殺して。引き金を引いて。あいつにあんたのみすぼらしい今日までの全ての怒りを全部叩きつけてやるの。そうでなきゃあんたは痛みと苦しみから解放されないのよ。やめて、かすみおばさん。黒き魔女に耳を貸してはダメ。殺してやる。殺してやる。あんたの母親のせいで私の人生はむちゃくちゃ。なら私の魔法でその人生をこれから少しずつ明るく穏やかなものにもできるかもしれない。あなたが魔法を信じ心を入れ替えさえすればあなたに新しい世界への扉を開いてあげられるの。そんなものはないわ。あいつの言う救いなんてどうせおとぎ話の中だけよ。あんたの人生はもはや死ぬまでトゲまみれ。その苦痛の叫びをあいつに聞かせてやりなさい。失ったものは何も取り返せないのよ。そうでしょ、スマデラかすみ。そうね、何も取り返せないかもしれない。でもきっと新しく何かを生み出すことができる。
Wow.
だからかすみおばさん、その銃を捨ててかすみおばさんに幸せな世界を教えてあげられるかもしれない。私はもうあんたの母親が逃げたせいであんたの母親のいい名付けと身代わりに結婚させられたのよ。将来を誓い合った男がいたのよ。別れさせられたのよ。あの母親の代わりと継がされて話もろくにしたことがない男とちぎりを交わさせられた私の気持ちが分かるっての。殺してやりたかった。なのに姉さんは勝手に死んだ。だからあんたを殺すの。そうでなきゃ私のトゲまみれの人生は終わらないのよ。
From Katsumi's eyes, tears of passion dripped down. So pitiful. This person's tears were so clear and beautiful. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to fully withstand her sad pain. It had been given no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation.
かわいそう。ならばせめてあなたを、あなたの魂を永遠に解放し、連鎖の鎖から解き放ってあげる。それが今の私にできる唯一の施しかもしれない。死ねー！後ろにはエンジェー！さようなら、かすみおばさん。静かな世界でゆっくりと休んで。
Oh my god. I no longer feel anger or hatred for you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Katsumi's handgun spat fire. So that boy continued through a world frozen to the utmost limits, aiming for Angie's forehead.
マモ。強欲のマモ、ここに。ありがとう。あなたたちと作太郎に出会えたから、私は全てを理解できた。
エンジェ。
作太郎は後ろを向いていなさい。マモ、その女を解放してあげて、そしてマリアージュ・ソルシエルの名誉を守れ。はい、覚悟せよスマデラ・カスミ。
Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning. It had already gone behind Katsumi.
貴様に多少の得があるなら再び煉獄の山で相まみえようぞ。死ね
The upper half of Sumadora Kasumi's head was smashed. Her cage of flesh was shattered, and she was finally released. Wow. Wow.
あとはあんたね、黒き魔女。
Ooh.
今となってはあなたにエヴァおばさんの面影を見ていることさえ彼女に申し訳なく思うわ。
私の姿が未だに後ろ宮エヴァに見えているなら、それはあんたの中で未だに私が許せてないということだわ。分かっているのよ、エンジェ。あんただってトゲまみれの人生から解放されたくて仕方がないの。なら面白いことを思いついたわ。私もあんたに魔法を見せてあげる。
Oh shit.
あんたを殺すのは私じゃないわ。
What? With the worst of smiles on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to soar around me. Then that black mist began to gather bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human.
何の真似？
Oh fuck.
うすうすは想像がついてるくせに、あんたが最も憎み恨んだあの女よ。そして女もあなたを最も恨み憎んだ。
Is it Beatrice? No. Of course. When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Ava's form, as she had been during her life. Her hands were holding a gun.
エヴァおばさんは死んだわよ。お久しぶりね、エンジェ。あんたを殺すために地獄から戻ってきたわよ。
Man, this is fucking insane. Oh my god. And Ava glared at me with a bad laugh.
でもあまり驚かないわ。エヴァおばさん、そういう人だったし。私のお葬式はさぞや気分が晴れ晴れしたでしょ。私も晴れ晴れしていたわよ。あんたの面を二度と見なくて済むようになるんだからね。でもたった一つだけ心残りがあったわ。それがこれよ。私を殺すこと、それが最後の遺言だったの。
How pitiful. Even after death, my aunt wasn't released from her pain.
黒き魔女の力こそ私の魔法の源泉だったわ。怒りと憎しみが私に努力と不屈を教えてくれた。それはあんたの言う現実逃避の魔法とは全く違うの。あんたの言う魔法なんてただの八つ当たりによるストレス解消だわ。私たちの魔法は違う。世界そのものを作り変えるの。 あんたの小悪魔法とは全く格が違う。
なら黒と白のどちらが勝つかこの場で決着をつけてあげる。
Black or white?
死してなお黒き魔法で復活してあんたをこうして重厚で狙える私の奇跡に、あんたの白き魔法はどんな奇跡で対抗を？半魔法の毒素であなたを取り込んだわ。七姉妹はもう二度と呼べないわよ。さっきの奇跡はもう起こらない。
それでも起こるから魔法って言うんだわ。いいわよマモン、私に力を貸して。
But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. She turned away as she said, the magic-resistant toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
呼びかけても無駄よ。もう二度と煉獄の七姉妹は答えない。
だからそれでも呼べるから魔法なのよね。
哀れねエンジェル。さようなら。あんたとのささやかな日々はそこそこに楽しかったわ。これでお別れ。よかったわね。あんたの終着駅がここ。
ええ、全くよ。気が利くわね。
ありがとう。それじゃお別れ。
Oh shit. The barrel of the gun rose slowly so that you could see all the way down it. Then the trigger rose slowly. At that moment, the gun exploded. Holy shit. It wasn't that it fired. It burst. You're kidding me. In shock inside a frozen space, Ava looked at the ruptured gun. When time melted, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once.
強欲のママ
Holy shit. Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I'd given her, which was the gun.
これで魔法は十分、エヴァおばさん。
エンジェ
Then time melted. The fragments of the burst gun exploded gunpowder burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she covered her face and rolled around. It was pitiful.
運がなかったわね。これでゲームオーバーよ、エヴァおばさん。
I signaled to Mammon so that Ava would be freed quickly from the pain of her burnt face as she writhed around.
ありがとう、マモン。あの日の教室であなたたちの無力を罵ったことを今こそ心の底より、そして再び謝るわ。あなたたちは魔女を守るための優秀な家具だった。
Determination plus certainty equals magic.
こちらこそ感謝します。良き魔女に、良き主に最後に出会え、家具の本分を尽くせたことを心より光栄に思います。
Mammon hadn't understood. This would be the final job I'd give her. Mammon quietly walked up to me. Then she looked down at Ava.
エヴァおばさん、今日まで付き合ってくれてありがとう。これでお別れよ。Have a nice dream. See you hell.
The English. Then the white sound of her forehead being bored into weighing out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, and fury, of white and black magic ended. I get the feeling it was a long, truly a long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. Huh. The stars that should have been sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. When I realized that the pearl and ruby made a red and white stream, I noticed that it was a vast nighttime scene spread out below. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating. From nowhere in particular I could hear a clap, clap, clap. Truly dull applause. I know. It's the one who ordered me to go on a journey, Burn Castle.
おめでとう。無限の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。あなたは旅路の末に魔法のすべてを理解したの。
ええ、私は今や魔法のすべてを理解した。私は魔女よ。マリアージュ・ソルシエルが生み出した魔法世界を継承した最後の魔女。
あなたにしかベアトリーチェの世界を切り裂けない。
魔法を知るからこそそれに抵抗も覚えるわ。
Know how they work.
魔法は愛と悲しみと怒りでできている。ベアトリーチェがどんなに残酷な魔女であったとしても、その魔法の源泉は全く同じ。
It's born out of sadness and anger.
だからこそ
Love.
彼女のその世界を本当はそっとしてあげたい。少なくとも彼女にとってその世界は完成しているのだから。
あなたに家族を諦められるなら。
そうだから申し訳ないけれど、私は戦わなければならない。家族を取り戻せるかもしれないわずかの確率にかけて魔女となる旅に出たのだから。
ベアトリーチェを殺さない限り、あなたには孤独な世界しか存在しない。それ100億のかけらを旅して私が保証する。
Kill Beatrice.
分かってるわ。同情してる余地なんて。私心を鬼にして彼女の心を切り裂かなくてはならない。
その気持ちも揺るぎないならよかったわ。同じ魔女同士情が移って志をくじくんじゃないかと心配したわ。
It felt a bit hollow hearing that from a person whose face was almost always expressionless. Burn Castle, the mysterious witch who invited me on this journey.
私あなたが嘘をついてたんじゃないかと疑ってたことがあったわ。
どうして？
私は1998年のエンジェだから。家族を救ってもそれは1986年のエンジェが救われるだけ。この私が救われるわけじゃない。だから騙されていると思っていたことがあるの。
その通り、私はあなたを騙したの。
でも今は感謝してる。だってあなたは私に家族の取り戻し方を結局は教えてくれたもん。
私は何も教えてないわ。それを知ったのだとして、それはあなたが魔女として自ら至った境地だ。それは私のそれとは違う境地。私に理解はできないけれど、もしもそうならばおめでとう。
私はこのゲームのプレイヤーではなく駒だとあなたは私に言ったわよね。
ええ、言ったわ。
その役割を今こそ完全に理解した。駒に感情はいらない。ただ勝利のために最善を尽くせばいい。
その通り。ゲームは最善手を差し合うものでしょう。躊躇や戸惑いで指し手をおかしくしてたら対戦相手も混乱する。
Sorry, Beatrice, but don't hate me. Ushiro Miura Angie still leads her family, so I have the right to fight you that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to be challenged by me to a fight, so don't hate me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Come on, let's go. As a piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice. I won't hand Oni-chan over to you! Oh shit. The world widened. It wasn't white. It was a gold color as bright as could be. Oh shit! There was the beautiful Ushiro Miura family rose garden. However, the flowers and the roses were all gold. The nectar was also gold colored. The butterflies gathered there were gold as well. Wow. This is the Golden Land. Wow, okay. The promised land that the witches of Marie Sorare had finally been guided to. There all wishes are granted, and all magic and dreams are born. In that garden of golden roses were only two witches. I appeared as an uninvited guest, making that atmosphere tremble with unrest. What was to them a wind of misfortune shook the golden roses. The incredibly beautiful scene formed by the golden rose petals scattered by the wind was clearly something not of this world. The two who had been taking a walk on a path of golden roses noticed me and were surprised.
Ange? Beato! Ange だ!
どうやってここへ引き取られよ。わらわはもはやここへは誰も招かぬのだ。
Beatrice spoke coldly. She seemed like a completely different person from the boldly sneering woman she had once been. She had closed off her heart and shut herself up in the world where she was alone with Mirione-chan. The world where she could always be alone with her friendly Mirione-chan, where lecturing about magic while drinking tea, with no one to hurry them and nothing to hold them back. A world where not a single person who might hurt them existed. Yes, to the two of them, it was a small, perfect universe.
悪いわね。あんたにここに引きこもられちゃ困るの。
Oh shit.
私たちはあんたが戻ってこなきゃゲームが進まないの。
わらわは飽きたからやめたと言った。もうゲームには戻らぬ。
ベアトはね、ずっとここでマリアと一緒にいるの。ここで一緒にお茶を飲んでね、いろいろな遊びを考えるの。エンジェも一緒に遊んでいいんだよ。
マリア、それはならぬと言ったはず。わらわにはそなただけがいればよい。だからそなたもわらわだけがいればよいと。
ありがとう。マリアをそこまで必要としてくれる人はベアトだけだよ。ならベアトと一緒にいる。二人きりでいい。
I wonder, did I miss something? Because I feel like I skipped a line. Okay, no, I did. Okay, good. But still, Bito held Maria tight, even created a small, warm universe between their jointed arms. It was probably the birth of the smallest universe in the world. The smallest universe in the world which a pair who needed each other could give birth to. No matter how small it was a complete world. But I had to tear it apart.
悪いけど、そういうわけにはいかない。
Yep.
私はこのマリアージュ・ソルシエルの黄金鏡をぶっ壊しにやってきたわ。
なぜわらわの世界を壊すのか。この世界がわらわとマリア以外の誰に迷惑をかけたというのか。
あんたが初めて 終わらせずにほったらかしたゲームでお兄ちゃんがずっと待たされてる。
Can't just throw it away from it.
あんたが席に戻らなくちゃ勝負は永遠に終わらないのよ。あのゲームにもはやプレイヤーは一人もおらぬ。バトルは消え去り、わらわもまた消え去り、ここにいる。あのゲームはもはや終わったの。
No, it isn't, damn it.
終わってない。あんたの始めたゲームでしょ。最後まできっちり責任を持って終わらせなさい。バトラを打ち負かし、あなたが本当に望んだ世界を生み出すか、あなたが打ち負かされ、あなたの魔法に飲み込まれた全てを解放するか。しっかり最後まで責任を取りなさい。
ダメだよ。エンジ・ベアとはこの世界でマリアと永遠に二人きりで過ごすの。マリアもベアとさえいれば他には何もいらないの。
What about Lozum
ここ
here?
では全ての願いが叶う。全てがある。
This golden land is made up of nothing more than the crystallization of Beatrice's and Ryori-chan's thoughts. To drag Vito out of this world, I have to destroy it. I will destroy this golden land, which must be a final peaceful world in Beatrice's eyes.
お姉ちゃん、それは違う。この黄金鏡は嘘つきだわ。お姉ちゃんの本当に叶えたい願いを叶えてくれていない。
そんなことないよ。ここでは何でも叶うの。見て、ここには優しいママだっている。
Gold butterflies gathered behind Maria, forming into a kindly smiling odd Rosa. After smiling sweetly at me, they became golden petals and crumbled.
ここでは何だって生み出せるの。エンジだって生み出せるよ。バトラだって、ジョージお兄ちゃんだって、ジェシカお姉ちゃんだって。いくらでも呼び出せるよ。みんな優しくしてくれるよ。エンジもおいでよ。一緒に遊ぼう。
But this isn't reality. Sorry, Oni-chan.
作太郎。
Ooh. Upon hearing Sakatore's name, Oni-chan looked like she was choking.
よせ。その名を口にするな。
Vito's expression changed as well, and she hugged Maria, guarding her shoulders. Sakatore's name was still taboo for Oni-chan.
どうして口にしちゃいけないの？マリアお姉ちゃんの一番の親友の名前よ。どうしてその親友をこの素敵な黄金鏡に招いてあげないの？どうしてこの何でも願いの叶う黄金鏡では作太郎だけ呼び出すことができないの？それは良いのだぞ、マリア。作太郎のことを思い出さなくても。
作太郎はママに殺されたんだよ。
Shit. Maria Oni-chan flew into a rage with a terrible expression on her face. Surprised by that voice, the butterflies flew out the garden, flew up, rolling around like a typhoon of flower petals.
ええ、知ってるわ。ローザおばさんが大切な作太郎のぬいぐるみを引き裂いたわ。
Maria's scream became a storm that finally scattered the golden petals and leaves. It truly was a storm of gold.
やめよ、やめよ、やめよ、やめよ。なぜマリアの心の傷を再び引き裂こうとするのか。わらわとマリアの大切な親友の眠りを汚すな。ならどうしてその大切な親友をあなたの魔法で蘇らせてあげないの？
Why can't revive Sakatore?
それができるものならやっている。しかしあのぬいぐるみはローザによる手作りの品。そのたった一つが引き裂かれた魔法的意味は。ごまかさないで。どうして作太郎が蘇らせられないか 答えは一つだ。
Because Maria truly believes that Secretary is dead.
あなたは本当の魔女じゃないからよ。
蘇らせられるとわらわの魔法でいくらでもこうして蘇らせられると。作太郎でこの庭園を埋めることだってできようぞ。
ええ、できるでしょうね、あなたの魔法では。でもあなたの生み出した作太郎は決してお姉ちゃんには見えない。
Yep.
どうしてか分かってるでしょ。もう一度言うわ、あなたが本当の魔女でないからなのよ。
やめて！どうしてエンジェはそんなひどいことばかり言うの？レアとはたくさん魔法が使えるよ。とても素敵な魔女なんだよ。サクタロだけは蘇らせられなかったけど、他のことなら何だってできるの。だからサクタロだけは我慢できる
の。お姉ちゃん、それは違うわ。魔女にできないことなんてないの。
Yeah, there's nothing that magic
それ
can't
ができ
do.
ない時点でベアトリーチェは本当の魔女じゃないわ。
それは違うよ。サク太郎のよりしろのぬいぐるみはママの手作りの特別なものだから。
No.
だから蘇らせられないの。ベアトリーチェのあなたの魔法はそんなにも不便なの。
Who?
ならばそなたなら作太郎を蘇らせられるというのか。そなたの魔法ならばそれができるというのか。
できるわ。
なんだと。
マリアお姉ちゃん、私が本当の魔法を見せてあげるわ。私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげる。
本当？ベアトリーチェもできなかったんだよ。本当に？
ええ、できるわ。その代わり約束して、私が作太郎を蘇らせてあげたなら、この黄金鏡から出て行きなさい。
そんなことは許さぬ。ここはわらわとマリアの世界。マリアがいなくなったら壊れてしまう。
The minimum number of humans it takes to create a universe is 2. Otherwise, the world is destroyed. To drag out the witch shut away in the Golden Land, I'll have to destroy this world.
そう、それこそがあなたが魔女でない証拠よ。本当の魔女なのね。宇宙を一人で生み出せるのよ。
ほほほ。
マリアージュ・ソルシエル魔女同盟。この同盟の存在自体があなたが魔女でないことの証になっている。
Shit.
嫌だ。マリアは渡さぬ。そなたは嫌いだ。今すぐに帰れ。ここから出て行け。
勝手にみんなをゲームに引きずり込んでおいて、自分は機嫌一つで飽きたり追い出したり、なんて自分勝手なの。見なさい、ベアトリーチェ、そしてマリアお姉ちゃん。これが本当の魔法なのよ。
本当にサク太郎を蘇らせられるの？
できるわけがない。ここはわらわとマリアの二人だけの黄金鏡。部外者のそなたに使える魔法など一つもない。今のそなたには超一匹生み出すことさえ叶わぬわ。
静かにしてベアト。エンジを邪魔しないで。
When Maria yelled, the storm suddenly stopped and the area returned to silence. The scene, as a massive number of golden petals had been blown upwards, quietly drifted down. It was fantastical, as though golden snow was falling. Maria, thinking about this unlikely, if only miracle, had unconsciously joined her hands together as though praying. Vito watched Maria do this, her heart racing. If the extremely unlikely were to happen, Maria would. This world would. But it's unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. That stuffed animal, which had been the only one in the world, was torn apart and thrown away, and not a thread remained. Reviving it certainly and absolutely impossible. This is my golden land. A world where magic that isn't mine certainly cannot exist.
できるものならやってみろ後ろ宮エンジ
As Beato screamed like cry, the world lost its sound. I slowly recited the incantation for true magic.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。マリアの親友の作太郎。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか、あなたがどんなに愛くるしいぬいぐるみだったのか。
Expressions of shock rose to both of their faces. Then pushing Bito's elbow aside, Maria dashed forward. Then she clung to us both.
大丈夫。作太郎は消えないよ。
ウリュウ、マリア、ただいま。作太郎、作太郎。作太郎、会いたかったよ。
It was unmistakably that stuffed animal lion Sakataro. Its softness, its textures, its stitches, its everything Maria had forgotten. But the instant she hugged that stuffed animal, it all came back to her vividly.
Uryu, Maria, tadaima. Sakutaro, Sakutaro. 体は平気なの？どこも痛くない？こんなにひどいことされたのにどこも平気なの？ウリュウ、エンジェが魔法で蘇らせてくれたから全然平気なの。よかった、よかった。おかえり、サク太郎。もうマリアといつまでも一緒だよ。永遠に一緒だよ。だから僕を離さないでね。離さないよ。永遠に。
Then, still hugging Sakataro, she looked up at me with tear-filled eyes.
ありがとう、エンジェ。エンジェの魔法はすごい。どうしてサク太郎を蘇らせることができたの？ベアトにもできなかったのに。
ありえぬ。ありえぬ。どうしてわらわの黄金鏡でわらわ以外の人間が魔法を使えるのか。
A human.
こんなことは断じてありえぬ。
何をうろたえているのよ、ベアトリーチェ。これが魔法でしょ。
魔法のわけがない。ここはわらわの黄金鏡。わらわ以外の魔法は絶対に存在できない世界。
Well.
そし してわらわの魔法で作太郎を蘇らせることはできなかった。できるはずがないのだ。そのぬいぐるみは特別なぬいぐるみ。ローザが娘の誕生日のために作った世界でたった一つの
ね、魔法でしょ。
With this miracle that she could not possibly accept, Bito understood all of my magic. She looked at Maria and Secretary innocently walking around, looked at me, and then fell to her knees, with even her hands pressed to the ground, and cried.
ベアトリーチェ、これは本当に魔法なんだよね。
True magic.
魔法なんだよね。ベアトリーチェ。
魔法であるぞ。それこそが本当の魔法であるぞ。
True magic.
どうしてベアトにもできない魔法をエンジが使えるの？どうしてエンジすごい。エンジはすごい魔女。マリアなんかよりもずっとすごい本当の魔女だよ。
ええ、そうよ、お姉ちゃん。私は反言の魔女エンジェ。
Resurrection.
私に蘇らせられないものはないわ。
すごいよ、すごい。反言の魔法って一番難しいってベアトも言ってたのに、エンジはすごい。本当の大魔女なんだ。
At that time, Maria and Secretary's forms flashed gold, and the forms of the two became golden flower petals that crumbled away. As the two became a golden whirlwind and swirled together, no, a golden wind, they left for some other peaceful place, not here. Bito had, as promised, banished Maria from the Golden Land.
さようなら、マリアお姉ちゃん。
Not an actual witch. Without love, it cannot be seen. Determination and certainty. All of these things to create true magic.
そしていつまでもお幸せに。大丈夫よ。お姉ちゃんの世界にも必ずあなたはいるわ。でもそれはあなたのことじゃない。
よかったな、マリア。わらわはそなたの親友としてその再会を。
On Bito's face was a mixture of what was possibly every expression a human could muster. It was joy, anger, and sadness.
それが魔法の根源よね。愛がなければ、
It
悲
cannot
しみがなければ、
s-
怒りがなければ、魔法は見えない。
without love, without sadness, without anger. Ooh, the ground shook. An earthquake. It gradually summoned greater and greater fissures. It began to tear Beatrice's final paradise apart. Golden butterflies spread about trying to escape, but there was nowhere to escape to. And Beatrice was the same. The golden land began to crumble away. The earth crumbled downwards with the floor falling through, and Beatrice was sucked into the depths of a jet black darkness. Then she was mercilessly slammed against a jet black floor. It was a dimly lit smoking room. There was no door to exit by, while there was a window it let no light into Beatrice's shadowy smoking room. Even though Beato was moaning from the pain of being slammed against that cold hard floor, she shakily rose to her feet. There was a seat there, in the game table, still just as it had been when she left it. The game board also remained in the same state that Beato had left it in.
そこがあなたの席よ。座りなさい。わらわに座るべき席はここしかない。
Beato put a hand against her own seat and laughed sadly.
勝つか負けるか、あなたに与えられるのはそれだけよ。それに行き着く過程での引き分けは許されるでしょう。でも中断して投げ出すことだけは許さない。
Yes, Ange.
勝って生き残るか、負けて消え去るか、そのどちらかになるまであなたはその席を立つことなんて許されない。それが魔女のゲームのホストである黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの唯一の務めでしょ。
Laughing weakly, Beato sat in that seat. Then she rested her elbows and covered her face with both hands, showing off a smile with nothing but her mouth.
勝てぬゲームを逃げることは許されぬか。ならばよかろう。わらわが負けるまで振り返そうでもないか。何よ気弱な。勝ちなさいよ。あなたの最善手を尽くしなさい。あなたが始めたゲーム、あなたには最善手を指す義務がある。
Make all the best
いい
moves.
加減に優柔不断にふざけるのはやめて。
At that time, there was a violent sound. Beato felt a cold, pathetic sensation on her leg.
捕まえた。やっと捕まえたわよ、ベアと。
おや、大ラムダデルタ教ではないか。まだおられたとはな。
Beato's foot was caught in an ice cold steel shackle, tying her to the chair she sat in. She would no longer be able to escape from the seat.
もう逃げられないんだからね。私こう見えてもしつこいの。意外でしょ。
自覚がなかった方が意外である。
あんたには中座も中断も許されてないのよ。永遠に戦うのよ、勝つためにね。負けたくはないでしょ。負けたらどんな素敵な世界に叩き落とされるか、ちょっぴりだけ覗いてみたい。大丈夫よ、勝てるわよ。この大ラムダデルタ教があんたが勝つまでつきっきりで永遠に面倒を見てあげるから。
しかし戦いたくともわらわの向かいに対戦相手はおらぬぞ。
大丈夫よ。バトラーを見つけてきたの。
When Bear Castle appeared and clapped her hands, Battler appeared from the sky and plopped onto the opposite chair. Battler's eyes were slightly opened, but there was no sparkle in them, almost like a doll's. Without one of the pillars that established his soul, he had fallen into the depths of darkness that had been drifted about all this time. He should have then scattered and disappeared like mist. Castle had managed to escape him together. It's incredible that she managed to bring him back into a human form. However, even though his flesh had returned, his soul had not. It had been blown away by Beatrice after having its existence denied. It wouldn't come back easily.
バトラもこの戦いは逃げないわ。あんたに勝つまでね。勝ち目がなくなってきたからって全て投げ出して逃げるなんてそんな無粋を許しはしない。彼だってそんなことを望んではいないのでしょ。後ろにはバトラ。
Battler didn't answer. His heart was still dead. His eyes wavered slightly at the question, but he couldn't answer.
バトラー、しっかり。あなたはここにいるわよ。そして敵は目の前にいる。戦って勝つために。
February Weasel repeated that, speaking incoherently. He'd come back. The wound he bore in his soul was no small thing. That was only natural. Beatrice had woven her red and he had been denied. He had learned that the mother he respected was not his birth mother, and he didn't know who he was.
自分は後ろ宮バトラではない。
バカなこと言ってんじゃないわ。あんたは他の誰でもない後ろ宮バトラよ。誰が認めようと否定しようと、あなたがそれを信じなさい。あなたの世界はね、あなただけが作れるのよ。
The only one who can create the world.
あなたが後ろ宮バトラである世界を失わないで。
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。お袋の子じゃないんだぜ。俺はどこから生まれてきたんだよ。
Battlor asked that question as his eyes, which still hadn't regained their sparkle, stared lazily up at the ceiling. Of course, she answered right away.
ええ、そうね。レアトが赤き真実で宣言したわ。だから私も宣言する。
Oh.
後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮アスムの息子ではないわ。なれば我がゲームの対戦相手の資格はないでは。ベアトリーチェに復唱要求。後ろ宮バトラは後ろ宮金蔵の孫ではない。
Ooh, yeah, that's the one thing she never did. As Bito wrinkled her forehead, a painful-looking smile rose to her face.
復唱拒否ね。レアトが宣言した2つの赤き真実。バトラはアスムの息子ではない。
Yep.
そして金蔵の孫であるバトラにしか対戦相手の資格がない。
But the thing is, Rudolph is still his fucking father!
これに矛盾せずにバトラに資格を認められるのは以下の仮説よ。これが私の青き真実。
Ooh, shit.
レアとの対戦相手の資格は金蔵の孫である後ろ宮バトラであって、アスムの息子であるか否かの
Yeah,
問
it
題
doesn't
ではない。
matter.
すなわちあなたはアスムの息子でなくても金蔵の孫であることはできる。ルドルフの息子でさえあるならば。
Exactly!
くだらない言葉遊びよね。
It always goes down to fucking wordplay.
青き真実、有効よ。ベアト、赤き真実での反論は赤き真実で受けられないならバトラの対戦資格は何の問題もない。
Battle was still out of it. He still couldn't really understand what she was saying for him. But even so, his spirit was starting to come back bit by bit.
じゃあ俺は誰なんだよ。
Your goddamn Ushiro Mira Battler!
しっかりなさい。あんたは後ろ宮バトラ。確かにアスムお母さんがあなたを産んだわけではないかもしれない。でもだから何？あなたにとって母親であることに何も変わりはないでしょ。
Exactly.
例えばあなたにとって後ろ宮エンジェは何？血は繋がってないかもしれないけど、それでも妹でしょ。
Aw.
血じゃないでしょ。絆でしょ。
そりゃそうさ。
It's goddamn bonds we make.
血が繋がってなくて妹だ。
赤で言って、エンジェは妹だって言って。
エンジェは俺の妹だ。
She hugged Battler, who was still out of it, and swept in the chair strongly from behind. So much that it hurt.
どういう事情でアスムお母さんがあなたの生みのお母さんじゃないかはわからない。でもあなたは今日まで、そして今でも母親だと信じてるでしょ。 世の中にはね、母親さえ家族さえいない人だって大勢いるのよ。アスモお母さんはあなたを寂しがらせたことがある？ないでしょ。あなたの平和だった家族を簡単に捨て去らないで。あんたは6年も家族の元から離れてたから家族の絆が希薄すぎるのよ。もっともっと家族の絆を強く感じて思い出して。アスモお母さんのためにもこんなくだらない魔女の妄言で愛情を失わないで。
Yeah.
そうさ、おふくろはいつだってここはどこだよ。くれよ、帰りてえよ。俺の家族はみんなはどこなんだよ。
The white still had to return to Battler's eyes. The tears appeared.
お家であなたの妹が帰りを待ってるわ。せめてあなただけでも帰ってあげないと。妹のためにもどうか魔女のゲームに勝って。
エンジェ、俺の妹。
Aw.
でもよ、わからねえんだ。どうして俺はベアトとこんなわけのわかんねえ残酷なゲームを永遠に繰り返さなきゃならねえんだ。
So you can win, so you can escape.
もう嫌だ。
なら早くこんなゲームに決着をつけてお家へ帰りなさい。後ろ宮バトラー、いつまでこんなところで遊んでいるの。妹が帰りを待ってるわよ。
That's right. Beto had been caught up in this strange game before he even knew it, and still unable to understand why he was fighting. He had been constantly sucked into the witch's pace, played with, and made to fight. That should have been his most simple and first question, because he didn't understand that he had lost his purpose in fighting. That's why my voice won't reach Battler's ears. Instead of a vague purpose with winning against the witch or because he couldn't forgive her, he has to be aware of a purpose for which he must win.
そうだ、帰りたい。親父やおふくろ、エンジェのところに帰りたい。もう嫌だ。ここは嫌だ。
Yeah.
もう魔女は嫌だ。
Yes.
ゲームも殺人も嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
バトラの魂が戻りかけてる。
でもあとちょっとも届いて。もう嫌でしょ。なら家族の元へ帰るためにも戦ってベアトリーチェを打ち破って帰ってきて。
嫌だ。もう魔女は嫌だ。ベアトも嫌だ。どいつもこいつも嫌だ。お前も嫌だ。お前だってどうせきっと魔女の仲間だ。
Come on, Battler. You've been through shit. I've been through shit,
いつま
man.
た裏切るかもわからない。
You gotta get up.
何も信用できない。赤くない言葉は何も信用できない。
Shit.
俺に構うな。構うな。
Battler's soul howled. She hugged his head from behind, strong enough that it hurt.
早く帰ってきてお兄ちゃん。
Oh.
私を一人ぼっちにしないで。
お前誰？
私よ、エンジェよ。お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんも誰も帰ってこない。寂しいよ。お願いだから早く帰ってきて。
エンジェ、お前エンジェだったのか。
そうよ、エンジェよ。誰も帰ってこない世界の後ろ宮エンジェ。私の家族は全てあの日の六軒島から帰ってこない。目の前のあの魔女が家族を全てお兄ちゃんさえも奪い取ってしまった。お兄ちゃんだけがあいつをやっつけられる。
あいつをやっつけて、そして家族を取り戻して、そして私のところに帰ってきて。
Oh.
ベアトが俺の家族を。
そうだ、逃げも隠れもせぬ。わらわが後ろ宮エンジが家族を奪った。バトラはわらわのゴン。
That was good. I really like that. The transformation back.
その父親も母親もすべてガング。そなたには返さぬわ。永遠に一人ぼっちで帰らぬ家族の帰りを待ってさまよい続けるがいい。
The Ange's arms that held him, the painful, sad days that had been experienced by his lonely little sister thrown into battle where, because he'd been put around in a place like this, his little sister had been left all by herself, had been forced to endure all that pain.
エンジくそ、俺は何をやってたんだ。ありがとうなエンジ。お兄ちゃんは大切なことをずっと忘れていた。
Badwer tried to turn around, but Ange was hanging onto his head with incredible force. He couldn't turn back. Was it sweat? Hot drops were splashing on the nape of Badwer's neck. What they were, he knew from holding Ange's arm that clung to him. Because it stained Badwer's hand, his fingers red. Holy shit.
大丈夫か。おい。
It dripped and splashed. He didn't know what was going on. Badwer didn't know because he couldn't turn around. But the hot drops that stained his entire back were surely blood. Oh no. What?
お兄ちゃんに私がエンジェだと知られてしまうこと。
Oh.
辛かったよ。お兄ちゃんが目の前にいるのにそれを口にできないなんて。このルールさえ守ればずっと永遠にお兄ちゃんのそばにいられるはずだった。お兄ちゃんと一緒に魔女と戦うゲームを永遠に遊べるはずだった。でもそれじゃダメ。お兄ちゃんは帰らなきゃ。お家であなたの妹が待っているもの。それは私のことではないけれど、それであなたの妹は救われる。
エンジこんなに違う。
Oh my god.
こんなに
He wanted to turn around, but Ange was gripping his head too tightly. However, judging by the blood that was pouring out and Ange's pain breathing, he realized that something seriously wrong was happening to her right now.
しないで。私は所詮困らぬね。ジェスデンね、サクリファイスって言うんだって。
サクリなんだって。そんなことはどうでもいい。早く手当てを。この手を一度離すんだエンジェ。
サクリファイスと戦略的展望のためわざと損を承知駒を見捨てることを。
In chess, the ultimate goal is victory. So if it can bring you to victory in the end, there's nothing wrong with sacrificing the few individual pieces. Ange had coolly made a decision. She had been taught over and over again that she was a piece, not a player. In order to act like a piece and save Badwater right now, she would have to become a sacrificial piece herself. Badwater had to know his purpose in this witch's game couldn't be something as abstract as finishing off the witch. He had to win the game, release himself, and bring his family back home. Why? Because he had family, a little sister who was waiting for him to come home. A being was created so that Usual mirror Ange's voice could reach you. That's me, Ange Beatrice. I'll sacrifice the piece I am to give you to you the will to fight, to give you purpose. My purpose is to play with you in a witch's game for all isn't to play with you in a witch's game for all eternity. I came to bring you Usual mirror Ange's mourning and sadness. That's my unshakable purpose.
Ange! Ange!
The white thin arm that held Badwater became pale and transparent, almost like wax. Even so, the flesh blood stayed so cruelly.
私はもう消えちゃうけれど、お兄ちゃんは頑張って戦って、きっと私のところへ帰ってきてね。待ってるよ、ずっと。お兄ちゃんをもっといっぱい手助けしてあげるつもりだったのに、何もできなかった。ごめんね。
いいんだ。お前は俺に教えてくれたじゃねえか。どうして俺が勝たなくちゃならないか。そして俺が絶対に勝ってお前のところに帰ってやらなくちゃって。俺は何をこんなところでぼんやりと遊んでいたんだ。ああ、もうこんなところで遊んでなんかいないぞ。帰るからな、帰るからな。お土産持ってきっと帰るからな。約束する。
いらないから一つだけ約束して。
なんだよ、何でも約束する。
この手を今から離すね。痛かったでしょ。ギュッとしててごめんね。私は大丈夫だから振り返らなくていいから。だから最後にお兄ちゃんの一番かっこいいところを見せて、席を立って目の前の覇者を指さしてゲームの再開を宣言して。
Angie's hand slid and disappeared behind me. There were bloody fingerprints right behind, blurred by her fingernails. But I turned around right away to take care of Angie's wounds.
Ange! Ange.
ああ、振り向いちゃダメって約束したのに。
Turn around.
Ange. どこへ？
She's gone. Behind my chair, as though about 10 watermelons packed with blood had been smashed, and there's a sticky, pulpy mountain. And around that mountain of blood and minced meat, the clothes and shoes Angie had been wearing. They crumpled as though they'd been taken off and thrown away. As though just the humans inside had been pulverized and tossed there like scrap. As though Ange, who had been standing there until a second ago, had been crushed.
Ange.
Jesus fucking Christ.
エンジはどこだよ。エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。おい、エンジはどこに消えたんだよ。
The two young-looking witches said nothing, and just silently looked at the mountain of blood and meat and clothes. But I didn't want to accept it. I definitely didn't want to accept it.
わらわはそなたの正面でずっと見ていた。そなたの後ろでエンジェがどう
お前は知ってるのか。エンジェはどこへ行ったんだ。
生きながら焼けたでっかいペンチで一つも親指台の大きさに
Jesus
全身の
Christ.
肉を引きちぎ捨てていく。
Oh God.
わらわは見ていた。魔女の釜で真っ赤に焼かれた無数の残忍な行為に一つまみ一つまみ肉をついだひね引きちぎる。
Jesus
エン
fuck.
ジは誇っていい。兄と最後の言葉を交わすためその苦痛の喘ぎを最後まで耐えたこと誇っていい。
As if something like that could have happened. But on top of that mountain of flesh and clothes who had fallen there was without a doubt what she had been wearing on her head, those pink jeweled hair ornaments. To be honest, I thought they were a bit too childish for her than suited her. So I remembered them well. Why did Angie wear such cheap hair ornaments all the time? No. She thought that this is Angie could possibly...
ベアとも正直ね。
バトルには見えてなかったんだから蝶々になって飛んでいったとか言ってごまかしちゃえばいいのに。
Jesus fuck.
お前らもそれを見ていたのか。エンジがバラバラに引きちぎられていくところを見ていたのかよ。見ててそんな平然とした顔をしてたのかよ。
Without answering, Birdcapsu, Lambda Delta, then Beatrice stared at me. Some in pity, others in delusion, watching me. Since she called herself Gretel, and after what happened with Virtually in the last game, I thought she might be Bito's undoing. And I've been wary of her, not trusting her even though she was an ally. And then, after learning that it truly was Angie, without even being allowed to see her face, I turn around and fight something like this. Ah!
良いではないか。妹のことなら。どうせそなた永遠にここから帰れなどせぬわ。
Oh, fuck you.
そなたが帰らぬ世界の妹などどうなろうが知ったことではなかろう。
Fuck you.
そなたがここで遊んでいる限り無数の世界のエンジェが孤独となり今の最後と同じ苦痛を10年以上にもかけて薄めて強いられる。そんなことはどうでもいいことではない。ここにいるそなたには見えない観測できない観測できない真実は赤き真実を用いねば立証できない。だからエンジェのその後の不幸はそなたの杞憂かもしれない。案外ルドルフの遺産で のんびりと生涯働かずに暮らせてたりしてな。
That's a lie. From Angie's arm, every part of that sad future world had poured into me in an instant. It's all because I keep on wazing about forever, playing in a place like this. I never thought about anyone but myself. I must defeat her. I'll take back my family, back to where Angie's waiting, come home as soon as I can. Cause even as I hang around with a witch like this, Angie's heart continues to be torn to bits by sadness.
お前が見たかったのはこれだよな。
Towards the cool witch who had indifferently spoken of Angie's brutal last moments slowly. Yet, with all of my might, I pointed.
ベアトリーチェ。ゲーム。さ、もう俺は逃げねえし、お前も逃がさない。
望むところ。わらわはもはや逃げも隠れもできぬ。
God, this music.
わらわとそなたの決着を確実につけよう。どちらかが勝つ、どちらかが敗れて滅ぶ。それ以外の結末は存在しない。
俺は勝つ。努力の時間をかけようと絶対にお前を打ち破る。
Even if it takes 5 hours, it doesn't matter.
この勝負にもう妥協も中断も不先輩もない。俺は逃げない、逃がさない。俺を本気で倒しに来いよ。くだらない騙しもごまかしもおかしな交流も馴れ合いも一切必要ない。お前と俺は敵同士。一秒でも早く決着をつけて俺はエンジェのところへ家族を連れ帰らなきゃならない。
揺るぎなき決意、絶対の意志、人間の絶対なる意志、絶対の魔力。それは奇跡に通じ、それを約束する。そう、これは約束された絶対の奇跡。わらわの勝ちは100億一かけらの奇跡も絶対になありえぬということ。
Shit.
わらわの足にはいつの間にか音もなく、もう片方の足には冷たく頑丈な鎖に絡みつき、この椅子に縛り付けてわらわに残されたる運命をバトラに殺され敗北すること。それを怖い永遠に引き分けを繰り返すことに。殺されるための心の整理がつくのに引き分けを繰り返すの間違い。いずれにせよわらは敗れるためだけに戦わねばならない。
Wow.
もう永遠に鎖がわらわを縛り付け、そしてバトラのバトル、みっともなく許しを請うため、同情を請うために哀れみの心に訴えかけるため、なりふり構わず土下座して鎖にされた。それもかなわないチェックメイト。これは完全なる詰めだ。わらは黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ、黄金鏡に君臨したる黄金の魔王。敗れるための戦いであってもわらわはふさわしく態度だ。そしてわらわにふさわしく散り際を飾る権利が。
Wow.
わらわとて同じ。
We see from both perspectives, the protagonist and the antagonist, the wills to fight.
そなたに我が魔法を 存在を認めさせてこの島に黄金鏡の扉を開く。そなたはその最初の茶会の主賓となる。そなた以外は全員がすでに揃っている。主賓の到着が遅れているといつまでも茶会が開けない。そなたの父親、母親、いとこたちもみんなお前の到着を待ちくたびれている。
I don't need no fucking tea party.
ああ上等だぜ。まったくにもって上等だ。何が魔法だ、何が魔女だ。お前との遊びはこれまでだ。
Yeah.
行くぞベアトリーチェ。
存分に来るがよい。妥協も中断も先輩もない。どちらかが勝ち、どちらかが滅ぶ。お前に負ける意志がないというわらわを倒すしかない。殺すしかない。しかしわらわにむざむざと殺されはしない。わらわにふさわしき最後をそなたが用意できるまで抵抗を繰り返すことができる。
Fitting end.
そなたにそれができるか。いや、できるだろう。必ずできるさ。来いよ、拳。やりにくいか。ならばいつもの調子でいい。殺されるかよ。せめて勝てなくてもお前に勝ちを譲らない程度の嫌がらせはできるんだぜ。ほう、いい面構えだ。殺してみろ、
Oh,
殺してみろよ。後ろ宮バトル。
Oh, please kill me. You won't do it really quickly. You won't do that. Boom, bitch. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Oh, what an ending. Both resolves have been put to place from the antagonist and protagonist. Battler realizing he must go home, and Beatrice must keep up her appearances, even though it's a fight she cannot win, yet she goes ahead and does it. Cause she needs a death fitting of the Golden Witch. No credits this time either. You know what, people? I know it's 5 hours, but I want to finish off this question arc. And I know this tea party's a long one, I've heard from the comments, but fuck it! I want to get all my thoughts in one episode at the beginning of the next episode. And then we can just jump into the second day, October 5th, 1986. And jump straight into the answer arc. Alright. So let's see what happened. Oh, well, going back time. Alright, that's a lot of time. Okay. Yep. Alright. Jeez. Yeah, let's see what happened on the game board after it was abandoned. I don't have a clue what's going on. Please, someone explain it in a way even I can understand. What happened yesterday? I was in the kitchen of the mansion grabbing some food without permission. If you open up that massive business class refrigerator, you can find anything. You can eat and drink as much as you like. Who is this? Even if the typhoon didn't occur up for a week, I'd have more than enough to eat. Badware? No. With wine in one hand, I was helping myself to some dry, cured ham. I wonder just how expensive this wine and ham are. You ingredients are out of luck too. If only you had Goda-san to cook you, could have been reborn as much more incredible food. I looked at the clock. Very soon would be 2400. October 5th, the second day would end. The insane October 4th yesterday seemed like a lie. That's how much nothing had happened after that test thing. Nothing happened. No phone call came, no letters came. No person came and no one attacked me. Nothing happened at all. I want to start demanding refund on all the time and energy that tension stored for me. Because after that, for an entire day, at full 24 hours, nothing happened. So surely nothing's going to happen now. At full 24 hours ago, Beatrice called me to the spot in front of the mansion's entrance. Yeah, okay, so this is Bador. So what happened to this Bador in this world? There was given a strange test to determine the successor to the headship or whatever. I gave a serious answer in my own way, but somehow hadn't meshed with the other side. Beatrice got pissed for no reason and fell silent. I yelled at her to try and say something, but she gave no answer. When I asked what Maria was, she just told me to go to a chapel and left. To tell the truth, it was an anticlimax. No matter what kind of weird test you give, at least tell me whether it passed or failed. Are you trying to say, thanks for coming, your results will be mailed to you later or something? Quit messing with me. Sent to the chapel, huh? Anyway, I then headed to the chapel. After failing their test, both George, Aniki, and Jessica were killed. I couldn't let Maria get killed too. So I might get a chance to catch some person trying to kill her. As a little kid, I often heard from Jessica that you'd get in trouble if you were near the chapel. So I'd never been there, but I at least knew where it was. I couldn't find any trace of a person there. But there was a key bundle lying in front of the door. I thought this might be someone telling me to open the door, but after trying all the keys, I found that none of them fit. I also called Maria's name, but there was no answer whatsoever. I searched around the chapel, but there was a limit to what I could do in the pitch black with just a flashlight. I realized that this key bundle might be a set of master keys, which could make it possible to open the door to the mansion. I found no sign of Maria, so I returned to the mansion. The mansion was wrapped in silence, and in a horrible stench. However, it's amazing how good humans are at adapting. The inside of the mansion must still be wrapped up in that smell. However, I grew completely used to it and stopped minding it. Didn't seem any worse than any old house where someone had burned some meat. At first, I was bewildered by the stench, but I decided to head to the dining hall for the time being. And found those corpses that were so pitiful. Golda-san in the west had hesitated to speak of them in detail. Well, we found the bodies, so let's check out the character list, shall we? Finally got an update on them. Let's see here. Sovereign in the dining hall, her head was half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. However, the witnesses don't believe that she was killed with a gun. However, we have a gun. Yep. George. And Rudolph. Oh, wait. It seems reasonable to think he was murdered with something like a powerful gun. It's half destroyed. Dining hall. And Genji as well. It was the remains of Natsuhi and the others who become the first victims. Half of each head had been brutally split open. It was so gruesome that, even without knowing a thing about examining corpses, I could say that they were 100% dead. And on top of that, the remaining halves of their faces were left like normal, so it was even easy to identify them. Really convenient corpses these were. In addition to those 6 bodies was one more. The 7th corpse was Maria. What? Maria? Corpse discovered in the dining hall. Unable to locate any noticeable external wounds, Badwater speculated that it must have been some kind of poisoning. The most peaceful method of inviting a person to the Golden Land. Sacrificed herself as her test. She lay next to Aunt Rosa, as I was sweeping alongside her. I cried. At the death of an innocent young girl, then at the cruel way my dad and the rest had died. They raced through the mansion, swinging their hat, stand spear, yelling, "Come out here, you bastard!" But I couldn't find any trace of anyone else. thinking they may be planning to hide somewhere, attacked me from behind. I went around searching for hiding places, sometimes growing more cautious, sometimes intentionally letting my guard down in various ways, but in the end, not even a kin appeared. This battle was just left alone. Then morning came. My tension and fatigue combined with my drowsiness, making for the worst kind of dawn. Humans are pretty incredible. Even when a murderer might have been hiding somewhere, we prioritized drowsiness and fatigue over our own lives. By that time, I was starting to feel pretty ridiculous. After all, for a full 6 hours before dawn, I'd walk around the mansion yelling at the culprits to show themselves. My search had been a careful one, and I tried myself out and let my guard down. Even so, no one came to attack me. Basically, I lost patience with them and figured that they could do whatever the hell they wanted. The boat won't come around until the typhoon passes. They said on TV that it won't pass until tomorrow, so I've got another full day today. Wasting about lost its interest. Even though I knew it would probably make the police mad, I decided to play detective a bit. First was the dining hall, where the very first murder had occurred. The 6 who had been killed in the beginning really were pitiful. The weapon used was probably a gun. Maybe their heads were split by something powerful like a magnum bolt or a shotgun. It's a reasonable theory to hold. Compared to that, the 7th course, Maria, died in a much better and cleaner way. At a glance, I could see no external wounds and didn't understand how she'd been killed. But by her mouth were traces of bubbles that she might have spat out. And it looked like a typical death by poisoning that you might see in a TV drama. Wasn't Maria called out to the chapel and given a test? So why was she in the corpse-filled dining hall lying next to her mother, dead? Even if the cause of death was poison, who gave it to her? Her clothes weren't disturbed at all. It's hard to imagine that she was forcefully pushed down and given an injection of poison. It's probably better to assume that she was given a capsule of poison or something and made to swallow it. But compared to the scattered and violently mutilated corpses in this room, Maria's corpse was too clean. If they had a gun, they only needed to pull the trigger. But poisoning, whether by having her drink it or by injection, would take a lot more effort. Considering the culprit's brutal nature, you think Maria's death alone was given special treatment. Why was only Maria given a sweep-like death? True, being killed is always a pitiful thing, but for some reason Maria's death alone seemed very courteous to me. Both of Maria's hands were joined on her chest, as though the person had put them there herself. Did Maria do that herself before dying? Isn't this usually something done by someone else after the person dies? As though sweeping with her mother's head was half crushed, Maria dozed in peace. For some reason, that contrast really bugged me. Including the direct cause, it's probably safe to say that Maria's death is shrouded in mystery. And more than anything else, the biggest mystery of this dining hall was the pitfalls. The pitfalls that both Uncle Klaus's group and Goda-san had mentioned. After the first 6 were killed, 5 more fell through pitfalls and were captured. What are pitfalls? Those things that suddenly open and you fall through them, right? The room had a solid floor with a carpet that looked dignified, if a bit worn out. No matter how you looked at it, it was a single piece. If a pitfall had opened up, there would have to be a seam just in that place. And if there had been some trick like a pitfall, wouldn't it creak when you walked on it? No matter how much I walked around feeling the carpet, I just couldn't imagine that a pitfall was in here. Anyway, it'd be one thing if a single person fell, but a full 5 people did. By putting together everyone's stories, each one of them had fallen from a different location. So at the very least, there had to be 5 separate places with pitfalls. So what does this mean? Was this room actually made with pitfalls across the entire floor? So by pushing a button, you could open up a pitfall in the location of your choice, some kind of contraption like that? The kind of ridiculous mechanism would be surprising even in a ninja mansion. But if Dad and the West had heard about this, I wonder if they'd say I wouldn't put it past Grandfather to do it, to make it. At any rate, I didn't learn anything more from the dining hall. Do the pitfalls not exist? Or do they exist, but I just can't find them, amateur that I am? I can't say for sure. Since they claimed that the pitfalls were there, I can't ignore them even if I can't find them. The next ones to be killed were Jessica and George Aniki. I discovered George Aniki when I'd been called out for my test. He had been called out to the arbor in the rose garden, probably shot in the forehead with a gun. Jessica had been called to her own room on the second floor of the mansion. The door to her room was locked, but that wasn't a problem at all since I had a master key. Inside the room, it was horrible. But after the dining hall, I was used to corpses, so I built up a bit of an immunity. Oh, there's like a bullet hole in the back there. The phone receiver was loose and dangling. Had she been killed while still on the phone with me? Jessica was leaning against the wall right next to it, with half of her head split open. Let's check it real quick. Where is she? There she is. Discovered in her own room on the second floor of the mansion, her head half destroyed. It seems reasonable to think that she was murdered with something like a powerful gun. Destroyed herself with her own strike, with George's counterattacking type barrier. As far as I could tell by glancing at the scene, it looked as though she'd been killed while on the phone. In that case, had the culprit been right there before her eyes? I hadn't gotten that impression when listening to Jessica's voice over the phone. I'm pretty sure Jessica said they got me. It's probably best to assume that she'd already received a fatal wound at the time of the phone call. That's right, and she also said this. Yes, that's what she said. From what I could tell by looking at Jessica's corpse, there were no wounds on her other than damage to her head. Well, I mean, it's possible that, the culprit was holding her up, like, as a hostage. If she said anything about, there's a guy with a gun pointing towards my head, she would say it. But if she said that, her brains would be exploded all over the wall, which makes sense. If you have a gun pointing to your head, you most likely will say, like, I think half my head's going to fucking explode. Because, gun pointed right at your head while you're still on the phone. Could she have had an injury serious enough to make her prepared for death and then died halfway through the phone call? But the way she talked on the phone made me think that she escaped harm for the time being. You shouldn't be able to have a casual conversation over a phone if the culprit's right before your eyes. That's fair enough. So did the culprit come in partway through the phone call and kill Jessica? No, that can't be right. After all, this room was locked. Oh yeah, that too. Wait, that doesn't tell me anything. If the culprit stole a master key from one of the victims, walking the door would be meaningless. Yeah, that's true as well. But she had no internal wounds other than their head. In that case, should I assume that the fatal wound she was prepared to die from and the actual external wound that damaged her head were two different things? And that both of them were made to the same part of the body? In other words, Jessica was struck severely to the head and received an incredibly bad wound. Then she called me and either lost consciousness or died while on the phone. Then the culprit came and damaged her head again, something like that. It's possible. After being called to this room, Jessica was attacked by the culprit and received a serious injury. Then the culprit flew, though she thought she'd been killed, and went away from the time being. Then came back. Yeah, that actually would make sense. But Jessica miraculously started breathing again and called me with what would become a dying message. Yeah, people, even though you can have a serious injury to your head, you can still talk a little bit more before you drop dead. Then the culprit realized that they failed to kill her and rushed back to deliver the final blow after Jessica fell unconscious from massive blood loss. That seems to add up, more or less. Except for how Jessica was able to accurately predict the nature of that final blow. Yeah. And there was one more thing that bugged me about the phone call from Jessica. Jessica had said this. That's a great question. She said it almost as though she witnessed George Aniki being killed. It's a great question. How did she know that? But while you certainly could see the rose garden from the window in Jessica's room, and you could even see the roof of the arbor where George Aniki had been summoned, it was very far away. Add on the fact that it was the night of the typhoon, and it's very hard to imagine that you'd be able to witness everything that happened by the arbor from this window. And more than anything else, Jessica left before George Aniki, so she shouldn't have known that George Aniki's test took place by the arbor. Yeah. So why did Jessica know that George Aniki had been killed? That's a good question. How was she able to do that? Also, during my search of the entire mansion, I found Kyrie-san's corpse as well. Let's take a look. Corpse discovered in the guest room inside the mansion. There was a single hole right in the center of her forehead. Seems reasonable to think she was shot with a gun or something. A demon stake was rammed into her forehead, but it was difficult to imagine that this was the cause of death. I didn't miss. I missed on purpose to torment her. Yeah. It was in one of the old guest rooms at the back of the first floor. In the past, before the construction of the guest house, the relatives had spent the night in these. Kyrie-san's situation matched Jessica's perfect way. She'd probably been killed during her phone call with me. The receiver was hanging untied when Kyrie-san lay crumpled in that corner. But the way she had been killed was very different from Jessica. Yeah, straight through the head. Her head wasn't smashed. Instead, a stake with an occult design was buried into her forehead. It was so gruesome, so I pulled it out. Now that's interesting. I guess they were shooting stakes, maybe. After pulling it, I realized that this might get me into trouble with the police later. So, a little too late, I sat down by Kyrie-san's side. Its tip was sharp and stained with enough blood that it must have penetrated fully to the brain. I don't know what kind of metal it was made of, but it was about as heavy as a paperweight. Certainly, if you were stabbed all out with something like this, it might cause a terrible wound. I probably knew what that stake meant. It's one of those. The style of killing from the fourth twilight onwards in the witch's epitaph. It's probably that gouge with the stake and kill thing. However, a human skull is very firm. No matter how much someone mustered their strength, could it really have been pierced so neatly? No. By my reasoning, this stake wasn't the cause of death, but had just been used to damage the corpse after death. Yeah, well, it makes sense. She was probably killed with a gun or something, like George Anike. And the stake had been stuck into the hole left by the gun. Well, that's one hell of a way to do it, but yeah, it makes sense. Thinking of it that way makes it easier to accept. But was Kyrie-san really killed with a gun? As she said on the phone, even though she was holed up inside a locked room, Kyrie-san was being attacked. In fact, this room had been locked. Also, she mentioned a golden thread or something flying in and attacking her. In fact, there were 4 places around Kyrie-san's corpse with holes that could have been caused by some kind of attack. But still, a golden thread attacked her through the keyhole. I looked at the door from Kyrie-san's perspective. If it had been one of those old keyholes you see in old mystery movies, where you could peek through to the other side, then it would have clearly been possible to stick something through it. Yeah, maybe a gun. But there's none. But even though the doors in this mansion were old-fashioned, the locks were the familiar average cylinder style that you could find in any normal house. In other words, they weren't constructed in a way that would let you penetrate through them. So no matter how thin an object you might try to stick through the keyhole, it's unthinkable that something penetrated through from the outside and attacked. And there's no entrance or exit marks on the door either. A cylinder lock and a keyhole. But despite that, Kyrie-san definitely said something like a golden thread had flown in through the keyhole. Yeah, why did she say keyhole, even though there's no goddamn keyhole? Spun around while aiming for her and attacked her. So why the fuck would she say that? A golden thread attacking through a keyhole. I couldn't understand what it meant at all. But even so, Kyrie-san probably predicted that I wouldn't be able to understand all of this. It wasn't just Kyrie-san. Jessica said it over the phone too. No, since the very beginning, from the time we talked with Goda-san, Kumasawa-san, and got the phone call from Uncle Cross's group, everyone has said the same consistent thing. Grandfather summoned witches and demons and is killing people with magic. They've been shown that right before their eyes. These weren't tricks or fakes. There's no choice but to believe it. With one voice, they had all said that. When the mystery woman calling herself Beatrice appeared, even I had pretty much believed that she was a little witch and might start summoning goat monsters right and left. After being left alone for a whole day, my feeling of tension had faded completely. I was now able to think that something so stupid definitely couldn't be true. Did they lose their heads a little in an extraordinary situation where their lives were exposed to danger? Mass hysteria, perhaps? And mistakenly think that a witch was attacking them with magic? But multiple people gave the same kind of testimony, and on top of that, none of their opinions conflicted each other. If it had just been a single statement, I'd be able to suspect that they just didn't see what they thought they saw. But doing that now is pretty difficult. Then right next to the back door, I found Uncle Klaus with his head half smashed. Now let's take a look at him. Old Uncle Klaus. Corpse discovered in the facility of the mansion's back entrance. His head was half destroyed. Seems Demon's stake was rammed into the destroyed portion of his head. None can escape the Chester's golden arrows. Rammed in. Ooh. Even though he escaped from the dungeon of Corridoran, he somehow made it this far by a secret underground passage. He had been killed. Buried into the gruesome cross-section of his half-crushed head was a stake with an occult design like the one that had been buried in Curious Sen's forehead. And in this situation, it was very hard to imagine that the stake was the weapon used. He had been killed with a powerful gun like the stakes in the dining hall. And after death, he had been jabbed with a stake like Curious Sen. I wonder if the golden threads that Curious Sen spoke of attacked on Klaus too. Does there exist some kind of tool like an endoscope that's very thin but can be moved about at will? And that can also attack people? No way, I've never heard of anything like that. But even so, if this fact had been revealed to one of the relatives, maybe they say I wouldn't put it past grandfather to make it. Since I can't deny the existence of Golden Thread X that can be moved at will and attack people, I can either accept that this mysterious weapon exists, or else I'll have to accept that this was a murder committed with magic. To find the next corpse, I had to go out through the back door and search around outside a bit. God, my mouth. Talking so much now. Behind the mansion, in the wild-grown bushes that were almost swallowed up by the forest, there was something like an old well. Ooh. Right next to it were Dr. Nanjo and Chan-chan's corpses. Wow, I can't believe there's CG for almost every one of the corpses here. Let's see. Nanchin, half destroyed. Demon's stake was right next to the corpse. Next to the corpse. Interesting. The witnesses understand one thing at least. It was not the stake that killed her. Huh. Interesting. So why is it only next to Nanjo and Shannon? Both corpses had their heads smashed. And though they weren't stuck in, there were stakes right next to each damaged head. Each corpse was atrocious, but having to look directly at Chen-Chen's lovely face, which had been half blown away, was very painful. Then there was the well. I heard that inside it was a secret underground passage to the mysterious mansion Corridoran. By this time, I had begun to think that Beatrice and her accomplices might have used this underground passage and left for Corridoran. Even though there had apparently been at least 10 of them, I hadn't seen a trace of anyone. It seemed very likely that they all escaped to a different location. There's a typhoon. They can't go out to sea. It goes the same for the forest. There's no way they could traverse such a deep, uncultivated forest on foot. In that case, they had only one place to go. The mysterious hidden mansion Corridoran, though the secret underground passage at the bottom of the well. By this time, I had totally lost my fear of being killed if I happened to come across the enemy. Don't fuck with me. This time I'll storm into your mansion. I find it very interesting that the stakes weren't in the bodies of Nanjo and Shannon. Why is that? The old well had a firm cover on it. The cover was an iron grill. The gaps between the bars were perhaps 20 centimeters across. You could peer inside, but it wasn't really something a human could pass through. If I had known better, I would have thought it anything more than a simple cover to prevent falls. But when Kirei-san had told me, I knew that its purpose was to prevent intruders from entering the secret underground passage and its depths. But the cover was extremely firm and rigid. No matter how much I pushed or pulled, I couldn't even get close to opening it. I couldn't find any obvious lock. It might be sealed by some mechanism. But no matter how much I investigated it, I couldn't find anything to release it. The biggest piece of information Kirei-san had tried to give me, gambling her final moments, was the underground passage in this well.
こんな二程度で俺を阻めると思うんじゃねえぜ。こいつをぶち壊してやる。その道具を探そう。
Get a sledgehammer quick. I had an idea. After all, I seen the various tools in the garden shed when we walked to go to San Kubasawa-san in there. The shelter of the garden shed was locked. On top of that, the key was with Goda-san, who was dead on the inside. In other words, this garden shed was a closed room. There's no way to open it from the outside. In that case, I've got to break the shutter. There has to be a tool for that somewhere. Kind of feels like I'm going in circles here. Then while searching for that, I learned that the source of the stench that had permitted the mansion this whole time was the underground boiler room, of course. The boiler room was dimly lit, humid, smelled horrible, and on top of that was incredibly creepy. Let me guess, his grandpa's body in the furnace? But there were several large tools there, and I managed to find that fire hatchet and some massive wire cutters. And grandfather's corpse. Ooh, crispy Kinzo. Get your Kinzo fried chicken. Discovered as a burnt corpse from the incinerator in the ground boiler room. As there were no signs that he fought to get out of the incinerator, it seems reasonable to think that he was burned after he was murdered. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, the dead to the dead. No, strictly speaking, I should probably say that I found a burnt corpse of a person who was probably grandfather. Someone's corpse had been stuffed into the blazing fires of the boiler. However, by coincidence, I was able to notice the number of toes on the corpse. Both feet had 6 toes. Okay. That's right. I think I heard it from Dad sometime long ago. Something about grandfather having polydactyly with extra toes. According to old usual Mira family tradition, seems that those with extra fingers or toes had some kind of good fortune, were treated as a good omen. Because of that, grandfather was selected to be the successor or something. But I wonder if I can be certain this is grandfather's body just from the number of toes. After all, grandfather was supposed to be the leader of the group of culprits. I didn't have a clue why he gets stuffed in a boiler in a place like this and die. The mysterious corpse burning, spitting out a terrible stench amidst the flames. If it really was grandfather, does that mean that the leader of the group of culprits wasn't grandfather, but that Beatrice after all? Grandfather was used because he was convenient and wasn't flown away. Unfortunately, it didn't look like I'd be given a chance to hear grandfather's side of the story. Now that I had obtained a tool, I thought about rushing to take on the cover to the well. But I decided to break the shutter to the garden shed first. Yeah, investigate. I had plenty of time to kill anyway. I figured I should check on the condition of Goda-san's and Kuba-san's corpses. Try to break that shit open. I hit the shutter with the hatchet, breaking into it. Stuck the wire cutter into the crack, and scissored around, opening up a hole. Oof. Then I faced Goda-san, Kumasawa-san's corpses once more. Yeesh. Corpse discovered. It is hypothesized that it was shot in the forehead and then strung up by his neck. They themselves put their necks in the nooses. It was an interesting experience to try on occasion. So, as long as a locked room could be constructed, anything would have sufficed. Interesting. Shot in the head, then hung. As a result, I learned a new fact. First, they had not died by being hung by the neck. Both their feet were solidly on the floor. And on both of their foreheads were signs that they'd been shot with a gun. The loops seemed larger than a normal noose. On top of that, the length was different on each to match the height of each person. In other words, lengths had been adjusted to that both Goda-san, who was tall, and Kumasawa-san, who was short, had their feet solidly but barely on the ground. Also, while the ropes carried both of their weights as their heads rolled, both of them had some slack below their knees. Yeah, there is a bit of slack. This meant that if they stood up with these loops around their necks, there would have been some extra length. In other words, these loops wouldn't have been that great for hanging people. So yeah, much likely done after the fact. The direct cause of death was probably shot to the head. It was gruesome. Their insides were still dripping out from the gaping holes, staining their faces a deep red. It's probably best to assume that they were then hung, pulled up, and left exposed like that. If they'd been shot with a gun, they would probably have been laying down on the floor. If that had been the case, you wouldn't have been able to tell that they were dead, even if you peeked through the window. So why string them up like this? The amount of stuff would have gotten in the way, so if they'd been lying down, they would have been hidden. To make the depths of these two known to the rest of us who couldn't go inside, they would have had to hang them like this, making it visible from the outside. Was this done to get back at us for thinking that those two were sure would be safe if we had the key with them? I wonder where the shutter key we gave Goto-san, which should have ensured their safety, is now. The key was in the pocket of his trousers. The garden shed key had been kind of left there, and even Poit was attached. In other words, the garden shed had been closed room after all. Huh. So he still had the key with him. And that gave rise to another question. Because this can't be explained by a hanging, if they didn't commit suicide and those nooses were set up at the culprit, it might have been possible to shoot them through the window, but it's really unthinkable that someone could have tied the two loops to the beam from the outside. And furthermore, there's no way they could have lifted up the heavy corpses. In other words, to do all this, it would have had to go inside. But the key was in Goto-san's pocket, and the shutter had been locked. Maybe there's a secret passage. In other words, the garden shed had been a closed room. Goto-san had said that there was only one key to the shutter. But is it possible that there was a copy, and that the culprit was in possession of it? If we're allowed to theorize that there actually was a duplicate of the garden storehouse key and that Goto-san just didn't know about it, then this is an even closer closed room. But why is that, despite the fact that almost all of the other corpses were shot to death and left almost completely alone? Just these two corpses were intentionally hoisted up. Good question. I couldn't help but feel something a bit odd about that. After this, if we assume that the mystery corpse in the boy warrior's grandfather's, the deaths of 16 people have been confirmed. There were 18 people on this island. I'm here, and there are 16 corpses. So there's... Kennen-kun's corpse is the only one I haven't been able to confirm. No, he's in the well, so... Let's go find his body. Walking around. Alright. According to Kirei-san, he had been killed while climbing out of the well and had fallen down into it. So with the well closed up like this, it's impossible to check. I tried shining a flashlight through the bars down into the darkness in the depths of the well, but it seemed that the jet black darkness had no intention of showing me its depths with the light of that level. It looked like I have to break the bars after all. Using the hatches and the things I dragged from the boiler room and the garden shed, I tried breaking the cover of the well. But the metal bars were extraordinarily sturdy. Breaking them wasn't easy. I hit them with the hatchet over and over until my hands started feeling weird and eventually gave up on breaking them. It's impossible. If they were at least wood, I would have been able to break them. But this metal... That's right, there's no way you could slice through metal bars like butter with a human strength. I can't even begin to understand that story about how Kennen could cut through metal bars. I heard that a white, like a red laser beam grew out of his arm, and that he sliced through the metal bars like it was cutting through butter. Cutting through metal bars like butter? And what's with the red laser beam? Does that mean he secretly had a burner on him or something? And use that to burn through the bars? So, just what kind of laser could cut through metal bars like butter? It almost sounded like the kind of laser beam you find in those robot anime I loved as a kid, doesn't it? Does something like that actually exist? And how did Kennen get that laser beam? No matter how much I want to ask him, he's already been killed. Plus, even his corpse is now in the depths of the well beyond this cover. If Kennen could slice through metal bars, I'm sure he could handle this metal cover in a single swing. It feels just like the closed room Goto-san was locked in while holding the key. Only one person can open the door, but they're locked inside. If only I had that power of Kennen-kun's, I'd be able to do something about this cover myself. Just who is Kennen-kun? They couldn't really be a non-human being capable of using a strange power, right? Kirei-san told me to believe in witches, and I even met an insane woman calling herself one. Could Kennen-kun possibly be a human on the witch's side? Or else the culprit? What the heck? Am I going to start treating him like the culprit just because I can't find his corpse? God.
死体がないだけで犯人扱い疑わしきは白だとほざいたのは誰だったの？よかる。カノンに全ての犯行を押し付けて人間犯人説にされてはかなわないわらわが赤にて保証する。カノンは死亡している。
Okay.
キリエたち5人の中で一番最初に死亡した。
Alright.
つまりは9人目の犠牲者というわけだ。
Ninth victim. That's good to know. Take a look at his corpse. God, there's a lot of wood. Beto could not discover his corpse. Going on with magic is all very well, but without a corpse, he will inevitably be a suspect. Truly anti-fantasy. That's why I guaranteed his death with the wet truth. Truly anti-mystery. Anti-fantasy and anti-mystery. Well then.
死体がない以上カノン君が死亡していると断言できない。
わらわが赤で囁いたところ駒であるそなたには届かない。だそなた
Yeah, I get ya. Well then. What now? At a glance, this was a massive murder due to something strange that could only be thought of as magic. Golden threads that attacked through keyholes. No, we even have testimony that something gold flew around Dine Hall when the first 6 died. The two might have been the same weapon. And then there's the close room murder of the garden ship and the razor beam that could cut metal bars. And that wasn't all. There was much, much more, like the group of goat monsters, the story of a witch who could create pitfalls just by snapping her fingers, the rabbit-like demons who had fired golden threads. I think there was more, but each part was all screwed up. I could possibly accept it and was forced to suspect that it was some kind of trick or mistake. But why in the world had everyone spoken with one voice saying the same thing without contradictions in their testimony? It's not only the magic. There's Maria's mysterious stuff. Why Jessica knew that George Aniki had been killed. The mysterious burnt corpse I couldn't confirm really belonged to that damn geezer. And more and more. All stuff I don't get! I tilted one bottle up and gulped. I don't have a clue what's going on. After dinner last night, the kids were chased out and told to go back to the guest house. Then there was a massacre in the dining hall. Garrison and the West were dropped through pitfalls and captured. Then Jessica and George Aniki were called out to take a test or whatever and killed. Even though Kirei-san's group was able to escape the dungeon somehow, all of them got killed in the end. And at the very, very end, even Maria was killed, leaving me all alone. In short, I did nothing except stay locked up in the guest house. During that time, a huge incident occurred and ended. What can I call it except incomprehensible? I don't have a clue anymore.
もう俺はただの食欲魔人なんだぜ。俺だけ生き残らせるつもりかよ。とっとと姿を現して殺しに来いってんだ。もう面倒だからこっちからは探さねえぞ。そっちから正体を見せやがるってんだ。俺は逃げも隠れもしねえぞ。矢でも鉄砲でも持ってきやがれ。
I haven't gotten any sweeps since yesterday, so I'm incredibly sleepy. You want to kill me? Go ahead. Instead, I returned to the guest house and boldly left on a bed. When I exited the kitchen and passed through the lobby, that portrait of the witch came into view. The big clock did too. It was almost exactly 2400. Then the sound of the bell rang out, proclaiming that 2400 had arrived. As I listened, I looked up at Beatrice's portrait. Exactly 24 hours ago, I met you. What were you trying to say? And where did you go? Just who in the world are you, Golden Witch Beatrice? I haven't solved a single one of the riddles surrounding you. Show yourself, and fight me! Then, the witch showed herself. Like a guest of honor finally appearing, she showed herself on the landing at the top of the big staircase. What?
ようやく姿を現しやがったな。丸一日退屈させられてたところだぜ。
そうだ。丸一日を与え、人間側の権利行使は十分。
ああ、退屈だったんでな。存分にやらせてもらったぜ。
エンジェは良い駒であった。
エンジェの名をお前が口にするんじゃね
あれは奇跡によってある。自らを生贄にして、そなたに絶対の勝利の執念を与
Yeah, so gave him 24 hours to search everything.
え。エンジェの名を口にする。
あの無残な死を、そなたの死を見なければ、そなたは本気にならん。エンジェの幸薄き未来を自覚しなければ、そなたに勝利の執念は生まれない。
エンジェの名を口にするなと言っている。
つまり必要な生贄だったというわ
Fuck you.
け。そうでなくては、そなたにわらわを殺すほどの怒りは生まれない。わらわとそなたの拮抗が崩せない。ベリンカステルこれは駒ではない。切り札と呼ぶがふさわしい。駒はどれほど活躍しようか、盤上を離れることも。しかし切り札、どんな力を発揮しようとも切れば確実に捨てられる。エンジェはそなたにとって実に良き切り札だったの。
God damn it, don't view her as a damn trump card. She's a person.
エンジェの名を口にするんじゃな。
Bitch. Battle is angry war. Beato finally stopped talking.
俺はな、こんなところで遊んでる暇はもう一切ねえんだ。引き分けすらもエンジェを待たせてる。
Fuck yeah.
俺はな、お前を打ち破り家族を連れて家に帰るんだよ。てめえと魔女ごっこで遊んでる暇は1秒たりともありはしない。
ならどうすればよいか分かっている。
ああお前をぶっ倒す。魔女も魔法も幻想も妄想も全て俺がぶっ飛ばす。
Fuck yeah.
さあ追っ始めようぜ。もう二度とごまかさせない。ゲーム再開だぜ。お前という嘘っぱちを追う魔女のベールを俺が引き裂いてやる。
長いわ。素直に一言、わらわを殺してやると言えばよい。
ああ、その言葉をお望みなら言ってやるさ。俺が聞いてやるお前の望みで最初で最後のものだ。
感謝する。
お前も殺す。
ならばよし、始めようぞバトラー。さあ魔女狩りの時間だ。わらわを追ってみろ、追い詰めてみろ、殺してみろ。わらわはそなたに期待している。妹の最後がそなたに何を与えたのか、それをわらわに見せてみよ。
上等だ。
Fuck yeah. Battlers' cry burned the world with a white light. And if you opened your eyes amidst the darkness, the two of them could be seen in the rose garden. Wow.
先手はどちらから。
What the hell is this? Called Dream End Discharger?
潔よし。
In the rose garden, beautiful rose petals danced. The color of those rose petals was red. Did the fact that they faced each other in this beautiful rose garden prove or make it claim to a red single truth? That must be why the roses are red. But in the language of flowers, roses represent passion, not truth. The flower for truth is a forget-me-not. That flower is blue.
俺の青き真実で全てをうがつ全て一番最初のゲームから始めるぜ
Oh shit!
よかろう。そなたのお手並みを拝見しよう。来い。
行くぜ
Oh fuck, I have to remember everything now. Let's do this!
すでに宣言済みだがもう一度言うこいつは前回のゲームの南條先生の殺人だけじゃないぜ一番最初からあらゆるゲームのあらゆる場面を切り裂ける後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している
Oh shit!
よって島の本当の人数は17人そこに未知の人物 X が加わることで18人となっている
The 18th person.
この人物 X の存在の過程によって17人全員にアリバイがあっても犯行は可能になる
Very true.
これにより人間の数18人を満たしつつにもかかわらず一見18人全員にアリバイがあっても犯人 X の存在と犯行は可能になる
You can break through all of the murders in episode 1 by supposing an unknown person X. Very true. Furthermore, it's even possible to explain the mystery of Kinzo's evacuation from the closed room sealed by the receipt, by making the bold assumption that Kinzo wasn't there in the first place. Unless Beatrice counters this with the red truth, the illusion of the witch from episode 1 has been completely smashed. The blue truth is valid. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck! The wedge of blue truth that Battle had thrown stabbed right through the top of Beato's left foot. Was the red blood pouring out from their protest being made by the red truth? Beato shut one of her eyes tight during the unbreakable pulling of the blue truth that denied her.
悪くない。
There is an extra person, I have to say that, yes.
まだまだわらわは否定されてはおらぬ。この程度では足りぬ。続くゲームではそれだけで説明できる謎がある。
どの謎だ
Yeah, what mysteries?
第2のゲームの終盤でジョージがゴーダとシャノンを引き継ぎ夏日の部屋に立てこもり殺された。夏日の部屋を解錠した鍵は室内に閉じ込められ残る全ての解錠可能な鍵はローザの手にある。犯人 X が存在しようと密室構築は不可能なのです。
That's right, yes, they had Natsu's key. That's true. Ooh. The blue wedge of Pierce beats her shook. She was resisting, fighting to pull it out.
いや俺の青き真実は揺るがない犯人 X がマスターキーを入手していればあれは密室でも何でもないんだ
Yep.
いや入手は不可能だ。マスターキーすべてはローザが管理した。
だがローザおばさんが共犯であったなら何の意味もない
That is true. Yes, if Unloser was an accomplice, which could support that little thing I noticed a couple episodes back of when they escaped from the parlor, Rosa didn't lock the door. Which means if she was an accomplice, that would add to that theory of, you know, leaving that door unlocked for the 18th person to come in and place down the litter without anybody noticing. And therefore, Rosa could, you know, blame Battler and kick him out from the parlor.
ローザおばさん犯人 X に何らかの方法で鍵を渡し
It's very
密室殺人を幇助した
That is very true, and especially how she acted at the end of episode 2 by getting the gold bars from the chapel would make sense that she would have, you know, a motive to, you know, have the rest of the family murdered because she would get the gold in exchange for it.
そしてその後同様の方法で鍵を回収したんだ甘いぜベアトこんなのは当時の俺もすでに推理している
そうであったな。
Ooh, digging in. The wedge had been gradually losing its sparkle, and it seemed as though it was about to be pulled out. We gained its strong blue again, thanks to Battle's additional blue truth, and dug into Beato again, eating into her foot. Beato let out a cry of anguish at that pain.
6連結の連鎖密室。
Ah, yes.
ローザおばさんとマリアの殺人、親父たちのホールでの死亡、クラウスおじさんと夏日おばさんの殺人。
Now this makes the most sense that there's an 18th person. The 18th person did the 6 winged crow's rooms, while Ava killed Rosa and Maria, Rudolph and Kyrie as well, and also Klaus and Natsuki.
その全てはエヴァおばさんを犯人に仮定することで説明可能だ。これは当時すでに論破済み。
Yeah.
それに対しお前がエヴァを通して出題してきた最後の難題、南條先生殺しも
Yep.
18人目の未知の人物 X で説明可能。
And even the people she couldn't kill because of emotional attachment could be by the 18th
これで
person.
第3のゲームまで全て打ち破ったぞ。
無論この程度で答えはせぬわ。ならばゲストハウスからのジョージの失踪はどう説明するというのか。赤き真実を追加しよう。ジョージはゲストハウスの階段を降りてはおらぬ。
Well, he could have just gone out the window.
窓から飛び去ったの。
Well, he could have jumped down. He's disappeared. In the final stages of the third game, George and Emily vanished from the second floor of the guest house. Ava, who had been on the first floor, claimed that no one had come downstairs. But because of the blue troop, George could have snuck down to the first floor to escape while Ava was busy casing Natsui and crosses Natsui's corpses outside. But by adding additional wet truth, Beato had denied that possibility. To go outside without going down to the staircase, if first floor he would have had to leave by the window. But all of the windows had been locked from the inside.
だからなんだ。お前の言葉通りだぞ。窓から飛び去ったんだろ。下へ飛び降りても芝生じゃわからないし、あの大雨だ。多少の痕跡なんて消えちまう。
Yeah.
赤き真実を繰り返す。外部へ通ずる窓も扉もすべて内側より施錠されていた。
The 18th person could have unlocked the window from the outside.
しかもそれらの施錠はすべて外側からは不可能。ジョージには施錠する術はない。
青き真実を繰り返す。当時の俺も言っているぜ。ならばジョージの兄貴が窓より脱出後、誰かがそれを施錠すればいい。何も難しいことはない。
And hell, that could be supported by someone could have walked in through the front door. They were working with Ava, so they, after George escaped from the second floor window, they could have come in. Ava would lie about nobody coming in, lock the door.
この程度ではあがけぬか。あがけぬか。
Beato couldn't remove the blue wedge that was buried into her foot. The fake witch was burned more and more by the forcible blue.
第3のゲームまでの全てにおいて、青き真実は未だ揺るがない。ならば、お前が魔女であることを証明する唯一のゲームは、今回。
わらわが赤き真実に反撃していない以上、そういうことになる。この度のゲームでのみ、魔女を証明せねばなるまい。
Yeah, only one game left, this one.
よかろう。存分に来るがよ。
食堂の6人殺しについて不審な点はない。 18人目の X が銃を乱射してみんなを殺した。
Yep.
落とし穴については実際に落とし穴が本当に隠されていた可能性もあるし、キリエさんの仮説である瞬時に混沌させる
Exactly.
毒矢の発射装置 X の過程でも説明可能。
I really believe that they were all, like, while in a panic, while someone was shooting up everybody, some poison were knocked them out.
ジョージの兄貴ジェシカ、そして地下牢から脱出したメンバーの殺害も食堂と同じで銃によるもの。不審な点はない。だが分かってるぜ、反撃があるんだろ。来いよ。
そなたの最大の刃である18人目の X は金属を送ることは我らも分かっている。だから金蔵を書斎より出した。その金蔵を親族会議の全員が迎えたぞ。親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。
そうだな。
That is true. That is a big one.
だがじい様はずっと視線をさまよって寝込んでいた重病人ってことになってるぜ。やつれてて別人に見えちまってもみんな気にしないかもな。
A body double. Someone that walked like Kinzo.
俺は後悔す。そのじい様
Yep.
別人の替え玉だ。親族たちがじい様と見間違えた別人だ。
Plus, it's not like they were looking at his toes, right? He would have shoes on. So who could really tell it was Kinzo with that one particular thing he has?
ならば我らは後悔す。すべての人物は後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。いかなる変装であったとしても後ろ宮金蔵を見間違わない。
Sight, huh?
ならばこう返す。お前は第一のゲーム時では5本以上存在することになっていたマスターキーの本数以後のゲームの設定変更を行っている。
That is true. That is true.
同じことで第4のゲームにおいて金蔵の生死の設定が変更されている可能性がある。よって第4のゲームの金蔵の存在をもってそれ以前のゲームでの金蔵の存在を証明することにはならない。
That is very true. In the previous two free games, he could have just been a corpse in the furnace the entire time, while in the fourth one, he was still alive.
よって食堂での6人殺しはじい様が自ら執行したと仮定しても何の矛盾も生じない。
ならばこう返そうぜ。4つのゲーム開始時の金蔵の性質設定は全て同一である。
The same, huh?
第4のゲームのみ設定が異なることはない。
Life or death status is the same. Okay.
副賞要求。各ゲームの開始時に金蔵は生存している。
副賞拒否。
Ooh.
答えぬよバトル。わらわはそなたに望まれて赤き真実を答えはせぬ。
くそじじいね。我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェを守るために体を張ってやがるってのか。
It's very interesting. Oh. Swaying that damn geezer came into view. Is he trying to be some kind of knight blocking the path between me and Bito?
バトラよ、お前にこのわしが超えられるかな。至らせぬ、至らせはせぬよ。黄金の魔女の高みにはな。お前の浅はかな推理など私一人を超えることもできぬわ。死ねい。
What the fuck? Holy shit, he turned into a dragon! King! Kinzo's jet black cape spread as though it would swallow the world, becoming the snout of a vast black jacket that came at me, trying to swallow me in one gulp. Faced with that black dragon's roar, I couldn't my breathing, closed my eyes widely. Ah, power tricks.
黙りな。心底内の亡霊ね。おう、わしを亡霊呼ばわりしてみせるか。
I mean, you're all transparent and shit.
あくまでもわしはすでに死んでおるとする仮説を貫くか。それがお前の命取りよ。第4のゲームの第1の番にて闇に飲み込まれて消え去るがよい。
The black dragon's vast mouth, its snouts, its fangs swallowed Battleware whole. In that instant, Battleware suddenly opened his eyes.
ありがとうよ、ベアトリーチェ。お前の第3のゲームだ。俺の反撃の足がかりとなる。あばよ、クソじじい。こいつでお別れだぜ。俺は金蔵死亡説が第4のゲームでも主張できる根拠として以下の仮説を提唱する。よかろう。存分に来るがよい。我が末裔よ。
Shit.
行くぜ、クソじじい。金蔵の名は後宮家当主の称号として引き継がれているという仮説だ。後宮金蔵はすでに死んでいる。そしてその名を誰かが継承した。
So he passed it on to Ava.
全員が承認した。それにより親族会議に居合わせた全員が金蔵の存在を認めた。じい様の変装をする必要さえもないのさ。一同が新しい金蔵を認めたのだから。
So it's a title, not a name.
よって見間違えるわけもない。以上の仮説が否定されない限り、お前これでとどめだぜ。クソじじい、お前に復讐要求だ。全人物の中で異なる複数の名前を持つ人物は存在しない。
Multiple different names. My God. Now there goes the ghost of the man who was known as Kinzo.
感謝しろよ。お前やっと死ねたんだぜ。こいつが陰謀だ。食らってくたばりな。後宮金蔵はすでに死亡している。そうさ、あんたは気の毒だよな。その死体が見つかる場合、いつも丸焼けだ。それは死後が経過している死体であることを悟られないための工作なのさ。
Very true. Every game that was the same thing for Kinzo, nobody else, he was always burnt.
そしてその名を誰かが受け継いだ。以上の仮説でてめえは死亡しているにもかかわらず、金蔵は親族会議に登場することができる。
And plus, this ain't the first time someone's name has been passed on as a title. Look at you, Beatrice.
どうだよ、これだ、チェックメイトだ。
Holy shit! Several dozen brute stakes bored into Kinzo's ghost. Their terrible destructive power wouldn't let the ghost recover again. There he goes. Dispersing along with the shadow of the black dragon, his golden flower petals scattered. Usual mirror Kinzo became a gold-colored cyclone and disappeared. Even after death, he had fought for the sake of the woman he loved. There's no doubting that your love and madness were the real thing.
恨むな。死者は眠らせろ。起こす。次こそは。これでお前も最後だ。
Beatrice still couldn't pull out the blue wedge that pierced her foot. She realized that she was on the verge of death.
お前には随分と付き合ったぜ。お前の遊び相手としての義理は十分果たしたはずだ。だが、そろそろお片付けの時間だぜ。家で寂しがり屋の妹が待ってるんだ。家族揃っておいとまさせてもらうぜ。
ならば殺せ。ならばわらわを殺してみせよ。逃げも隠れもせん。今や避けることもかなわぬわ。来い、後ろ宮バトルー。
おう、金蔵死亡説による18人目の X により残り全てを貫く。
Yeah? It works.
第4のゲームにおけるジョージの兄貴とジェシカの死も X が犯人で説明できる。地下牢から逃げて殺された5人も園芸倉庫の2人も最後のマリアも全て18人目の X で説明できる。何もおかしなことはない。以上にて全てのゲームにおける犯人の説明を人間にて完了する。
Hey, it was as simple as, Kinzo was dead, the name Kinzo was brought out to somebody else, and that there was an 18th person.
ベアトリーチェ、これだ。チェックメイトだ。
Ooh, shit. Ooh, damn. Holy shit. Just like Rufina and Trails in the Sky the Third. Beatrice, who couldn't dodge, had several blue stakes driven into her and was skewered. Beatrice grabbed at them, trying to pull them out somehow. Well, I kind of reached the same conclusion, but different method of, wordplay with furniture and all that, but,
食らっちまった。痛えよ。こりゃ死ぬな。こいつを引き抜かなきゃ死んじまう。痛いのは嫌だ。辛いのは嫌だ。
With both hands, Beatrice firmly grasped one of the blue stakes. Naturally, the power of the witch denying blue truth burned her hands. Unable even to hide her tears at the pain, Beatrice howled and tried to pull the stakes out with all her might.
これが抜けなきゃ死んでしまう。これが最後の反撃ならバトラー、我が魔法の数々をどう説明するのか。
Acts of magic.
一番最初に登場したのは第2のゲームにおいて、わらわがマリアのカボチャのマシュマロを直してやった時だ。この時ローザはその魔法を確かに目撃している。
Certainly at that time, Rosa witnessed gold butterflies gathering in the fixing of a marshmallow by the miracle of magic.
ローザ一人の目撃では信憑性がないであろう。
Yeah, considering she was an accomplice in episode 2.
だからわらわはその目撃者を極限まで増やしたのだ。 それこそが今回のゲームよ。我が眷属たちの召喚、そして魔法による虐殺、それらの全てを大勢の人間たちに目撃させた。それこそが我が魔法の存在する証明。
Well, a lot of things happen that people think they witness. It's called mass hysteria for a reason.
これをどう説明するのか。後ろ宮バトラー。
ステイルメイト。
Oh.
魔法があるから魔法はある。そういう論法にはできないってのが俺たちのブラウン管裁判のルールのはずだぜ。
そうだった
な。誰が何人魔法を目撃しようとも
Can't prove.
それは魔法の存在の証明にはならない。
If you see something inexplicable, you say it's magic.
俺はお前が見せてきた全ての魔法の存在するしないの遺憾にかかわらず、その全てを無視して人間で説明することができる。それは俺の不可侵の権利である。違ったか。
At those words, I boost stakes without an even barter right, knocking my hands away.
やはり抜けぬか。
As battle is now, even if I pull up a witness for each individual bit of magic in the band explanation, I'll probably use some kind of move to deny all of them. Not just the magic with the marshmallow showed was up, but all the miracles of magic. So I can no longer even claim to be a witch without questioning him about something like how a marshmallow was fixed. I'm in such an inferior position that I must fight over such trivialities.
わらわは無理かもしれぬ。分かっている。もとより勝ちのなきゲームだったのだ。なればいつか敗れる日が来るのは当然のこと。わらわはバトラに敗れるためだけに今日までを戦ってきたというのか。勝てるかもしれないと始めたゲームだった。簡単には勝てなくても無限に繰り返すゲームの中でいつかは奇跡が起こると信じてた。何しろわらわには絶対に勝つという絶対の意志がある。しかし今やその奇跡は完全に失われた。そして絶対の意志はバトラに宿り、私には万一の奇跡も絶対にない。いや、奇跡も絶対もないが正しいのか。勝利はなく引き分けによる終了もない。唯一許された決着、敗北を与えられるまで永遠と抗うだけのゲーム。そうさ、私はバトラに殺されるためだけに
I looked into Bador's eyes. That which was reflected inside them wasn't me. The figures of the little sister waiting for his return and the family he had to bring back were reflected in those eyes. To him, my existence is already not even that of an individual. Obviously, from the very beginning, he's been trying to deny the individual that I am.
前回のゲームは面白かったな。 ちょっと騙しただけだったけど、ほんのわずかの間だけでも分かり合えたような感じになって。そうだよ、あそこで手を打っておけばよかったんだよ。バトラがコロッと騙されたまま永遠に騙し続けてればよかったんだ。でもダメなんだよな。あれじゃ本当の勝ちじゃないんだよな。
これでチェックメイトか、ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice had been run through with several blue sticks, skewered over and over to the ground while still standing. Because of that, she wasn't even able to fall over. And so, looking up into the sky was soon sewn in place. A tragic form might have been a fitting end for the cruel witch who had endlessly toyed with 18 people's lives and had killed constantly for hundreds and thousands of years. Gently, as if someone was mourning over something, rain began to fall. Amid that rain, Vito was soaked and crucified.
終わりなのか、ベアト。
グーの音も出ぬわ。
The squeak.
まだだろ。お前はこの程度で終わる女じゃねえだろ。
無茶を言う。この姿がどう見たら終わっていないように見えるのか。
No, I just have a strange feeling that it isn't over yet.
早くとどめを刺せよ。言っちまえよ。お前の青き真実で。以上により魔女は存在しないって言っちまえよ。その一撃で私の息の根を止めてしまえ。
ダメだな。
ほう、わらわにこれ以上。すでに決着はついておろうに。
There's still a lot of stuff.
立てよ。俺たちの殴り合いはまだ終わってない。
まだとな。
お前のそれは負けじゃない。もうやめたと投了しているだけだ。
いいではないかよ。投了でそれでそなたの勝ちだろうが。とっとと妹のところへ帰るがいい。わらわなどこの場に打ち捨てていけ。
俺は言ったはずだ。逃げない。そしてお前を逃がさないとな。お前は何者だ。
Fantastic question.
そして一体何が望みだったんだ。
それが知りたくばそなたのお箱でも試せばよい。いいではないか。
Try your favorite move.
ただの妄想幻想。それでいいではないか。
But still.
全然ダメだぜ。俺はお前を逃がさない。
Oh.
俺はお前をこのまま逃がしてなるもんか。お前をうやむやにしたまま幻想の暗闇に逃げ帰らせはしない。打ち破る。完全にな。 だから立て。弱々しいふりなんかするな。お前はまだなんてか隠してる。
There's still more.
俺にはわかる。
なぜおとなしく見逃してくれぬのか。
親父を、おふくろを、そしてエンジェを、いとこのみんなや親族のみんなを、そして使用人のみんなを、お前はあれだけもてあそんで殺した。その非道を、
Yeah.
俺は絶対に忘れない。許さない。
Can't just be so easy.
俺の肩にはよ、まだエンジェの腕の感触が残ってるんだよ。俺はお前の非道を許さない。だからそんなことで
Bador's eyes burned with the flames of hatred. The time had long since passed during which pitiful behavior would have earned his compassion. After being tricked once, Bador would never sympathize with me again.
狼と羊のパズルどころか、これじゃ狼少年だな。どうすればいいんだよ、わらわは。どうする。負けを認めぬためだけに無限に戦うの。無限の魔女にふさわしき無限の拷問が。バトラで勝利を与えぬために無限に嫌がらせを繰り返すのもまた無限の魔女なのか。悲しいな。こんなのが無限の魔法なのか。もう嫌だ。魔女たちに無限に玩具にされるなんてもう嫌だ。
Toyed with by witches.
勝ちはなく引き分け終了もない。ならばわらわを解放してくれる結末は魔女の道に落ちた時から、悪魔と契約をしたその日から、
Contract.
末路は悲劇であると。
どうした。黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。六軒島の支配者ならば最後もそれにふさわしい貫禄を見せてみろ。
Widening. The world was smashed with white, bidding last moments for the war of Wokenjima. Still pierced by the blue stakes, Mito faced the radiant sky and let out a cry of laughter. Then she slowly raised her face and stared at Bador.
愚か者め、そなたの健闘をたたえ、勝ちを譲ってやろうと思ったの。慢心したな。
それは譲られるものじゃない。お前から奪い取るものだ。
Damn right.
お前だってそうだろうが。俺が魔女はいてもいいかななんて言い出せ、そんな甘っちょろい勝ち方が納得できなかったから、前回はわざとああして最後にぶっ壊してくれたんだろうが。そうさ、俺は前回お前に一度情けをもらってたんじゃねえか。だからその借りをこれで返す。俺の仇、俺の黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
バカが。 か。二度とチャンスがあると思うな。
Shit. When Beto yelled, the blue stakes that had pierced her chest blew to bits and disappeared. However, the blue wedge that pierced her foot in the very beginning did not vanish. The 18th
抜
person.
けてないぜ。
Hmm.
18人目の X の
Yeah.
青き真実が抜けていない。
そなたの復唱要求の一つに応じる。そなたの推理通り、全ゲームの開始時に金蔵はすでに死んでいる。
Alright.
しかし、ならばつまりは一人を抜かせばよいこと。わらわはこれまでこの島には19人以上の人間は存在しないと宣言してきた。それを金蔵の分一人減らす。この島には18人以上の人間は存在し
17,
ない。
huh? Alright.
以上とはつまり18人目を含める。つまり18人目の X は存在しない。
So it could be 2.
これは全ゲームに共通することである。
Shit. Well then.
そら見ろ。やっぱりまだとんでもねえ奥の手を隠してやがったぜ。17人しか人間のいない島が18人と偽られてきた。それが1人減って17人になり、ようやく正しい数になったってわけだ。
17 people, alright.
これだ。お前をぶち抜いていたくさびが抜かれたな。戦いはゼロから仕切り直しってわけだ。
So there is no extra 18th person, and Kinzo has always been dead from the start. So that must mean the culprit is inside the 17th people. And if Kinzo is always dead at the start of it, then that means that the servants, or more specifically the furniture, have been the ones that have been doing most of the killings. The blue wedge had been sewn into Beto in place broke apart. There was no longer anything piercing her. The scars on her body had disappeared completely. There stood, just as Beto had hoped for, the figure of the majestic golden witch who ruled Wokenjima.
さあ来いバトラー。もう一度最初からだ。全てについて青き真実で打ち抜いてみよ。わらわはもはや遊ばぬ。逃げもせぬ。隠れもせぬ。そなたが不甲斐ないならばこの勝負、この場にて決着してくれよう。わらわの譲り勝利にて妥協しなかったことを永遠に後悔させてくれる。さあ第1のゲームからだ。
おう、第1のゲーム。最初の園芸倉庫で見つかった親族6人の殺人に不審な点はない。
Yeah.
アリバイのない誰にでも犯行は可能だった。
Very true.
有効だ。続けるぞ。次のエヴァ夫婦の密室殺人はどう？
Could
チェー
have
ンま
been.
でかかった密室であったり。
Well, fuck. Was there? No, the keyhole wasn't there because we saw in the fourth game there was no keyhole in that thing.
2人は他殺である。密室構築後に片方を殺害の後に自殺したのではない。また、
Homicides,
殺人は
yes.
執行者、犠牲者が共に同室して行われた。執行者が室外から殺害する手段は存在しない。
Pretty sure there was a window in that room.
犯人にはアリバイのない人間を想定する。それは死者だ。
Yep, the fake
最
body.
初の6人の死体の中には顔面粉砕による身元不明死体が含まれる。
Now, if I remember correctly, there's this one statement that I kept remembering over and over again. Rudolph, episode 1, he says to both Badwater and Kyrie that he had a feeling that he was going to die tonight. So, perhaps he was in on this plan.
これが実は偽装死体で犠牲者のふりをして姿をくらました犯人 X。
And
2人を殺したとの仮説は可能だ。
True. And Ava could have opened up the door for Rudolph.
そして犯人は密室殺人構築後ベッドの下に隠れ俺たち全員をやり過ごしたんだ。
よかろう、次だ。ボイラー室に至ったカノンが殺されたな。赤き真実を追加する。全ての生存者にアリバイがある。さらに死者も含めよう。つまり島のいかなる人間にも死者にもカノンは殺せなかった。
I mean, could have lied.
誰にも殺せないなら自分で殺したということはあるかもな。
True.
ならカノン君は自殺かもしれない。
And since he was furniture to Kinzo, he could have done that out of for him.
副賞要求。カノン君は自殺ではない。
カノンは自殺ではない。
Okay.
重ねるぜ。副賞要求。カノン君は他殺された。
副賞を拒否する。
その拒否で他殺を認めることも可能だが、お前はすでに赤で誰にも殺せなかったと宣言している。
So it could have been an accident.
つまり他殺ではないんだ。これは第3のゲームの連鎖密室と同じなのさ。
Yep.
カノン君は自殺でも他殺でもない理由で死亡したんだ。状況は不明だが
Yep.
事故死というわけさ。胸に杭がぶち込まれて死んでしまうような
Yep.
どのようなドジを踏んで事故死に至ったかについての説明は
Easy. Switch on a
悪魔の
banana.
証明により説明拒否。
悪魔の力を身につけたそなたは今や敵なしだ。有効であるぞ。ならばその後の客間にて源氏、男女、熊沢の3名の殺人はどうか。無論同室していたマリアは殺していないぞ。そしてもちろん3人は他殺だ。
Could have killed each other.
殺人を実行したのは身元不明死体で姿をくらました犯人 X で説明できる。
That too.
そもそもあの3人の顔面も粉砕されていた。
So unidentifiable.
どれかが替え玉死体の可能性は十分にある。
身元不明死体についてその身元を全て保証する。すなわち替え玉トリックは存在しない。
Okay, so they could have killed each other.
ならば相打ち殺人で説明できる。3人はそれぞれに銃を持ち
Exactly.
時計回りに突きつけ同時に相手の顔面を吹き飛ばした。その後マリアがその銃を回収して隠した。これならどうだ。
なんという暴論。
Wow, you want fucking twisted logic? We're going for twisted logic.
気に入った。ならば最後の夏日は赤き真実を追加。夏日は他殺である。身元不明死体は一切ない。生存者も全員がアリバイがある。
Homicide, so killed by someone else.
トラップ X による間接殺人で説明できる。
Sure.
夏日おばさんの銃に細工がされてたんだ。
Could have been, yeah. Trying to explode.
構えて撃った人間のちょうど眉間に弾をくれてやるように作られた
Reverse the
罠の銃だったとすれば説明できる。
reverse the bullet.
夏日の額に埋まりし銃弾は夏日の銃から放たれたものではない。
夏日おばさん、
Yeah.
内容不明の手紙によりおびき出された可能性がある。そしてホールに呼び出された。
Someone dropped a bullet on her.
そして特定の時刻で特定の
Yeah,
場所に立つよう
exactly.
に強いられた。 あらかじめ設置してあった銃を利用したトラップ X により
Use the
殺害されたんだ。
use goddamn shotgun gun trap from Solve 1.
素晴らしい。そなたの暴論はもはや心地よくすらある。敬意を表し第一のゲームをそなたに譲ろう。感服したわ。
Ooh, goddamn. Oh shit! The instant Beato acknowledged her defeat in the first game. The stakes of the Blue Truth once again pierced her chest, letting out a terrible sound. Oh shit!
まだまだ。来い。第2のゲームだ。
Beato just barely pulled out the stake that pierced her chest. But even though there was no hole left behind, she still seemed to be burying a deep wound that was running out a massive amount of blood. She was tormented by an equally fierce pain. But Beato grinned, grinding her teeth and pushed for the next game to start. But I won't feel sympathy for her. Just by her existing, that we would have been killed and harassed over and over. And Angie's been burdened with a future of isolation.
そうとも。わらわのここにいて、ただ笑うだけでも永遠の地獄は続く。
This never-ending video.
そなたの妹に返しはしない。妹は彼らの家族に1000年の間泣き続ければよい。
Fuck you.
くそが情けも容赦もしねえぜ。
Second
第
game.
2ゲームだ。行くぜ。まずは最初の事件だ。6人が殺された礼拝堂での密室殺人については
Yep.
当時の俺がすでにカンパしている。
Key was taken
マリア
from.
の鍵を
Yep, Maria's
何
key.
者かが密かに拝借し、事件終了後に密かにマリアのカバンに戻したんだ。
We already figured that one out.
マリアの鍵はマリア受領後から翌日のローザ開封の瞬間まで誰の手にも渡っていない。
Oh shit. Okay, unsealed the envelope and the stated key did not pass it. Oh, it could have been a different key.
ジジイの書斎と同じ構造で
Oh, that
礼拝堂の扉がオートロックだった可能性がある。つまり事件前に開錠しておいて扉が閉まりきらないように石でも挟んでおいた。そして鍵をマリアに預けた。施錠はオートのため鍵は必要なかったとの仮説もあり得る。
金蔵の書斎以外にオートロックの扉は存在しない。
扉は犠牲者たちが内側から閉めたんだ。
true.
6人の中に犯人がいて5人を殺し死んだふりをしていた。
6人は発見時にすでに全員死亡していた。
Ooh,
全員が他殺だ。
homicides.
6人は全員が純粋な犠牲者であり、
Okay.
双方の殺人には関与しない。
Pure victims, alright.
相打ち殺人は存在しない。
Okay.
熊沢さんをはじめ
Yeah.
当時アリバイがない人間が存在した。そんな誰かが6人を殺し内側に隠れていたと仮定すれば問題ない。
あの礼拝堂には誰も隠れていなかった。よってその引きこもり密室は通用しない。
Okay.
どうしたよ。後ろにはバートラー。
So hide, not
それ
hiding.
で終わりか。
Chapel. The keys, the auto lock.
第2のゲームから甘くないぜ。
It was a thundering exchange of red and blue truth. Ooh, ooh, oh. God damn. Over and over again. The stakes and wedges of blue truth that I sent flying attacked one after the other, and Beato cut them down one after another with her red treasure sword, knocking them down. But the blood she lost from the very first game was probably serious. This intense exercise was putting an even greater strain on her. I could also see her breath grow ragged. That's why I can't hold back now. I'll corner that witch. This time I'll break through her.
まだだぜ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。俺のへりくつは終わっちゃいねえぜ。ならばこれはどうだ。
Lowered in from the
彼ら
outside.
に与えられた飲食物に小型爆弾が入っていて
Fair
の
enough.
中で爆発した。つまりトラップ X による犯行の可能性。
There it was, boy. You know,
気づかず
boom.
に飲み込んで腹をぶちまけるような爆弾の詳細については悪魔の証明。説明拒否。
なんだよそりゃ。小型爆弾
But Beatrice failed to knock down the blue wedge as it flew at an angle like a breaking pitch. Woohoo! It went out of one fuck and gouged itself deep into her left shoulder. However, even as a breaking pitch hit her, her laughter didn't seem to be stopping. Yeah, I get it. Even I think that theory is pretty screwed up.
好きなだけ笑いやがれ。文句があるのか。
なし。その暴論や心地よし。次なるジェシカとカノンの密室は
問題ない。
Yep.
使用人の誰かが犯人であれば
Easily.
マスターキーを使える。密室ですらない。
その後、使用人室でカノンらしき謎の人物が襲いかかり、南條と熊沢が殺されたな。カノンの死亡はあの時刻以前に赤で宣言済みだった。ならば、あのカノンは何者だというのか。
Nobody.
カノン君の死亡は
Yeah.
赤で宣言済みならば
Yeah, he wasn't
生
alive.
きているわけがない。よって襲われた彼らがカノン君と誤認するような何者かの変装の可能性がある。
彼らは異なる人物。カノンと誤認することは絶対にない。
Oof.
ならば
Yeah.
金蔵の名の世襲と同じにカノンの名が世襲された可能性がある。
Everybody, yeah.
カノン君が殺され別の人物がその名を受け継ぎ彼らを襲ったと仮定できる。
That makes more sense because Cannon is not his actual name. That's more of a title of, like, you know, furniture. It sounded like a watermelon being squashed, weighing out, and the blue wedge was buried deep into Beato's left flank. Maybe he hit it in a bad place since it seemed to be real effective. After winning over and moaning for a while, she whacked it off as though trying to make it seem like no big deal. Yeah, I get it. That must have hurt a lot.
またしてもこともなげに人間の誰かを犯人に仕立ててきやがったぜ。ゲーム盤上では口が裂けても言えぬことを実にシャーシャーとのたま。
Oh, shut up.
しかし有効だ。その暴言心地よし。心地よいぞ。これは痛みではない。心地よさだ。
When Beato howled, the wedge that pierced her was blasted away, but the wound remained, and she continued to be tormented by fierce pain.
いいのか。続けていくぜ。第2のゲームの最後の殺人。夏日おばさんの部屋で死んだ3人についての青き真実は、18人目の X を否定されても有効のはず。赤で反論はあるか。なければ第2のゲームも俺のものだ。
ああ、ないぞ。そのようなさまつで戦うのもつまらない。
Oh, shit.
くれてやる。第2のゲームなど貴様にくれてやるわ。
Damn. The instant she acknowledged her loss in the same game, 2 blue stakes gouged from Beato's chest this time. The witch's lungs were gouged, as were her intestines. Her face twisted in anguish. Her body twisted as she gasped in pain.
痛えのか。
痛い？いやいや、すぐったいくらい。全身を細切れにされてくず肉の山にされたお前の妹に比べればな。
Oh, fuck
お
you.
前もくず肉にしてやるぞ。 兄弟仲良く混ぜて合いびきにしてくれるわ。
ぶち殺してやる。
God damn.
お前も同じ細切れにしてやる。次だ、第3のゲームだ。いつまでへばってやがれ。てめえを地獄に叩き落としてやるのは
No, third game should be easy.
無論よ、これくらいでへばるものか。そうとも、まだまだこれからよ。さあ、第3のゲームを始めよう。まず本来ならこの密室はそなたが当時にカンパしている。しかしそなたは金蔵を殺してしまった。
At the time, I realized that Gramps was the culprit, and that after killing the other fight and triggering the keys across each room, he constructed his own closed room in the boiler room, and that there he died in an accident while carrying out some kind of scheme, burning to death in the boiler. But now I've declared that Gramps was already dead, so I've denied my own fear in myself, ironically enough. However...
問題ない。ジジイ以外に
Yeah?
犯行可能な人間は大勢いる。親族会議中だった大人たちが全員グーで犯行に及んだとさえ言い切れる。
Could have lied about being in the conference all that time.
マスターキー5本はすべて5人の使用人の懐よりそれぞれ発見された。個別の鍵は死体の傍らの封筒の中に。つまり連鎖密室に関わるすべての鍵が連鎖密室内に閉じ込められていたわけだ。
Yeah, that was the biggest problem of that.
ドアの隙間だの窓の隙間だの通気口だの、そんなところを使って密室外から鍵を戻すことなどできるぞ。
Suicide, though.
Nah.
No.
Don't
That.
cross the
Oh,
coast.
poison gas. Yeah, that too.
鍵は通らなくてもガスなら通るぜ。密室の外から殺人を実行したんだ。
彼ら全員には致命傷となった重曹と思わしき傷跡があった。室外からの殺害は不可能だ。
Possible. Set up traps.
さらに赤を重ねよう。金蔵を除く5人の殺人の際、殺人者は必ず同室していた。自殺者がいないことは当時に赤で宣言済みだ。
犯人は全員をそれぞれの部屋で殺害後、連鎖密室を構築した。しかし最後の部屋の鍵だけはどうしても密室内に戻せない。だが戻すことはできたぜ。死体の第一発見者が鍵を見つけたふりをして誰かの死体のポケットから取り出して見せればいいからだ。
Bingo. Bingo. She couldn't fully block the retort of that blue stake. Beatrice was pushed back by the blue wedges that were unleashed on her, and one after another finally failed to block one, and once again took a severe wound. That's very true. Someone could have, took one of the master keys and said, "Oh, whatever." As she howled in pain, she pulled the blue wedge that pierced her right arm. Beatrice's entire body had been torn apart and pierced with blue wedges, stakes, and blades over and over again. Now she was totally covered in blood. But even so, Beatrice grinned, cackling as though this was amusing.
エンジェに親を連れ戻して帰宅すると約束した男がどの口で親を犯人にした説を語るというのか。
Shut up.
いいぜ、それでもいいんだぜ。
Shut the hell up.
家族で仲良く大量殺人に手を染めて決して落ちぬ血にまみれながらエンジェのところに帰れよ。それでこそ魔女の島からの生還者にお似合いだぜ。クズ肉エンジェにぴったりだ。
黙りやがれ。
God damn.
てめえを殺せ。バラバラにして殺せ。命乞いの必要はなぜ。絶対にこの手で最悪の死を与えてやる。
ああ、そなたならできるだろう。千年の果てに残虐の限りを尽くしきったわらわにそれに見合う最後を与えてくれるだろう。ああ、それ見たいの。連 くらいのか、それともくすぐったいのかな。これくらいで答えるかよ。来いよ後ろ宮バトラー。
Beatrice had already countered my first powerful move, the 18th person X, by making the number of people on the island 17. But just limiting the number of people to 17 didn't overturn the theory that Aunt Ava was the culprit. I could crush most of the murders in the third game this way. Yep. Doesn't matter. Blood dripped from all over the body of the Golden Witch. I cornered her this time thoroughly without mercy. This isn't a game point to decide who wins and loses. Yeah, we aren't playing. Even the time I spent playing and fighting like this didn't waste my trip home. In her isolation, Ange will continue to have her heart torn apart by loneliness and sadness. I have to go back to Ange as fast as I can.
ボロボロだな。虫の息ってやつか。
まだ答えぬわ。これくらい。言葉よいわ。
いらねえようだな。容赦。
元よりそのつもりもなかろう。
存分に行くぜ。
そうせよ。逆の立場だった時、わらわは容赦しなかった。だからそなたにそのチャンスがあったならそうするべきであろう。じゃないとまた別の世界の孤独な演者を呼んで、今度は獅子を引きちぎって槍に刺して炙り焼きにしちまうぜ。
You bitch.
黙れ。もう二度と俺の家族も親族もそして使用人のみんなも
End this.
お前のおもちゃにはさせねえぜ。俺はすでに第4のゲームの謎を全て青き真実で打ち破っている。残る謎は第3のゲームの一番最後。
Who killed Nacho?
南條先生の殺人だけだぜ。
おい、わらわもうそんなところまで追い詰められた。わらわも風前の灯火であるな。
She coughed finally, spitting up blood. Her insides had been punched through so many times, it was only natural.
ということはこの南條先生殺しの謎だけが
It's always
お前が魔
that.
女であることの最後の防衛戦ってことになるな。
そうなる。これを破られた。わらわは全ての謎を破られた。
Yeah, it would be the last mystery defeated.
そなたの真実を見つめた。新しき赤き真実で反論するか。
That is, it's very surprising. I thought the answer arc was going to be, you know, kind of like Higurashi, but no. We're answering all the mysteries right now, motherfucker. Or at least defeating them. Not answering them quite yet, but giving retorts back.
追い詰められた風前の灯火って感じには見えねえぜ。
For we still don't know the true culprits.
まだ何か隠し玉を持ってやがるな。
We know the method, but we do not know who done it.
さあ、どうか。わらわも1000年の長すぎる生涯に愛という。その果てに巡り合ったソナダという公的種によって生涯を閉じるのも悪くないと思い始めている。そなたならやれるよな。やってくれよ。頼む。殺してくれよ。殺してばっかりでさ 殺された試しがねえんだよ。お前ら18人を幾百と殺してはきたけれど、殺された試しは一度もねえから、一回くらいは経験してみてんだよ。
It was a graceful show of boldness, unchanged from before, but blood dripped from her mouth. Her once beautiful dress was covered with holes, and blood poured from all over her body, making her physical appearance stand in sharp contrast to her attitude. Maybe the shot she taken to the flank was still tormenting her, since she was still pushing down on the unconscious without a trace of grace. But I've got no time for pity. As long as I feel sympathy for this witch, my family and I won't be released from this place. Till I defeat her, we won't be able to go home. In the outside world, it may be possible for the enemies to understand each other when circumstances change, but pure evil does exist. Evil that brings misfortune just by existing. It is to be spared no compromise. Despite its continued existence alone, it's evil.
お前をアーレには思わない。お前が俺たちの誰にも憐れまなかったように。
そうともさ、お前らなゲームの駒だぜ。毎回最初の6人は誰を殺そうかな、次の2人はどう殺そうかな、もっとグロい殺し方はねえかなって考えるのは最高に楽しいぜ。なあパートラーよ、改心するから今回も許してくれよ。そしたらさ、もうちょっとマシな殺し方に変えてやるからよ。
Shut up.
誰がどの時代どんな風に殺すか、お前の希望も聞いてやるからよ。楽しいぜ、人の命をもてあそぶってのはよ。お前なら考えつく。もっとクズ肉にしてやる方法よ。来いバトル、南條殺し暴いてみろ。
The 18th person X has been defeated, but I won't give in. I'll stop that witch's breathing cold. The end of the third game. It was announced in red that the survivors at that point, Battle, Ava, Jessica, and Ange were all involved with Nanjo's murder. And it was also proclaimed that it was murdered directly by someone before his eyes. All of the people had the strongest possible allies by having their deaths proclaimed in red. I'll break through this without using the 18th person X. Murdered right before his eyes. Nanjo, right before his eyes. Think! Don't stop thinking! Her red doesn't only by me, it's also supposed to be her weak point. Okay. Think. 18 people. No 18th person, since Kinzo doesn't count anymore, so there's only 17. Right before his eyes, he was murdered. Everyone else wasn't involved. I've got to somehow use it against her. That's right. There's still a gap. Yeah, this way I can break through it. Kinzo's dead. I'm trying to think of all 18th person that Ava Beatrice mentioned. This way, Beatrice's legend of the witch is finished.
確かに他の連中は死亡だったのさ。だが赤で死亡を宣言されたのは南條先生が死んだ瞬間ではない。厳密に言えば南條先生の死体が見つかった後の俺とエヴァの戦いにおいてだ。つまり南條先生を殺した時点では生きていた何者かがエヴァの死亡宣言までの間に死亡していれば、その感激は縫えることになる。つまりはこういうことさ。エヴァの死亡宣言で初めて死亡とされた人物の中に犯人がいて、その人物は最初うまいこと死んだふりをして俺たちをやり過ごした。そして赤での死亡宣言がないまま俺たちには死んだと思い込ませた。そして南條先生を殺し、その後に何かの理由で死んだ。
Killed himself, suicide, the accident, whatever.
エヴァが赤で死亡宣言を出す。以上の仮説でも南條先生の事件は説明できる。
How's that, Beatrice? Ooh. When he first really asked that question, there was a terrible sound that could only be likened to that of a compressor. And a blue stake that was as thick as a log appeared from underneath the earth and screwed the Golden Witch Beto, pulling up into the air. Ugly tears sounds rang out, and each time a blue stake or wedge would appear and pierce Beatrice's body. When that finally ended, her tragic form was exposed there, pin-cushioned by more than 10 stakes and wedges all over her body and dripping with blood, dangling and crucified. There was none of the dignity of the brutal witch who had sneered at the honor of the dead and toyed with and killed hundreds of the living. The rain, which had started falling at some point, quietly tormented the crucified witch. As Balor heaved with his breathing, he waited for some kind of answer from the Golden Witch. Although it wasn't long, it took the witch a bit of time to show any signs of life.
いてよ。
自業自得だぜ。
This is what death
お
is.
前が殺めてきた人々の痛みの一部を思い知れ。
Even as he said that, it seemed Balor had lost a little of his momentum as the extremely pathetic sight. Even if it was an enemy, he couldn't look straight at the woman exposed in such a brutal fashion. But even so, unless he destroyed Beatrice, this battle wouldn't end.
バトラー、頼むよ。
No. Huh? Beto let out a sob.
いてよ。すげえ。いてよ。
No, god damn it.
終わらせて。終わらせて。これでもまだ死ねねえんだよ。こんなに痛えのにまだ死ねねえんだよ。
俺に何を求めやがる。
終わらせて。この苦痛から解放して。
Beato's expression was soaked with blood and tears. Balor certainly had been tricked by her at one point, so he was probably able to suspect that her expression, that even her tears were an act. However, Balor believed in those tears. After all, those tears had the red of truth mixed in with them.
どうすりゃいい。どうすればお前の痛みを終わらせられる。
今からすべてを晒すから。
Everything.
それが笑わぬ心臓。
心臓。
そして
ベアト。
殺して。
Beatrice Were those tears from pain and torment? Or else? Either way, that pathetic expression was painful for Bedward to look at, even after brooding with such anger.
エンゼルのところに帰って
帰るためじゃない。お前の痛みを止めるために。お前の願いを聞く。
ありがとう。バトラー。
In her last breaths, Beato summoned up all of her remaining strength, then managed to close both of her hands into fists. The red light began to gather at those fists. Then she lifted her arms as though appealing to the heavens or something.
バトラーなら殺せるから。私のすべて心臓を潰して貫いてね。
The red light around both her arms gradually began to strengthen. After saying that much, her face tilted to the side a bit. Then her right arm lost its white and flopped down. But her left arm alone did not lose its white and remained held out towards the heavens. Then, before Bador's eyes, another Beato appeared with a faint form, transparent like a curtain. The crucified Beato had already lost consciousness. However, the newly appeared faint Beato quietly looked at me, her eyes expressionless, and spoke.
後ろ宮バトル、今から私が。
Huh.
それで
そしてたった今、この島にはあなた以外誰もいません。この島で生きているのはあなただけです。島の外の存在は一切干渉できません。
I understand. This is the last mystery Beatrice will be able to make as a witch. She's trying to offer it to me, entreating me to solve this final mystery and kill her.
来いよ。お前の最後の謎。俺が受け取ってやる。
この島にあなたはたった一人。そしてもちろん、私はあなたではない。なのに私は今ここにいて。これ
南條先生殺しの謎の強化版ってわけか。それで
私は誰？
それがお前の最後の出題。
Who am I?
私は誰？
Then Beatrice slowly approached me, and still expressionless. Yeah, I get it, Beato. I'll kill you, don't worry. I also slowly held her head. Then, as a piece left the game board, what the hell? What? What? Wait, god damn it, it went too fast! I what? Huh? Died in 1998, huh? 10th Twilight, Sakatari. Kinzo died on the 9th Twilight. 7th. God damn it. God damn it. What was the other text? I didn't read all of it. Fuck! Fuck! I didn't read it! Who am I? That's the one thing. Who am I? Who am I? With the eye one. What a fucking ending, huh? Jesus Christ. Oh my god. So, question, guys. Big question. Big question. Gigantic question. Where the fuck do we go from here? Where do we go from here? I'm very curious, actually. All the goats. Where the fuck do we go from here? I'm actually very curious. Where do we go from here? Battleware 1. There's 4 more episodes. There's 8, in fact. So where the fuck do we go from here? 4th game, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Huh. I don't know where we go. Where do we go from here? Some trick, something, anything. There has to be something. But what the hell is it? Isn't this the witch's tea party? Well, fuck me then, huh? But wow. Wow. I don't know where we go from here. Where do we go from here? In the end, but I mean, Battleware 1, right? I mean, that's a single mystery. The one question, the ultimate question. Who am I? Who am I? Every other mystery from previous games we've gone through, or at least we denied the existence of magic in all of them. We still do not know who the culprit is, why they did it. It never is the method of the murder that makes murder mysteries so intriguing. What's intriguing is the motive. Why would someone do it? And sure, part of the method is part of it as well in murder mysteries, but why exactly? And holy shit, this is as long as the fucking as the penultimate episode of Higurashi. And I still haven't beaten fucking the Crushing Arcs. I haven't beaten it. And I heard that the Witch's Tea Party is fucking long. So I guess I do have to. I don't want to make this a 10-hour video. Alright, I'll be honest with you guys. I don't want to make this a 10-hour video. But god damn. Holy shit. I have a lot to think about. A lot to think about. And I bet you guys have some great comments to tell me in the comments below. I bet you guys have a billion fucking things to tell me about, you know. And oh, there's so much. There's so much. But, yeah. I hope you guys have enjoyed this type of content. If you did, hit that subscribe button. If you liked it, hit the like button. Want to tell me something, put it down in the comments below. Want to check out the Discord server I'm in, or my Twitter, check the description below. And yeah, this has been Voidlego. I'll see you guys next time. See ya!